Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, joining you on this Thursday morning, or as I like to call it, Friday Eve. It is August 29th, here with you for the next few hours to give you all of those breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of the day. As we come on the air this Thursday morning, we are following a live feed. This one takes us out to Beijing, China. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan will wrap up his 3-day trip to China in just a few moments, and there will be a press conference to follow. So as that press conference happens, you will get that right here on Live Now from Fox. But as we await Jake Sullivan to take the podium there, I do want to transition to some breaking news we are following at this hour. As we come on the air, we are following breaking news as it relates to conflict in the Middle East. Israeli forces are ramping up operations out along the occupied West Bank. An overnight offensive killing at least 10, and the city of Jenin now sealed off. Fox News national correspondent Jeff Paul reporting from Tel Aviv.
In one of the largest operations carried out by Israeli forces in the West Bank in months, soldiers descended upon the cities of Jenin and Tulkarem overnight into Wednesday morning.
Around 2 a.m., the army raided the camp with a large number of soldiers on foot. They raided the camp from different sides. We were surprised.
Israel says its latest counterterrorism campaign aimed at destabilizing Palestinian militant groups. Through airstrikes and small arms fire, as many as 10 militants were killed.
In seconds, very fast, we felt like something come down on us from the sky, and there was an explosion.
The Palestinian Authority warned of repercussions over Israel's siege, which comes at a time of escalating tensions in the region. Israeli forces continue fighting Hamas in Gaza. The U.S., Egypt, and Qatar are still pushing for a ceasefire deal, but so far, no breakthroughs this week. And after a massive weekend escalation involving Israel and Hezbollah, the exchange of fire between both sides continues. During a visit to the Israel-Lebanon border, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu commended troops for helping stop a surprise attack by Hezbollah, but says it's not enough.
This is not the end of the story. When will it be the end of the story? Only when we can return the security and the residents to their homes safely.
We're learning Israeli forces have retrieved the body of a soldier who was killed and abducted back on October 7th. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says they will do everything they can to get all the hostages back home, both alive and dead. In Tel Aviv, Israel, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Jeff, thank you so much for that detailed report. Now transitioning to give you a live look out in Jenin in the West Bank. As we continue with this breaking news alert, we're learning this morning the Israeli military saying it has killed 5 more militants in that large-scale operation out there in the West Bank, including a well-known local commander. There was no immediate Palestinian confirmation today on the death of Mohammed Jaber, known as Abu Shuja, a commander in the Islamic Jihad militant group in a refugee camp out in that area. We know that he became a hero for many Palestinians earlier this year when he was reported killed during an Israeli operation, only to make a surprise appearance at the funeral of other militants, where he was hoisted onto the shoulders of a cheering crowd. Well, joining us live this morning for this breaking news alert, none other than Ruthie Bloom, former advisor at the office of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Ruthie, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox for this breaking news alert.
Well, good morning to you, and thank you for having me.
A pleasure to have you. So a lot that I just mentioned, we know the IDF operations ramping up out there in the West Bank. For those that don't understand the reasoning for this operation, could you provide some perspective, please?
Oh, absolutely. This is yet another front in the ongoing war against the Jewish state. These are bloodthirsty terrorists in the West Bank, what we call Judea and Samaria. And the raid was on terrorists and their weapons. Now, as all of these terrorists do, they hide their weapons and explosive factories in mosques and schools and civilian infrastructure. And in this case, they found a huge explosives lab in a mosque and tons of weapons. Now, these weapons and explosives are all aimed at murdering Israelis. And on the October 7th massacre was from Hamas in Gaza. But you see, we also have Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists in the West Bank. And they are also planning and have been committing many acts of terrorism. Even since October 7th, we don't hear as much about that. But they're ramping up those attacks. And I will say one of the Hamas honchos abroad is calling on those Palestinians in the West Bank to start up again with suicide bombings. And we actually had a suicide bombing in Tel Aviv. I would say it was about 2 weeks ago, maybe 10 days ago. So, you know, it's not just some imaginary thing. And what's more, they're not just militants, they're terrorists, they're killers, and their aim is to annihilate the state of Israel.
Thank you so much for that detailed explanation, Ruthie. So look, one thing that stood out for me when I was doing my research this morning, this well-known local commander, one of the many that's been killed during this IDF operation out there along the West Bank. It's we're still waiting for Palestinian authorities to confirm, but we are hearing from the Associated Press that this well-known local commander was thought to have already been eliminated. And then he shows up randomly at a funeral. I would love to know, what was the response from people when this happened out in that region?
Well, I'll tell you, it's not the first time that's happened where there was a case of mistaken identity. That wasn't purposeful. I imagine at the time, you know, I don't have inside information from the Israeli military, but I imagine that what happened is there was some kind of attack, and it was assumed that this particular terrorist was killed in it. Maybe they found DNA of his or something like that. And then it turned out that he wasn't dead. And as I said, we've had a couple of incidents like that before, not many, because usually we're extremely careful about identifying who the dead are, both on our side and among the Palestinian terrorists.
Ruthie, we know at this hour, the IDF, they continue with their operation out in the West Bank. That's what that live picture out is in Janine there. In that area, I want to ask you, what has been the response to this? I know it's very conflicting, as some feel like these invasions continue to happen and there's no safe place as this war continues. But I understand that from the very beginning, the IDF has been adamant that they will not stop until Hamas and other terroristic organizations are defeated.
Okay, well, I'll just preface the answer by saying that the IDF takes more precautions to avoid civilian casualties than any other army in the history of the world. All right, we know that from military experts. That's one thing. Second, there is a humanitarian corridor for goods to enter. The fact that Hamas constantly steals those goods in order to sell it back to innocent Palestinians in Gaza at exorbitant prices, that's because they're a terrorist group that doesn't care about, it's not just that they want to kill Jews, but they also don't care about their own people. They hide behind them, they starve them, etc. The operations in Gaza have to continue. By the way, it's through those operations that we rescued yet another live hostage. The day before yesterday, a Bedouin father of 11, and it was amazing. He had been starved and he had been operated on October 7th. He had been shot in the leg, and he tells of having the bullet removed in Gaza without anesthesia. He also spent most of his time in pitch darkness in the tunnels, and we rescued him. We would not have been able to do that if we weren't in the southern part of Gaza, continuing the operations to search the tunnels, both for hostages and for terrorists, and to find and to try to destroy those tunnels when they're empty.
Ruthie Bloom, always a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now. We appreciate your candidness and your perspective on this topic. Anything else you'd like to add before we let you go? Anything we need to be aware of, as we know this is a full-scale operation?
Yes, well, I would just like to add that, you know, I think people don't realize two things about Israel. How tiny it is. You know, it's like one state in the United States, very, very small. And so when you have enemies around your borders, and even within them, just imagine what it's like to try to fight them off, and to top that all off right now, to also rescue what are now 107 remaining hostages alive and dead in the tunnels of Gaza.
Ruthie, we appreciate you joining us bright and early for this breaking news alert. Always a pleasure speaking with you. You enjoy the rest of your day, and of course, stay safe.
The same. Thank you.
Thank you. Giving you a live look as we further discuss this breaking news alert. Now at 6:08 on the East Coast, a live look out there in the West Bank. At this hour, the IDF continues that West Bank operation as they work to retrieve hostages that could be in underground tunnels, also working to eliminate terroristic organizations in the area. We're going to go to our first break of the hour. When we come back, awaiting Jake Sullivan to take the podium, a shot that I showed you all off the top of this newscast as he wraps up his 3-day trip to China. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and taking you out live to Beijing, China. We do see some camera movement, which means that the U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is about to enter the room. There you see him about to take the podium as he wraps his 3-day trip to China. Let's listen in.
As I said at the very start of these meetings, President Biden has been clear that he is committed to managing this important relationship responsibly. Our aim in every engagement with China is to deliver for the American people. Under President Biden's leadership, the United States has and will continue to advance its interests and values, look out for its friends. And as we do, we believe that competition with China does not have to lead to conflict or confrontation. The key is responsible management through diplomacy. Beginning in May of last year, that diplomacy has been an all-hands-on-deck effort across the U.S. government and the cabinet, which has included 4 meetings between myself and Director Wang Yi, as well as engagements between Secretary Blinken, Secretary Yellen, Secretary Raimondo, and their counterparts, and many other cabinet secretaries and their counterparts. Those discussions helped lay the foundation for a productive summit between President Biden and President Xi in San Francisco at the end of last year. There, our leaders agreed on concrete steps on issues that matter to the American people, and for that matter to the world. This week, I traveled to China for the first time as National Security Advisor to take stock of where we have made progress and what work there still remains to be done, and also how we can responsibly manage the difficult issues and the differences that we have in this relationship. That's been the focus of my meetings with President Xi, with Director and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, and with CMC Vice Chairman Zhang Youxia. This was a true working visit. Over the course of 14 hours of meetings, we discussed progress and next steps on implementation of the Woodside commitments, including our work on counter-narcotics and efforts to reduce the flow of illicit synthetic drugs into the United States. Military communications, including an upcoming engagement between our theater commanders, as well as work towards another round of AI safety and risk talks. Among other issues of global concern, we discussed the recent efforts to reach a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza. These meetings were also about managing tough issues, as I said, in areas of disagreement, and I was direct on these issues as well. The United States will continue to take necessary action to prevent advanced U.S. technologies from being used to undermine our national security without unduly limiting trade or investment. We have continued concerns about China's unfair trade policies and non-market economic practices. We remain deeply concerned about China's support for Russia's defense industrial base and its impact on both European and transatlantic security, not to mention on Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine. It is a top priority for this administration to resolve the cases of American citizens who are wrongfully detained or subject to exit bans in China. And this was another opportunity for me to raise those cases, as I have done in my prior engagements. I also underscored the longstanding U.S. commitment to universal human rights and fundamental freedoms. In all of my meetings, I stressed the importance of maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, emphasized the United States' commitment to complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and I reaffirmed the United States' commitment to our Indo-Pacific allies, including our concerns about destabilizing actions against lawful Philippine maritime operations in the South China Sea. These were constructive, candid, substantive conversations. We believe that keeping lines of communication open is critical, and to that end, we began planning towards a leader-level call in the coming weeks, where I expect these discussions to continue. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Throughout your meetings with Chinese officials, including Xi Jinping, did you get a sense of how Chinese leadership is feeling about the race for the White House? Obviously, the election would be a looming issue for them.
I didn't really get a feeling for that. We didn't discuss the American election. That's obviously something for the American people to decide, not for any other country to get involved in. Neither in my meetings with Director Wong nor in the meeting with the President, or for that matter with the CMC Vice Chair, did we specifically talk about the American election. Yeah.
Mark Stewart from CNN. As you mentioned, you talked about some of the maritime issues. I don't have to tell you, obviously, things are very tense right now in the South China Sea, especially the Philippines and some of these reef issues. Reading the readout, it says you discussed this with Xi Jinping himself. Other than diplomatic speak, is there a reasonable roadmap or blueprint for the future? Because I think that the level of tension is reaching an extremely high level.
So first, we believe that the order of the day should be de-escalation, and we support direct discussions between the Philippines and the PRC to that end. We also have made very clear that our mutual defense treaty applies to public vessels, including Coast Guard vessels that are operating in the South China Sea and in other waters. It also applies to aircraft, for that matter. So the PRC well understands the long-standing commitment the United States has under its mutual defense treaty to the Philippines. And the Philippines well understands that we have an ironclad commitment to support them in their lawful exercise of their rights, their maritime rights. At the same time, nobody is looking for a crisis, not the Philippines, not the United States, and we hope not the PRC. But I did raise our concerns about some of the destabilizing actions that have taken place, including the ramming of Coast Guard vessels and unsafe intercepts near Scarborough Shoal. It's something we'll continue to discuss with our Chinese counterparts. It's something we will continue to consult closely with our Filipino counterparts on. And in fact, before I came here, I had the opportunity to call my Filipino counterpart, the National Security Advisor, Secretary Anyo, and I will stay in close touch with him, as will other members of the U.S. government. So we will do our best to try to contribute to managing this issue in a responsible way so that de-escalation is the order of the day.
Hello, this is Ray from the paper. So I wonder, since the San Francisco summit, more than 20 communication mechanisms have been established or assumed, maintaining the momentum of ongoing dialogue between the two countries. So following this visit, what will be the key focus of the U.S. diplomacy towards China through next January? And what specific interim achievement does the Biden administration hope to secure during this period? Thank you.
Well, first, at a macro level, the most important thing and a core part of my extended engagement with Director Wong, not just here, but in multiple meetings dating back to the beginning of last year, is overall responsible management of this relationship so that competition doesn't veer into confrontation or conflict. That is ongoing work. And being able to reach the end of President Biden's administration with the relationship on a stable basis, even though we have areas of difference and areas of difficulty, this is something we will work towards. More specifically, we're going to look for further progress on counter-narcotics and reducing the flow of illicit synthetic drugs into the United States. We are going to look for a deepening of the military and military communication so that we can pass that on to President Biden's successor. And in fact, a very positive outcome of the sessions here is that there will be a call between the theater commanders, the Indo-PACOM commander and the Southern theater commander for the PLA. Having the opportunity today to sit down with the CMC vice chairman, something that has not happened for a U.S. official in 8 years, is itself significant because it allows us to give impetus and momentum to those military and military lines of communication. And that will be an important priority for us as we go forward. There are other issues as well, of course, that we'll deal with, and we'll have to manage the risks and flashpoints too, cross-strait relations, the South China Sea, the Chinese support for the Russian defense industrial base, and we'll continue to work on all of those in the months ahead.
Welcome to Beijing. My name is Laura Baker. I'm from BBC News. I'd like to ask you to talk about a call between the two leaders within the coming weeks. Will there be a last meeting between President Biden and President Xi? And also, back to those talks with General Zhang, how important is it for you to have those talks with a leading general, and what was the tone of those talks?
It is likely that both President Biden and President Xi will be at APEC and the G20 later this year. I don't have any announcements to make on either President Biden's travel or a potential meeting, but the likelihood is they'll both be there, and if they are, it would only be natural for them to have the chance to sit down with one another. So we'll have to await any confirmation or any announcements, but I think things pointing in that direction seem logical and reasonable. I think the meeting with Vice Chairman Zhang was very important. There is no substitute for actually being able to sit across the table, not just with the Vice Chairman, but with his whole team, and be able to hear from them their perspective on critical issues, and then be able to hear from us our perspective on those same issues, whether it's cross-strait relations or the South China Sea or cyber issues, and being able to have that exchange, which is rare, I think allows us to clarify our intentions and our concerns and hear theirs and try to use that in service of responsible management of the relationship going forward. Yeah.
Thank you. From the Wall Street Journal. Just to follow up on the question about the U.S. election, I'm curious about what questions, if any, did the Chinese ask you about what a potential Harris administration would represent for U.S.-China relations? And connected to this, did you raise the issue specifically of potential election interference by China during the trip here today?
Every time I meet with Chinese officials, I raise the issue of election interference and laying down a clear marker that it's unacceptable for any nation to interfere in the U.S. election, and this trip was no different in that regard. I made that point once again. I won't characterize what the PRC's questions were with respect to Vice President Harris. They'll have to speak for themselves on that. But what I will say is that Vice President Harris has been a central member of the Biden foreign policy team, a leading member, and has been part of the design and execution of the overall strategy in the Indo-Pacific and with respect to the responsible management of U.S.-China relations. She has had the opportunity to engage herself with President Xi and with Premier Li, so she is known to both of the top leaders in China, and she shares President Biden's view that responsibly managing this competition so it doesn't veer into conflict or confrontation is essential, and she also shares the view that maintaining high-level open lines of communication is the way that you can achieve that responsible management. So I was able to share my experience, my perspective of working closely with the Vice President and the role that she has played over the course of the past 4 years. Yeah.
Thank you. On West Phoenix TV. The Biden administration has announced arms sale to Taiwan 15 times now since taking office, and surpassing the Trump administration's 11 times. So China believes that the continued U.S. arms sales to Taiwan and other actions have increased tensions in the Taiwan Strait. So how do you respond to this, and what is the U.S. willing to do to de-escalate? Thank you.
Our one China policy has not changed. And our approach to this issue is guided by the One China policy, the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. That remains true today, and that has remained true on a bipartisan basis through multiple administrations. And that policy has actually helped contribute to maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait for decades, and we intend to keep it that way. Let's see. Yeah.
Ken Moritsugi with the AP. I want to ask about the 100% tariff that the Canadian government put on Chinese EVs earlier this week. It was reported that you had met with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and encouraged Canada to go forward with that. Did that come up at all during these talks? Did the Chinese side complain about it or the timing? And if so, how did you respond?
First of all, Canada is a sovereign country that makes its own sovereign decisions, and it would be quite an extraordinary power to show up on a Sunday evening and produce a major trade policy move on a Monday morning. So I think the right way to look at this is I was there for a pre-scheduled cabinet retreat to speak with them. They took independent action. It was not at my behest or anything that I did or said that made that happen. That was a determination that they made. I did make the point while I was in Canada, and I make it standing here today, that we have concerns relative to EVs, both with respect to security issues and overcapacity issues. We've been public and transparent about that. But this was a decision they took on their own, and I won't characterize the conversations with the PRC on this issue. I'll let them speak for themselves. Yeah.
Janice McAfee with NBC. Follow-up to the election-related question from Ryan. The Chinese leadership and Chinese officials are about stability and consistency in their relationships. Did they at all signal to you any hesitation, nervousness, or concern about an upcoming change of administration at the White House?
They recognize that elections are sensitive periods and transitions are sensitive periods, and responsible management through an election and transition is important. That's something we believe as well. And my visit here during this period helps contribute to try and sustain that responsible management over this coming sensitive period. I will refrain from commenting on their perspective about what comes next. I think that's something that they're going to have to speak for themselves on. Yeah.
Thanks, Trevor Honeycutt, Reuters. Jake, could you talk a little bit about the status of the Middle East hostage and ceasefire negotiations?
I could, but it's moving hour by hour, and I haven't gotten an update in the last several hours. What I would say is that the negotiators are bearing down on the details, meaning that we have advanced the discussions to a point where it's in the nitty-gritty, and that is a positive sign of progress. But at the end of the day, nothing is done until it's done, and so we're just going to keep working at this until we finally get the ceasefire and hostage deal across the line. And I'll have the chance when I get on the plane to check in with our negotiating team who is participating in these talks in the region even as we speak. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Chen from CNBC. On the issue of tech restrictions, I know that's something that the U.S. side has remained very firm on, and that the Chinese side has repeatedly asked for changes on. If the trajectory is still going to be more restrictions, was there, can you give some more details on what that discussion looked like? And then just on the aspect of cross-strait tensions and South China Sea, was there any specifics on what a de-escalation might look like? Thank you.
We had extended discussions about economics and national security, and I won't characterize the PRC position on that other than to say it was consistent in the realm of what they had said publicly on the issue. For our part, I laid out our approach, which is rooted in the concept of small yard, high fence. I explained why it is that we feel we have to take some targeted restrictions to ensure that advanced technologies aren't used against U.S. national security. I explained that our approach is one of de-risking, not decoupling, and described in some detail how we saw de-risking in practice. And I also raised our concerns about steps that the PRC has taken with respect to the intersection of economics and national security and the impact that that has had on Western businesses and on supply chains. And so we had a vigorous give and take on the issue. Obviously, we didn't come to agreement on certain aspects of things, but I think the dialogue is very useful because it clarifies the concerns of each side and also gives us the opportunity to explain what it is that we are doing and what we are not doing. And I thought that was valuable. We didn't reach any specific agreements on the South China Sea. For one thing, it's not for the United States to reach agreements with China over the heads of parties like the Philippines. For another, there's no substitute for that direct diplomacy between the two of them. But we did indicate and reiterate our longstanding commitment to our ally and our longstanding commitment to the rule of law, freedom of navigation, and the free exercise of maritime rights in the South China Sea, and we'll continue to do that. Take one more question. Yeah.
China Media Group speaking. So we noticed that almost all of your accompanying staff can speak Chinese. So do you think this helped you to communicate with your Chinese counterparts? And does this help you accurately understand China's core concerns? Thank you.
Yes. The answer is yes. No, it's having a team here, many of whom do speak fluent Mandarin, have deep experience on issues related to the PRC and the U.S.-China relationship. This is, it makes my job a heck of a lot easier and makes me much better than I would otherwise be. And I stand on the shoulders of those experts because, they're the ones with the insights and the wisdom that drives forward the conversations that we've had here over the last 3 days. So, all right, we'll do 2 more. Yeah.
Yes, Keith Bradshaw for the New York Times. Have you made any progress with China in discussing what might be a possible resolution for the war in Ukraine? Thank you.
I can't say that we did make progress on that issue. The PRC has been very public in its view that the war should end through diplomacy. They've laid out various principles, both unilaterally and in separate communication with the Brazilians. We had the opportunity to exchange views on the war against Ukraine over the course of the last 3 days. We didn't reach any particular plan with respect to diplomacy, in large part because the United States very rigorously adheres to the simple maxim of nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. So ultimately it will be up to Ukraine to decide how it wants to proceed with diplomacy and negotiations. Yeah.
Li Wei from Caixin, perhaps an overarching question. Several months ago, Chinese Sino-U.S. relation is very intense, especially around the time U.S. imposed kind of additional tariff on Chinese EVs or semiconductors. and China is facing this trade war nowadays with Europe. But all of a sudden, Ukraine and U.S.-China relations seems to be on better track, especially for the last few months of this year. What's behind this change? Does that have anything to do with Vice President Harris taking over the presidential race, or any other factor from the Chinese side? And looking forward, do you see U.S.-China relations turning marginally for the better for the next few months, or potentially next few years, compared to a potential second Trump term? Thanks.
I can't characterize the Chinese side on this issue. They're going to have to speak for themselves. What I can tell you is that we believe in the Biden administration that intense diplomacy matters, because it doesn't resolve every issue. It doesn't mean that we're going to agree on everything, but it does mean that we can improve understanding, we can clarify misperceptions, we can reduce the risk of miscalculation, and we can identify areas to work together where our interests align that might previously have been hidden. So the relationship remains a competitive relationship. We need to responsibly manage that competition, and we're doing that through this very detailed, painstaking, multiple rounds of diplomatic effort. And it's not to arrive at a certain end result where everything's just resolved. It's rather to arrive on a stable basis so that each of us can stand up for our interests, we can stand up for our friends, we can defend our values, we can take the actions we feel we need to take in service of our national interests, but we can also work together to ensure that the relationship is managed responsibly. That is what this trip was about. That's what the diplomacy of the last 2 years have been about. And we do believe that it puts us in a position to increase the prospect of stability in the relationship. But we have to keep in mind, too, that there are always risks. Risks of escalation, risks of misunderstanding, risks of something going awry, and we've seen that before in the U.S.-China relationship. And we discussed those risks, too, at some length, whether it's to do with cross-strait relations in the South China Sea, or European security and the war in Ukraine, or many other issues, including issues that were not previously foreseen, like incidents from a year or two ago. So this is something we will have to keep working at, and it's a work in progress. Today is not the end of anything. It's just the continuation of a sustained pattern of intensive diplomacy led by President Biden and President Xi, and carried out by many of us across our administration and the Chinese government, and we're going to keep at it. Thank you, guys.
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. We're live in Beijing, China, as U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan wraps up his 3-day China trip. With the press conference, he had brief remarks and then a lengthy question and answer portion by the media. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Thursday morning, or as I like to call it, Friday Eve, 6:36 here on the East Coast. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox and staying on top of your international headlines. Now at 6:38 on the East Coast, we're learning this morning that multiple crew members who were on board a super yacht, which sank in Italy last week, are under investigation. It comes as authorities are trying to determine how the vessel capsized so quickly. Fox News correspondent Madison Scarpino joining us now with the latest.
More than a week after a super yacht sank off the coast of Sicily, Italian authorities are investigating the ship's captain, engineer, and a night watch duty sailor. According to Italian media, the ship's captain, James Cutfield, is facing possible manslaughter and shipwreck charges. On Tuesday, he faced questioning for a third day, but his attorney says the 51-year-old declined to respond to further questions.
He is really worn out. We were appointed yesterday, and to articulate a full, complete, and correct defense strategy, we need to acquire a series of data that we do not have at the present.
Under Italian law, being placed under investigation does not imply guilt or guarantee that formal charges will follow. Still, the probe comes as prosecutors try to determine how the yacht sank so quickly during a storm, despite claims from the manufacturer that it was unsinkable. 7 people died during the incident. Authorities say it was possible they were asleep when the ship capsized.
All the bodies were stuck because we are talking about a wreck that was full of furniture, pieces of furniture that were floating around.
British tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch and his 18-year-old daughter are among the victims. 15 others survived the wreck after they were rescued by a nearby boat that escaped the storm unscathed. Prosecutors say the investigation will take time and require salvaging the shipwreck. In London, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
Madison, thank you so much for that update. 6:40 here on the East Coast. We're going to go to our third break of the hour. As we go to break, giving you a live look as the sun is starting to peek there over the horizon out in Orlando, Florida. A beautiful shot this morning out in the Sunshine State. When we come back, we are following some developing news, tragic news, as a bus driver is being charged with child neglect. Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie will join us to explain. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 6:43 here on the East Coast, and we are transitioning to a breaking news headline that takes us out to the Sunshine State. Developing this morning, a bus driver being charged with child neglect. This after a 6-year-old was allegedly left on a hot daycare bus for more than an hour. Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie joining us live. Amanda, good morning to you. Thankfully, that little girl is going to be okay.
That's right, but authorities say that this should have never happened. The law requires that child care facility vehicles be outfitted with alarms. And in this case, the bus driver is accused of leaving a 6-year-old inside this hot bus for over an hour. And yesterday, temperatures hit 91 degrees here in Seminole County and likely got even hotter inside the bus. At All About Kids in Oviedo, the buses boast, quote, transporting happy children. Police say on Monday, driver Barbara Ledbetter failed to check for any sleepy children and left a 6-year-old girl alone on a hot bus for over an hour. A passing parent finally noticed the girl banging on windows to get anyone's attention. Police say the girl woke up feeling very hot and had trouble breathing, but was otherwise okay. State Senator Linda Stewart from Orlando spent years fighting for a law which requires alarms on buses transporting children.
That's why we have the bill, because we couldn't guarantee that someone was going to monitor the inside of a bus.
While Ledbetter was arrested on child neglect charges without bodily harm, Stewart says her legislation would also mean likely penalties for the daycare. The daycare says children's safety is their top concern and they're cooperating with law enforcement. All About Kids did not respond to our follow-up question asking if their buses have the required alarms installed. Stewart says they only cost a few $100s. Police also say Ledbetter signed off on the log saying that she checked the bus, but she did not in fact check every seat. She has bonded out of jail off of a $25,000 bond. The daycare says she is no longer an employee. Reporting live in Oviedo, Amanda McKenzie, back to you.
Amanda, always stellar reporting. Thank you so much for joining us bright and early here on Live Now. Truly a tragic situation, and with these hot temperatures, those people need to be even more vigilant to check those seats, as you mentioned. Thank you so much for joining us here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And as we further discuss weather-related headlines here on Live Now from Fox, right now I want to transition. As we know, it is an active hurricane season, but hurricane season, it could have hit a lull if you're looking at it that way, as named storms have yet to form between August 21st and September 2nd for the first time since 1997. However, activity could pick up during the usual peak of hurricane season. Fox's Chris DeMeo joins us now to explain.
Usually the peak of hurricane season arrives in mid-August, but this year's busiest activity could be coming later.
We have seen over the last couple of years that active season has moved more into September, October. So the most active season is upon us right now.
An active fall season is even more likely this year, as the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association forecasted an above-average season for named storms back in May.
There's 17 to 25 named storms is what's predicted. There's around 17 or 18 hurricanes with around 9 major hurricanes.
The National Hurricane Center reports 5 storms named, including 3 hurricanes from the Atlantic heading into September. Emergency experts warn people need to remain vigilant for a potential increase in storms.
It's not time to rest and think hurricane season is past. It's time to be prepared. And this is really a call to action to get preparing for what very well could be a very active hurricane season.
People who live along the Florida and Atlantic coasts could be at their highest risk.
There is a fair amount of preparatory time, typically. And so evacuation orders, sheltering, and what communities need to evacuate is just a key part of that planning process.
Emergency experts also say there's more you can do for your community after you finish planning for yourself.
I think one of the greatest things that we do as a nation is neighbors helping neighbors. And help your neighbors because they're always going to need help too.
Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
Chris, thank you so much. And as we are discussing weather-related headlines, this feed coming into our Live Now from Fox Studio, which takes us out live to Japan, 6:48 here on the East Coast. And you're taking a live look out there, southern Japan, of Typhoon Shanshan, lashing southern Japan with torrential rain and strong winds at this hour. We're told it caused at least 3 deaths as it started a crawl up the length of the archipelago and raised concerns of flooding, landslides, and even extensive damage. This typhoon made landfall Thursday morning on the southern island there in Japan of Kyushu. So this is something that we continue to follow as well with our weather-related headlines. Again, at least 3 deaths reported since this typhoon made landfall, and you can see the wind gusts at this hour as that palm tree on the screen swaying back and forth heavily. You can't really see the currents there on the water because the sun has set in that area, but nevertheless, bringing you this live feed as we like to do here on Live Now from Fox. Right here stateside, if you're wondering how the weather looks this morning, here you go, giving you a live look at our XRAD system. You can see some areas to the northwest there, the north Midwest, are getting some storms this morning, as well as the Midwest there as well. So some storms brewing, but you can also see heat is a major concern this morning. A lot of red and orange there in the Sunshine State, but also along the West Coast, you can see areas including San Jose, Los Angeles, even Billings, Montana, definitely dealing with heat concerns, which further goes to that story that we had with Fox 35 Orlando as Amanda McKenzie was out in Oviedo, Florida, discussing that tragedy, how a school bus driver is facing charges this morning for neglect after allegedly leaving a child on a hot bus. So definitely don't want to do that on any day, right? But especially during days where temperatures are in the triple digits or even nearing the triple digits. So just a quick reminder for you, and of course, giving you a live look at our XRAD system. Maybe you're planning the day this morning and wondering what to wear. You definitely know if you're in areas like Billings that you will need to grab the umbrella. 6:50 here on the East Coast. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Gina Francine. We're going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Thursday morning. So we're about 8 minutes shy from the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And right now I want to transition to another top story we're following this morning as it relates to former President Donald Trump. The FBI releasing new information for the first time in nearly a month. This related to the attempted assassination of former President Trump. Fox News correspondent CB Cotton joining us to show what we learned from this briefing.
After reviewing 5 years of online activity, the FBI says it still can't say why 20-year-old suspected gunman Thomas Crooks tried to kill former President Donald Trump.
A clear idea of mindset, but we are not ready to make any conclusive statements regarding motive at this time.
And Crooks' mindset wasn't consistent, according to investigators.
We've seen no definitive ideology associated with our subject, either left-leaning or right-leaning. It's really been a mixture.
The FBI says it has seen what it called detailed planning for the attack and an apparent focus on political figures and events. Crooks came to the July 13th rally armed with this rifle and carrying this backpack. The newly released evidence photos also showing the homemade explosive devices investigators say they found in Crooks' car. The FBI says the shooter's online history showed searches for both the RNC and DNC. And in the 30 days leading up to the shooting, more than 60 searches were related to Trump and President Biden. As the rally date grew closer, investigators say Crooks zeroed in with searches like,
where will Trump speak from at Butler Farm Show? Quote, Butler Farm Show podium, and quote, Butler Farm Show photos.
The FBI says it continues to look through Crooks' encrypted accounts.
At this time, the FBI has not identified a motive, nor any co-conspirators or associates of Crooks with advanced knowledge of the attack. And I want to be clear, we have not seen any indication to suggest Crooks was directed by a foreign entity to conduct the attack.
The FBI's ongoing investigation could bring criminal charges, but the officials would not say whether the probe is eyeing any of Crooks' family members, who we're told are cooperating. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
CB, thank you so much for that detailed update. And as we continue to follow this breaking news alert, I want to bring in my colleague Andrew Kraft, who will further break down the FBI release. Let's listen in.
Let's get into more of these top headlines here, including and especially new details released in this media call that the FBI held today with reporters as they conduct their investigation into the assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump's life there in Butler, Pennsylvania. It's almost been 2 months since that all occurred there, and we want to get into, well, what was said on this call today. I'm reading from the Associated Press. Their lead article today in the first paragraph says this: the gunman in the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump searched online for events of both Trump and President Joe Biden, repeatedly looked up information about explosives, and saw the Pennsylvania campaign rally where he opened fire last month as a quote-unquote target of opportunity, according to senior FBI officials. Well, let's bring into the conversation right now the reporter who wrote this story, who is on the call today, and that, of course, is Eric Tucker with the Associated Press, and he joins me. Eric, good to see you. Thanks for being with us and for making time. You've been following this case ever since July the 13th, of course. If you could provide our viewers with any information that was gleaned today, the highlights, or did it still leave you wanting more answers from these FBI officials?
So one of the things that was really notable about the call is that the principal mystery over the last month or so still remains the case, which is that the FBI, despite conducting nearly 1,000 interviews, still has not determined a motive for why 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks opened fire and shot former President Trump on July 13th. And that's pretty interesting that they have yet to find any sort of accomplices. They haven't found anyone who knew in advance of his plans. And so that was one of the highlights. And then the other thing, as you mentioned, that I think is really notable is that in the weeks and months leading up to the shooting, he had developed a real keen interest in prominent political figures on both sides of the aisle, both Trump and Biden, and had searched for a lot of events. And that fact leads the Bureau to suggest that this is some sort of target of opportunity. So the idea here is not that Trump was targeted per se because he's Donald Trump, but that in fact was looking for some sort of opportunity to carry out some sort of act of violence.
Yeah, the FBI also released these 4 photos here. I'm going to put them up on the screen for our viewers. And if you could, Eric, describe what we're seeing. This is a photo of the weapon that was released by the FBI, a photo of the backpack Crooks used that was released by the FBI as well here, and the trunk of Crooks's car as well. So what else are we seeing in these photos, Eric?
Yeah, so I mean, one of the things that's really interesting is that's the AR-style rifle, and one of the images that the FBI released actually shows that it was how it would have been broken down to fit into the bag. One of the other enduring mysteries was how he could have had this long rifle and gone undetected, and the FBI thinks that's because the rifle had a collapsible folding stock, which would have allowed it to have been placed inside of a bag. And so one of the pictures actually shows the way it might have been maneuvered inside of the backpack. And the backpack is also displayed.
Yeah, I thought those photos were quite something here. We also learned from the FBI as well that no credible evidence Crooks conspired with anyone else. That was one of these outstanding questions. But also, we gleaned more details about his internet online search history. Back in September of last year, an account that he used to search former President Donald Trump's campaign schedule in Pennsylvania. In April and July of this year, he searched campaign events for both Trump and Biden. And on July 4th, he searched details of the Trump campaign event in Butler. So we're getting a little more detail on his online search history, are we not?
We are. We're seeing in the weeks leading up to it that he's developing a real special interest, particularly in the Butler event. And so on July 6th, he registers, and that's actually an important date because that's the date where he does an internet search of how far away was Oswald from Kennedy, which of course is a reference to the assassination of John F. Kennedy in 1963. And then his internet searches become a little bit more specific in the days leading up to it, where he's looking up the weather in Butler for that day. He wants to know what the stage is going to look like, what the grounds are going to look like. And on that day, separate and apart from the internet searches, he actually flew a drone in the hours before the attack in what is believed to be some sort of act of surveillance to scope out what the site was going to look like.
All right, Eric Tucker, we're going to have to leave it at that. Can't thank you enough for your time, for your reporting. We'll definitely be speaking soon. Talk soon.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Let's get
So great detailed interview from my colleague Andrew Kraft there. We'll continue to follow that breaking news headline. If you're just now tuning in, we were following how the FBI released new information for the first time in nearly a month on that attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. So we know many of you all are following that headline, and we'll continue to do so right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 7 o'clock here on the East Coast. Good morning to you, and I do want to transition to some of our top political headlines, giving you a live look at the White House here at 7:01 on the East Coast. And it might feel like the presidential election is still a long way off, but in reality, some of the first votes will be cast really soon. Historically, Democrats are more likely to vote early over Republicans, but Donald Trump's campaign is trying to change this, even as the former president continues to criticize the mail-in ballot process. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor has more on the race for the White House.
Next week, North Carolina will be the first state to send out its mail-in ballots. That means some voters could cast their vote before Donald Trump and Kamala Harris even debate.
We expect this race to be close until the last day, but we're built for it and we're ready to go.
You must vote in this election, and we want people actually to start the very first day of early voting.
Several other states will also see early voting begin in September, including battleground Pennsylvania.
Laura Trump and I have been in every single battleground state. We're traveling all around the country, recruiting and training volunteers to serve as ballot observers, ballot workers.
Republicans are focusing heavily on Election Day, but they're also embracing early voting. Their candidate, though, isn't helping squash the stigma.
Anytime you have a mail-in ballot, there's going to be massive fraud.
In a sit-down interview with Dr. Phil, the former president suggested mail-in ballots could be no more if he's back in the White House.
What we have to do is get control, and then we have to change it. And it's a very simple change. Same-day voting, even if you declare a holiday, a voting holiday, which would be fine.
During the 2020 election, in the midst of COVID, more than 43% of Americans voted by mail. And when you look at votes cast for just President Joe Biden, 58% of his votes came from mail-in ballots. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we further discuss the race to the White House this morning, again, giving you a live look out in Washington, D.C. But we know many people on the campaign trail this morning, and that includes the Harris-Walz campaign. Time now 7:03 on the East Coast. I want to transition to give you a live look, a beautiful skyline shot out there in Atlanta, Georgia. Today, the Harris-Walz campaign continues its bus tour around Southeast Georgia. Tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris will be making a stop in Savannah to hold a rally. This as Republicans in the state take the offense in a separate event. Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner joining us live this morning from inside their Fox 5 studio at the live desk with the latest on both campaigns. Brooke, good morning to you.
Good morning, Gina. Yeah, the campaign trail certainly heating up, not just on one side, but both sides. As we know, both candidates are making stops across the country. The Trump campaign in the Midwest and Harris-Walz campaign down here in the Southeast. And this visit marks the first time a presidential candidate has campaigned in Savannah since Bill Clinton did back in '92 for his campaign. But Harris will be continuing that bus stop today in Savannah and then headlining an event and speaking later tonight.
Georgia, I'm thrilled to be back in Rome.
President Biden and former President Trump held dueling rallies leading up to today's primary. With the outcome of both nominations basically wrapped up, the campaigns have turned their attention to November and Georgia's crucial 16 electoral votes.
We want this to be a landslide. That way it's too big to rig. We want to make it too big to rig.
It's not hyperbole to suggest our freedoms are literally on the ballot this November.
In Atlanta, President Biden called former President Trump and the MAGA wing of the Republican Party a threat to democracy, planning to take away people's rights.
This ain't your father's Republican Party. These guys are different. But guess what? We're not going to let them take them away.
In Rome, former President Trump called President Biden a disaster and said if elected, he would, quote, make America great again.
Every problem Joe Biden has created can be fixed. Every problem can be solved, and every injustice can be set right.
The stakes aren't lost on Georgia voters.
Both of them coming here shows how important Georgia's going to be, and that everyone, you need to go out and vote.
So you just heard there from the Trump campaign, also on the campaign trail. We know, though, that the Harris-Walz campaign just yesterday, they stopped by Liberty County High School. They visited the marching band. They also made a stop at a local barbecue joint, talking to voters. And we know that Tim Walz will be leaving later today after a sit-down interview with CNN, which will air later tonight. And Vice President Harris is going to end her day in Savannah at the Enmark Arena in Savannah, where she's expected to speak sometime around 5:15 or so. So certainly a very busy day on both ends, and of course we're going to be tracking that throughout the day. We have a crew in Savannah that's going to bring us the very latest as well, so we'll keep you posted. But for now, that is the latest here at the Fox 5 Live Desk. I'm Brooke Zahner reporting for Live Now from Fox. Gina.
Well, Brooke, we can always rely on you for the most accurate information. Thank you for showing us that detail of what's happening on both sides of the aisle, as you thoroughly explained, a lot of campaign leading up to that November election. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. And giving you another live look out in Atlanta, Georgia. 7:05 here on the East Coast. Well, now 7:06. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we further discuss your political headlines this morning. As both campaigns are traveling to key swing states, new polling this morning shows the race for the White House is getting even tighter. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen with the story.
This is truly about building towards the future, and you're that future.
Vice President Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, are on a two-day bus tour through Georgia. On one stop, they spoke to a high school band.
We're so proud of you, and we're counting on your generation, all that you guys stand for.
The visit comes as new Fox News polling shows Harris with a tight lead in Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Trump still holds a lead in North Carolina, but the race for the Sun Belt states is much closer since President Biden dropped out. The polling shows more voters trust Harris to unite the country, while Trump leads on the economy. That was the focus for his running mate, J.D. Vance, who spent the day campaigning in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
The little guy can't afford to heat their homes because of Kamala Harris's policies. The little guy can't afford to put groceries on the table because of Kamala Harris's policies.
On his trip to the Rust Belt states, Vance tried to draw a contrast between Trump and Harris.
She is the president of a corrupt leadership in this country. Donald Trump is the president of the people, and that's why we're going to win.
The vice president's trip will end with a rally in Savannah Thursday. Former President Trump plans to speak in Wisconsin and Michigan. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we further discuss the race to the White House this morning, we know that J.D. Vance was out in Wisconsin campaigning on his own on Wednesday. We'll have the details from that campaign stop when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox 713 here on the East Coast. And as we further discuss your top stories and headlines this morning, staying on top of politics in this 7 o'clock hour, giving you a live look, a beautiful shot of De Pere, Wisconsin this morning. And we know that's where J.D. Vance made his latest campaign stop Wednesday in the swing state of Wisconsin. If you weren't able to catch his remarks, I'm going to play them for you now.
be done all over the
Thank you all. It is great to be in De Pere, Wisconsin. Thank you. Now, I want to give a couple of notes of gratitude here because this is not possible, of course, without all of you. And I want to thank the CEO of Amerilux, Kurt. Where's Kurt at? Thank you, Kurt, so much for being here, and thanks for doing this. This is a great American manufacturing company, and we want to promote American manufacturing on this campaign. We're going to bring it back and bring it back better than ever, thanks to Donald Trump's leadership. And I'll say I'm thrilled to be joined here by my lovely wife, Usha. Usha, thanks for coming around with us today. She always gets a little embarrassed, but why not embarrass your wife, right? Take the opportunity. I'll deal with the consequences later. We've got the great, and I really mean one of the great United States senators in the entire country from the state of Wyoming, John Barrasso. John, thank you for being here. And most of all, I want to say thanks to all of you because in 68 days, thanks to you and thanks to the state of Wisconsin, we are taking this country back. We're going to make Donald J. Trump the next president of the United States. Now, we got to just talk a little bit about the record of Kamala Harris because, you know, she does this thing. She does this thing, Kamala Harris does, where she stands before a crowd like this, and to get a crowd like this, of course, Kamala Harris has to have a rock star or a rapper open for her. And then, you know, before her remarks are even over, they're all heading for the exits. You guys are a great crowd, and I'm thrilled to have you. But look, Kamala Harris, she stands before crowds like this, and she'll say, without a hint of irony or a hint of shame, that on day one, my friend, she is going to tackle the affordability crisis that's affecting American families. And on day one, she's going to make groceries more affordable. And on day one, she is going to make it possible for young people to afford a home. And every single person with an ounce of sense is saying, well, Kamala, day one was 1,300 days ago. What the hell have you been doing on time? And John's been in politics. The great John Barrasso has been in politics a little bit longer than I have. But, John, can we think of anybody who can stand for 3.5 years as the Vice President of the United States and pretend that she's not even been in power? Have you ever seen anything like that? Nothing like it in the world. That's crazy. It's the craziest thing. But Kamala Harris, she's done a lot since day one, and that's exactly the problem, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? She's been doing way too much since day one, and let's run through all of the broken promises and the broken dreams because of Kamala Harris's leadership. Well, number one, earlier today, we were in Pennsylvania talking to some great truckers in Erie, Pennsylvania, and you know what the truckers say is their number one problem? The cost of fuel. Some of you, I just heard say it. And why is fuel so expensive? Because Kamala Harris made a promise that she wanted to ban fracking. She wanted to ban offshore drilling. She wanted to destroy the American energy industry. That's what Kamala Harris said she was going to do. And then she went about for 3.5 years and did it. And now our truckers are paying too much for fuel, but it's not just our truckers. We all know that because our truckers bring everything to market, they bring the groceries to the grocery store. They bring the lumber to the construction site. If the truckers are paying more for fuel, we're all paying more for everything. And that's exactly what Kamala Harris has done. So how about this, Kamala Harris? Why don't you stop destroying American energy? Why don't you stop buying energy from tin pot dictators all over the world? Let's buy American energy from American workers right here at home, and let's start doing it now. Now, Kamala also says that she is going to be a great friend of American manufacturers. She's going to be, but for 3.5 years, she hasn't done anything. Kurt, has she been a good fan of and a good friend of American manufacturers? Negative, exactly. To the workers out here, has she been a good friend of the American working man and woman? No. Absolutely not, because look, Kamala Harris made a very dumb decision to try to ship all of our jobs overseas and to use your tax dollars to subsidize products not made by Americans, but made by the communist Chinese. It was Kamala Harris that implemented the EV mandate. It was Kamala Harris that implemented the policies that shut down American energy and instead wants us to buy energy from random people all over the globe. And it's Kamala Harris who, in the name of the Green New scam, wants to take your tax dollars and buy cars that are made in China. I think you ought to drive whatever the hell you want, because this is America, and that's what we believe. And by the way, if you're buying whatever car you want, you're going to buy cars made by American workers, because those are the best cars in the world. It's very simple. Now, it's funny, I talked to the president earlier today, and he says hello. Sorry I can't be here with you, but he's running all over the country. I'm running all over the country because we believe it's important to win, so we're taking a divide and conquer strategy. But he said, you know, JD, the crazy thing about Kamala Harris is, even though she said she wanted to defund the police and ban fracking, she said she wanted to shut down American energy, and she wanted to open the border, and of course she's done all these things, Kamala Harris now pretends that she agrees with me on everything. Now, you trust, or if you watch what Kamala Harris is saying, she actually says now that she pretty much agrees with Donald Trump on everything. Now, she's not implementing those policies, by the way. She could, as the vice president, get to work right now if she actually agreed with the president. So she's lying to the American people because she knows that her record is a disaster and her policies are unpopular. But I said to the president, you know, I think I actually know, sir. I know what's going on. She doesn't think she's going to win this race, so she's auditioning for my job. She wants to become Trump's vice president, I think, because she knows the jig is up. But America is too smart for it. We are not going to promote Kamala Harris. We're going to say, you're fired to Kamala Harris, and kick her out of Washington, D.C. So I want to just tick through what her policies have done to the American people, and then I want to tick through what Donald Trump's policies have done and will do again for the American people. You know, 60% of Wisconsin businesses aren't hiring right now. That's because of Kamala Harris's policies. Is that a good idea? 70% of Wisconsin workers say that their pay has not kept up with the price of housing and the price of groceries. Is that a good thing? Over $11,000. That is what it costs the average Wisconsin family to buy today what they could have bought 3 years ago. Is that a good thing for Wisconsin families? And so Kamala Harris now wants a promotion. Are we going to give it to her? Absolutely not. We're not going to give it to her. Now, Kamala loves to talk about her tough-on-crime experience. She says that she was a tough-on-crime prosecutor. Well, you look at the record. The record of Kamala Harris is that she has been the best friend to the Mexican drug cartels that they have ever asked for. And you ask, why are our communities flooded with fentanyl? It's because of Kamala Harris. And why is it that hospital wait times have gone up? It's because Kamala Harris let in 25 million illegal aliens. And why can our municipal governments not afford to pay their police officers? Because Kamala Harris has got them paying for the health care of illegal aliens. This is not a program, ladies and gentlemen, that works for American workers. This is a program that works for people who shouldn't even be in this country in the first place. And Donald Trump, by the way, Donald Trump has got a different message to the 25 million people who are here in this country illegally. Pack your bags. You're going home in 6 months. And look, it's a disaster not just for public safety, but it's a disaster for the wages of workers. We know that when you let in 20 million illegal aliens, 25 million illegal aliens, and you let them stay here, and you give them health care, then what does it do? It undercuts the wages of American workers. That's why a lot of Wisconsin paychecks are not keeping pace with the price of inflation, because Kamala Harris let in people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with. That is what she has done. And let's just offer a little bit of a study in contrast here, because, my friends, it doesn't have to be like this. We can do better. This country can do so much better. We just need the leadership of Donald J. Trump, and that's exactly what we're going to do because of the people in this room. Now, compare and contrast. Compare Kamala Harris opened the border, suspended deportations on day one, and stopped Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. When Donald Trump is president, we're going to re-implement deportations, re-implement Remain in Mexico, and tell people they got to go back where they came from and come through the proper channels. Kamala Harris shut down American energy, raised the price of gas and utilities on American families and American manufacturers. Donald Trump's message and solution is simple. Drill, baby, drill. Open up America's energy markets and get it from our own workers. Now, Kamala Harris wants to tax the people in this room to send money to Chinese-made electric vehicles. Donald Trump wants people here to keep more of their own money and to buy products that are made right here in the United States and stamped with Made in USA. And finally, Kamala Harris would like to reward the companies that ship jobs overseas and raise your taxes. Donald Trump wants to cut your taxes and punish the companies that are doing business with the communist Chinese. Let's reward American manufacturers, not the corrupt businesses that are getting rich from Chinese slave labor. It's simple. It's common sense stuff. So I want to take some questions from the media here in just a second, but I want to leave you with one final thought here because, you know, getting to run for the Vice President of the United States is the greatest honor of my life. It's the coolest thing. I get to fly around and drive around and see this country from a totally different perspective. And let me tell you the good news. My friends, the good news is we have the most beautiful country in the entire world. The good news is we have got natural resources that are the envy of the entire world. It's amazing. The Chinese and the Russians would kill for the stuff that we have right here in Wisconsin and all across our great country. We have the best workers and the best families anywhere in the world. And by the way, we've got the proudest cultural and historical traditions I believe that exist anywhere on the face of the earth. That is what we have going for us. The only thing that is broken about this country is our failed leadership. And that's why we got to fire Kamala Harris, replace her with Donald J. Trump, and get some leadership in this country that is equal to the job of leading the American people. So it's going to start right here in Wisconsin. We're going to win this race. We're going to win Wisconsin. We're going to take back this country, and we're going to do it because of every single one of you. God bless you guys, and thanks for having me. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here, y'all want to see me take some questions from the media? All right. Let's do it. Now, I always say I'd like to start with the local reporters and the local TV channels if we can. So let's start there, and we'll take some questions from the national folks after that.
Senator Vance, Carl Winter from NBC 26 here in Green Bay.
Hey, Carl.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will remain on the ballot here in Wisconsin. The Wisconsin Election Commission says, despite him trying to get off of it in swing states, how do you think that affects yours and former President Trump's campaign?
Well, first of all, are we thrilled to have the endorsement of RFK and Tulsi Gabbard? We are. It's funny, as much as the media says that Trump is the candidate of division, the reality is that we, from Nikki Haley and Brian Kemp to RFK and Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump is the candidate of common sense and cutting out the craziness, and we're thrilled to have support from across the political spectrum. I mean, look, I think it's ridiculous that RFK has endorsed Donald Trump. He has petitioned to be taken off the Wisconsin ballot, but a bunch of bureaucrats are going to keep his name on the ballot because they think it'll hurt Donald Trump. I think we're going to win Wisconsin anyway, and we're going to fight for every single vote. That's our plan. Next question.
Hi, Senator Vance. Paul Stino from CBS here in Green Bay. The Harris campaign, in their campaign commercials, when they have, campaigns, they accuse you guys of kind of catering towards rich people more so than middle class when it comes to your economic policies. When you hear that argument, what's kind of your rebuttal to that, or what would be your counter argument to their claim right there? Thank you.
Well, look, my counter argument is that Donald Trump is a president for every American citizen, rich or poor. We just want people to have a good life in this country that all of us love. It's that simple. Now, when she says, look, she says that Donald Trump and me are the candidates of rich people. Here's my response to that. First of all, I grew up in a poor family, and I grew up in the kind of family that suffers when Kamala Harris and people like her don't do their jobs. And let me just give you one example. We know it gets cold in Wisconsin, right? A lot colder than it does in Ohio. You guys are tougher up here than we are down a little further south. And look, during a cold winter, I have been on the receiving end of not having enough money, and where my grandmother would say, well, honey, we just can't turn on the heater tonight. We can't afford it. And so maybe you sit in front of a space heater, or maybe you just throw on a few extra blankets. And that's what a lot of American poor families deal with during the depths of a cold winter. I believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, we are the richest and most prosperous country. Rich or poor, you ought to be able to turn your heater on and heat your homes in the winter. Is that a simple thing that all of us believe in? Now, clearly, Kamala Harris doesn't believe in that because she has pursued policies that are making electricity and utilities go up by 30, 40, and 50%. So when she says that she's the candidate of the little guy can't afford to heat their homes because of Kamala Harris's policies. The little guy can't afford to put groceries on the table because of Kamala Harris's policies, and the little guy can't afford to buy a home because of Kamala Harris's policies. She is the president of a corrupt leadership in this country. Donald Trump is the president of the people, and that's why we're going to win. Next question.
Senator Ben Crumholz with Fox 11 in Green Bay. What do you want to see happen with abortion?
Well, what I want to see happen with abortion is that each state, and this is President Trump's view to be clear, each state ought to make their own abortion policy, okay? Wisconsin's going to have a different view than California. California's going to have a different view from Alabama. And what the president has been very clear about is he wants the voters to make those decisions in each individual state, and his government is going to focus on lowering prices for American families. His government is going to focus on closing down that southern border and stopping the flow of fentanyl and crime into our communities. And his government is going to focus on bringing peace and stability back to the world. I recognize that a lot of people don't agree with my views on abortion. A lot of people may not agree with President Trump's views on abortion. And I think that's why what the president has said makes a lot of sense. We need to let the voters of the individual states make these decisions. Now, by the way, that is not Kamala Harris's view. Kamala Harris wants to shut down Christian hospitals who don't agree with her radical agenda. Kamala Harris would like to force taxpayers to pay for late-term abortion, and I think that's despicable, certainly despicable to make taxpayers pay for it. So when Kamala Harris says that we are the extremists on abortion, she is the one that wants to force her radical abortion policy down the throats of the whole country. It's ridiculous, and I don't think the American people buy it. One more point on this, because it's so important. Look, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, believes in American families, and he wants Americans to be able to raise a family in comfort and stability. And I do think that we have become in this country, thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, anti-family. Who wants to start a family if you can't afford a home? Who wants to start a family if you can't afford groceries? Who wants to start a family if you feel like the President of the United States is not looking out for your interests? That is what Kamala Harris has done to this country. President Trump wants to give women and families choices. Let's have a pro-family country. Let's make it easier to bring new life into this world, and let's be a pro-family United States of America. That's our vision. We're going to fight for it. Thank you. Next question.
Hi, Senator. Jason Zimmerman from Action 2 News. First of all, how do you solve the crisis between Israel and Hamas and put an end to that conflict? And how concerned are you about the tension building between Israel and Iran right now?
Well, look, I worry about the tension a lot because Kamala Harris has given the Iranians billions of dollars, and they keep on buying weapons and attacking not just Israelis, but they keep on attacking Americans. It's crazy. Stop giving bad guys money. It's not that complicated. It's a very simple principle in American diplomacy. The second thing that I say is, look, it is not our business to micromanage Israel's war in the Middle East. Hamas is an evil organization. Thank you. Hamas is an evil organization. What we should be doing as an ally of Israel is empowering them to wipe Hamas off the face of the earth and get this war over. It's very simple. I think the problem with Kamala Harris's policies is it's like the dumbest of two possible worlds, right? You're saying that you want to, that's Kamala Harris for you, but you want to prolong, she's saying that she wants the war to end as quickly as possible, but she refuses to provide the necessary stuff so that Israel can end the war as quickly as possible. She says that she cares about innocent civilian casualties, and I do too. I don't want innocent people to die in this conflict. The solution to that, though, is to give people precision weapons that minimize civilian casualties and let Israel destroy Hamas and get this thing over once and for all. That's simple. Kamala Harris is pursuing the worst of all possible worlds. Donald Trump's going to bring some peace and stability and some common sense back to the United States of America foreign policy. Next question.
Hi, Senator Vance. Joe Schultz, Wisconsin Public Radio. State data shows that since 2021, Wisconsin's had more job openings than people on unemployment. You know, President Trump has talked about mass deportation effort, largest in U.S. history. Does that run the risk of worsening the state's labor shortage?
Well, look, we don't just want job openings, we want good job openings that allow people to provide for a family. And when you import millions upon millions of illegal aliens and you put them in the front of the line of American citizens, you destroy the economic foundation that allows the American people to get ahead in their own country. I do not buy for a second, do any of you buy for a second that the Kamala Harris economy has been good for American workers? Nobody buys it. Inflation has failed, wages have failed to keep pace with the price of groceries, the price of housing. So you've got people working harder and harder, feeling like they can't get ahead. They're in fact falling further behind as they work harder and harder. That is not an economic record to be proud of. And it's interesting that back when Joe Biden, remember him? He's still our president, technically. But back 6 weeks ago, when Joe Biden was still pretending that he was going to run for president, what the Democrats said is that our economy has been great for workers. And now, 6 weeks later, Kamala Harris is saying, yeah, the economy's been bad for workers, but don't blame me. Who am I? Well, the answer is, you're the vice president, do a better job, and we'd have a better economy. Next.
Aaron Palish with CNN. Thanks for taking my question. You're speaking at the Firefighters Union. You're speaking at the Firefighters Union convention tomorrow in Boston. I want to ask you a labor question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
131 Republican members of Congress last year co-signed a bill supporting a national right-to-work law. Wondering how you feel about that law nationally. And then here in Wisconsin, there's also a right-to-work law. Over in Michigan, they repealed a right-to-work law that went into effect earlier this year. Wondering whether you support Wisconsin's policy to keep it or Michigan's to repeal it.
Well, look, I'm not going to comment on what Wisconsin should do. Wisconsin ought to make its own decision on this, and Michigan ought to make its own decision on this. I did not sign on to the national legislation that you're talking about, and my view is the best thing for American workers, union and non-union alike, is rising wages, investing in American manufacturing, and investing in American workers, closing down that southern border. That's what workers need more than anything else. Safe communities and high wages, and that's what we believe in. So my message to the firefighters, it's been my same message to the police union. Of course, pretty much every police union in the country has endorsed me and President Trump. My message is, we want you to have safe jobs. We want you to be able to do what you can and do what you need to do without being destroyed by our public leadership. And we want you to have good wages for a fair day's work. That's true for the union workers, and that's true for the non-union workers too. Next question. Yes, sir.
Senator Vance, Gary Tenney, Fox News. Opioid epidemic hits close to home for you. And we've seen over the last 4 years how every state has become a border state. Looking ahead, if there is a second Trump administration, what more would you do to address the opioid epidemic along the border, or beyond just the wall? Would you be willing to go directly after the cartels in Mexico, in China, and how would you do that?
Well, look, I adhere to President Trump's very simple principle. Kamala Harris wants to let the Mexican drug cartels do whatever they want and go to war against American law enforcement. I think we ought to empower American law enforcement and go to war against the Mexican drug cartels. It's one of the biggest terrorist organizations in the entire world. We cannot let them operate freely in our country. And the other thing that's driving the fentanyl problem, and you're right, I've been affected by this very personally. And so when I think about this issue, I think about all the kids that are praying at the bedside of their mom or dad because their mom or dad just had an overdose. Because I was that kid at one point in my life, and I was very lucky because my mom woke up and we got a second chance with my mom, and she's been clean and sober for almost 10 years. And what a great thing that is. What a great grace. And Mom was going around the campaign trail with me actually the last couple of days. She had a very good time. And, you know, again, I would not have had that second opportunity with my mom if the poison that's coming across today was coming across 15 years ago. We would have never gotten that second chance. And that's what I want. I want more American children to have second chances because we know addiction is a terrible scourge. And some people, they're able to kick it 2 days after they get that habit, and some people it takes years of getting back on the horse, falling off the horse and getting back on. We just want to promote as many second chances as possible. And here's something else we have to do other than go to war against those drug cartels. We have got to tell the Communist Chinese Party, stop manufacturing this garbage and sending it into our country. And one of the things that Donald Trump doesn't get nearly enough credit for, and there's a lot of things, but towards the end of his last term, he was on the cusp of striking a huge deal that was going to shut down fentanyl manufacturing in communist China, would have saved hundreds of thousands of American lives, and Kamala Harris let that languish. Instead of fighting for Americans, she continued to allow the communist Chinese to make this garbage. Our promise and our threat to the communist Chinese ought to be, if you want access to American markets, if you want to sell your stuff in the United States of America, stop manufacturing this poison that's killing our citizens. You just need strong leadership to do it. Thank you all. And why don't we do one more question, and then we're going to have to hit the road. Thank you all.
Senator Vance, Mike Bender with the New York Times. I know we've asked you a couple of times today about the issue at Arlington National Cemetery, and I know you've mentioned that the campaign had permission to film there. One thing I didn't realize earlier today is that it's a federal law banning political campaigns from filming at grave sites. So I guess the question is, since families, to the best of my knowledge, civilians aren't able to give, grant exceptions to that, whether or not someone who wants to be president should have to abide by that law.
Well, Mike, look, I think the right person to ask is the Gold Star families who invited Donald Trump and lost a loved one because of Kamala Harris's failed policies. Were they happy to have the President of the United States there? And they would say, absolutely. Thank God somebody showed up. They wish Kamala Harris would have showed up. And she didn't. I mean, you guys in the media, you're acting like Donald Trump filmed a TV commercial at a gravesite. He was there providing emotional support to a lot of brave Americans who lost loved ones they never should have lost, and there happened to be a camera there, and somebody gave him permission to have that camera there. This is not a gross violation of federal law. This is a president who did what all presidents should do: show up and provide support to your own people. Thank you, sir. So again, obviously I'm biased. I like Donald Trump. And I know you all do too. But look, ask the Gold Star families. And if there is a scandal here, I cannot get over the press's obsession with this. Because what is the bigger scandal? That Donald Trump was invited to stand by a graveside and actually accepted the invitation, or that Kamala Harris let 13 brave Americans die because she's a failure of a leader? And why hasn't Kamala Harris fired anybody who was implicated in getting those 13 Americans killed? And why hasn't there been a real investigation about why those 13 Americans got killed? I think that's a much, much bigger problem, and that's where the media ought to focus, not on Donald Trump doing his job and showing up as the president should. So, So I want to leave you with just a thought, because, you know, the media focuses a lot on what Kamala Harris said at the DNC. Did you all watch Kamala Harris's DNC speech? I knew what the answer was going to be. You all are smarter than I did, but I'm in this business, so I had to watch at least some of it. And she talked all the time about joy, about how joyous she was and how joyful she was. And as I was watching her, I was reflecting on the fact that 65% of our fellow citizens think the country's heading in the wrong direction. And a lot of our fellow citizens, especially the poorest Americans and a lot of our middle-class people, they can't afford food. They can't afford a place to live. They're young people. I mean, young Americans want to be able to buy a house, and they can't afford it. And I thought to myself, Kamala Harris has been vice president, I should say, for 3.5 years. And let's be honest, she's practically been the acting president, because we all know Joe Biden isn't home. She's been the acting president for 3.5 years in this country, and her citizens are suffering. She should not be feeling joy. She should be feeling shame. And she should be looking herself in the mirror and asking how she could do a better job. And what we have in our campaign, it's not this fake joy of Kamala Harris. It's the very real hope that the best days of this country are ahead of us. And you know why the best days of this country are ahead of us? Because of you. Because we have the best people, we have the best workers, and we have an American president, Donald J. Trump, that is going to run and fight for you. He's going to work for you every single day. But if we want an American president who is equal to the task, and we want an American leader who deserves to be the leader of this great country, it's not going to happen if we sit on our rear ends. We're going to have to work for it. And so what I want you to do is get out there and tell every person you know why you're voting for Donald Trump. Get your friends and your family to the polls. Drive, your elderly folks, your mom, your dad, get them to the polls. Do everything that you can. Because while the corrupt media and the bureaucrats and the people who have gotten rich off of American decline, they have chosen their candidate, and it's Kamala Harris. We are the American people, and our candidate is Donald J. Trump. Let's get him across the finish line, and let's do it together. God bless you, and thank you for having me.
So you got that campaign rally in full as Vance campaigned there in the swing state of Wisconsin. He was in De Pere, and then you're getting a live look at De Pere, the skyline on the right side of your screen, and a live look also at the White House there in Washington, D.C. If you're just now tuning in, good morning to you. We're going to further discuss the race to the White House right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. After the break, checking in with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader as he gives us a deep dive into the battle for the Sun Belt. Also, expertise analysis from political expert and author of The Winsome Candidate, Dan Snell. You're in for a special treat. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you another live look at the White House here at 7:49 on the East Coast as we continue with your top political headlines here on Live Now from Fox. As Vice President Kamala Harris prepares for her first and perhaps only sit-down interview of the election, today new polls are showing her gaining some ground in a number of critical states. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader joins us with more on this battle for the Sun Belt. Take a listen.
Seeing these two pathways developing in this election, one through the Rust Belt, the other through the Sun Belt. The Harris campaign with an aggressive move into Georgia, with the vice president and her running mate visiting a school, part of a bus tour through rural parts of the state.
You know, you never let any circumstance knock you down or slow you down. You just keep going at it.
And Harris has been going at it in the Sun Belt. New Fox polls give her a slight edge now in Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, with Trump ahead in North Carolina. And while all of these states are well within the margin of error, Harris has clearly closed in on Trump in recent weeks. Later today, she'll sit down for her first interview of the election after a delay that critics charge is due to her reluctance to talk about specific policies. But Harris will only appear with running mate Tim Walz at her side.
They know that Kamala Harris can't get through an interview all by herself. This isn't even a tough interview. This is on CNN. This is one of their media allies.
As for President Biden, we saw him on the beach in Delaware yesterday during the second week of his vacation. But that will come to an end on Monday, when he joins Harris out on the campaign trail. Now, Biden is set to appear alongside Harris in Pittsburgh as the campaign shifts its focus from the Sun Belt back to the Rust Belt. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we further discuss the battle for the Sun Belt and the race to the White House, we want to bring in political expert and author of The Winsome Candidate, Dan Snell. Dan, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Janae, great to be with you and your Fox listeners.
Thank you so much. Happy Thursday to you as well. So, look, we're talking about the battle of the Sun Belt, and we're not talking about sports, because I know for some out there, they hear about Sun Belt and they might think about the Big 12 and even Conference USA. We're talking about politics this morning. Dan, I want to ask you, what does the battle of the Sun Belt look like? What does the race to the White House look like this Thursday morning?
Yeah, the race to the White House, the race to sit behind this desk here behind me, is one that really is, we're in the days that anything can happen. You know, right now we're talking about the battle for the Sun Belt, Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia. And what happens is those states, we see the polls, a lot of it has to do, getting back to a sports analogy, momentum. Right now, momentum is wearing blue. Right after the assassination, the momentum was gigantic red. Donald Trump had the country in his hand. That week after his assassination and his final speech, he clearly was ahead. Then everything changed. And now in those states, Arizona, Nevada particularly, there's going to be some interesting races, but anything can happen. You know, we're 68 days out from the election. So many things can happen.
You set up this next question up perfectly, Dan. I know many people are looking at these campaign stops, but one key thing many of the voters want to hear is this debate. We're looking ahead to this Trump-Harris debate, and I know there are a lot of contentious items that either side might want, but for you, what would a great debate look like? What does either candidate need to do to come out on top of that debate? Because if we look back in recent months, we can say that that Trump-Biden debate was really hard to look at.
Yeah, that was a tough one. And on September 10th, it was a great opportunity for both sides, truly. For Donald Trump, I think if he can do what he needs to do, and that's pivot from his standard style and rhetoric, so to speak, if he can pivot and focus on the issues, focus on the policies, focus on the things that he knows that people want to hear about and like, and stay away from the rhetoric of any name calling or comments, then he wins the day. He wins the debate. For Kamala Harris, if she can keep that enthusiasm and that spark and some positive, and you know, as a former prosecutor, she's able to handle herself, although some people say, can she handle herself? I think she's probably better equipped than most think. Of course, we'll learn tonight in an interview on CNN with her and Vice President candidate Tim Walz. We'll see how they do tonight, which will be another one that could shift that momentum even after today or tonight. So either candidate can be successful in the debate, and it's going to be great to watch. I think there'll be more people tuned in to that debate than there were to that original debate with Biden and Trump.
Yeah, and then you raise a good point. You know, this interview with Harris and Walz, very odd for some of the viewers because she's doing it alongside her running mate. People were wanting to hear from her and her alone. We've heard from Walz. Walz does not shy away from the media in speaking out, but this is pretty much her first interview. I know several media outlets have been requesting to speak with her one-on-one. Do you think it's strategy on her part to do this interview alongside Walz, or do you think it's maybe also the smartest thing to do?
Yeah, it was an interesting choice, and it could either be a big win or perhaps be a stumble, because if it looks like she has to have him by her side to make decisions or make comments, then that hurts her. However, he does have that, that folksy likability. Well, an expert once told me you got to be likable, believable to be electable, and Tim Walz is definitely a likable individual in his Midwestern Nebraska. I grew up in a small town in Nebraska, actually about 60 miles from where Tim Walz grew up, but he has that likability that people are attracted to. And in some of the rural areas in America, that could be a big difference.
Absolutely. A great analysis, Dan Snell. A pleasure having you here with us on Live Now. And look, I know you're the author of The Winsome Candidate. Who do you see being the winsome candidate in this election? Is there someone that's standing out to you, someone that's campaigning the right way, someone that's doing what we need in 2024?
Yeah, I think I think America is hungry and ready for a fresh start, a new look. We've gotten into this pattern of pointing at the other side, both parties pointing at the other side, look how bad they are, and that's how you should vote for me. I think a winsome candidate, and what I write about is a return to public service where we say, I love the place that I call home, and here's what I'm going to do to make this place I call home better. So to be a winsome candidate, you have to focus on the areas that are touching the hearts, and as Ronald Reagan said, around the kitchen table, touching the things that matter most to the American people. And I think the winner who comes through the finish line here to get to this desk will be the one that proposes a more positive, upbeat, we can do this, American, I'll do this for you, and here's how type of candidacy.
Dan Snell, truly a pleasure. Those two candidates on the left side of the screen, former President Donald Trump and VP Harris, vying for America's vote this morning. Thank you so much for joining us bright and early here on Live Now to talk politics. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Great to be with you. Stay winsome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. 7:56 the time here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. as we stay on top of your political headlines this morning, we know that U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan wrapping up his 3-day trip to China. He did speak live this morning from Beijing to the media. If you didn't catch it, you're getting it right now. Listen in.
As I said at the very start of these meetings, President Biden has been clear that he is committed to managing this important relationship responsibly. Our aim in every engagement with China is to deliver for the American people. Under President Biden's leadership, the United States has and will continue to advance its interests and values, look out for its friends. And as we do, we believe that competition with China does not have to lead to conflict or confrontation. The key is responsible management through diplomacy. Beginning in May of last year, that diplomacy has been an all-hands-on-deck effort across the U.S. government and the cabinet, which has included 4 meetings between myself and Director Wang Yi, as well as engagements between Secretary Blinken, Secretary Yellen, Secretary Raimondo, and their counterparts, and many other cabinet secretaries and their counterparts. Those discussions helped lay the foundation for a productive summit between President Biden and President Xi in San Francisco at the end of last year. There, our leaders agreed on concrete steps on issues that matter to the American people, and for that matter to the world. This week, I traveled to China for the first time as National Security Advisor to take stock of where we have made progress and what work there still remains to be done, and also how we can responsibly manage the difficult issues and the differences that we have in this relationship. That's been the focus of my meetings with President Xi, with Director and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, and with CMC Vice Chairman Zhang Youxia. This was a true working visit. Over the course of 14 hours of meetings, we discussed progress and next steps on implementation of the Woodside commitments, including our work on counter-narcotics and efforts to reduce the flow of illicit synthetic drugs into the United States. Military-to-military communications, including an upcoming engagement between our theater commanders, as well as work towards another round of AI safety and risk talks. Among other issues of global concern, we discussed the recent efforts to reach a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza. These meetings were also about managing tough issues, as I said, in areas of disagreement, and I was direct on these issues as well. The United States will continue to take necessary action to prevent advanced U.S. technologies from being used to undermine our national security without unduly limiting trade or investment. We have continued concerns about China's unfair trade policies and non-market economic practices. We remain deeply concerned about China's support for Russia's defense industrial base and its impact on both European and transatlantic security, not to mention on Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine. It is a top priority for this administration to resolve the cases of American citizens who are wrongfully detained or subject to exit bans in China. And this was another opportunity for me to raise those cases, as I have done in my prior engagements. I also underscored the longstanding U.S. commitment to universal human rights and fundamental freedoms. In all of my meetings, I stressed the importance of maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, emphasized the United States' commitment to complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and I reaffirmed the United States' commitment to our Indo-Pacific allies, including our concerns about destabilizing actions against lawful Philippine maritime operations in the South China Sea. These were constructive, candid, substantive conversations. We believe that keeping lines of communication open is critical, and to that end, we began planning towards a leader-level call in the coming weeks, where I expect these discussions to continue. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yep.
Throughout your meetings with Chinese officials, including Xi Jinping, did you get a sense of how the Chinese leadership is feeling about the race for the White House? Obviously, the election would be a looming issue for them.
I didn't really get a feeling for that. We didn't discuss the American election. That's obviously something for the American people to decide and not for any other country to get involved in. Neither in my meetings with Director Wang nor in the meeting with the President, or for that matter with the CMC Vice Chair, did we specifically talk about the American election. Yeah.
Hi there, Mark Stewart from CNN.
Mark Stewart from CNN. As you mentioned, you talked about some of the maritime issues. I don't have to tell you, but obviously things are very tense right now in the South China Sea, especially with the Philippines and some of these reef issues. Reading the readout, it said that you discussed some of this with Xi Jinping himself. Other than diplomatic speak, is there a reasonable roadmap or blueprint for the future? Because I think that the level of tension is reaching an extremely high level.
So first, we believe that the order of the day should be de-escalation, and we support direct discussions between the Philippines and the PRC to that end. We also have made very clear that our mutual defense treaty applies to public vessels, including Coast Guard vessels that are operating in the South China Sea and in other waters. It also applies to aircraft, for that matter. So the PRC well understands the longstanding commitment the United States has under its mutual defense treaty to the Philippines, and the Philippines well understands that we have an ironclad commitment to support them in their lawful exercise of their rights, their maritime rights. At the same time, nobody is looking for a crisis, not the Philippines, not the United States, and we hope not the PRC. But I did raise our concerns about some of the destabilizing actions that have taken place, including the ramming of Coast Guard vessels and unsafe intercepts near Scarborough Shoal. It's something we'll continue to discuss with our Chinese counterparts. It's something we will continue to consult closely with our Filipino counterparts on. And in fact, before I came here, I had the opportunity to call my Filipino counterpart, the National Security Advisor, Secretary Año, and I will stay in close touch with him, as will other members of the U.S. government. So we will do our best to try to contribute to managing this issue in a responsible way so that de-escalation is the order of the day. Yeah.
Hello, this is Ray from the paper. So I wonder, since the San Francisco summit, more than 20 communication mechanisms have been established or assumed, maintaining the momentum of ongoing dialogue between the two countries. So following this visit, what will be the key focus of the U.S. diplomacy towards China through next January? And what specific interim achievement does the Biden administration hope to secure during this period? Thank you.
Well, first, at a macro level, the most important thing and a core part of my extended engagement with Director Wong, not just here, but in multiple meetings dating back to the beginning of last year, is overall responsible management of this relationship so that competition doesn't veer into confrontation or conflict. That is ongoing work. And being able to reach the end of President Biden's administration with the relationship on a stable basis, even though we have areas of difference and areas of difficulty, this is something we will work towards. More specifically, we're going to look for further progress on counter-narcotics and reducing the flow of illicit synthetic drugs into the United States. We are going to look for a deepening of the military-to-military communication so that we can pass that on to President Biden's successor. And in fact, a very positive outcome of the sessions here is that there will be a call between the theater commanders, the Indo-PACOM commander and the Southern theater commander for the PLA. Having the opportunity today to sit down with the CMC vice chairman, something that has not happened for a U.S. official in 8 years, is itself significant because it allows us to give impetus and momentum to those military-to-military lines of communication. And that will be an important priority for us as we go forward. There are other issues as well, of course, that we'll deal with, and we'll have to manage the risks and flashpoints too, cross-strait relations, the South China Sea, the Chinese support for the Russian defense industrial base, and we'll continue to work on all of those in the months ahead.
All right, what you're listening to right there is Jake Sullivan as he wraps up his 3-day trip over to China, answering questions there from members of the media. Do want to take you out to some of the other big stories right now that we are covering. Take a look at your screen here as we get to the latest out of the Middle East. Israel releasing drone video showing some of what the military says has been found during its operation in the West Bank. The Israel Defense Force is saying this is a mosque that was being used for terrorist operations with, as you see there, photos of fallen fighters hanging on the walls. The Israeli military began its large-scale operation in the West Bank Wednesday, targeting the Hamas terror group, saying troops found plenty of weapons, ammo, and roadside bombs. Popping up this live image right here, you can actually see a live image over the West Bank. Yesterday, around this time, you can actually see tanks there in the distance. Right now, not seeing much there in the West Bank. Do want to talk more about all of this here and break it all down. Let's bring in Nimrod Gorin, the Senior Fellow for Israeli Affairs at the Middle East Institute. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to be here with us today.
Thank you.
All right, so first off, I do want to talk about this operation going on there in the West Bank. Can you explain what Israel's overall goal and really the operations there, what they do aim to do?
Sure. And first, we need to remember that the situation in the West Bank is very different than the situation in the Gaza Strip, because in the Gaza Strip, Hamas has been controlling since 2007, and the West Bank is under the control of the Palestinian Authority, which is actually a rival fraction in Palestinian politics to Hamas. So the situation is different. I think what Israel has been concerned over the last months, when the attention of the Israeli military has been given to Gaza, to Lebanon, is that the terror level coming out of the West Bank, or the infrastructure that is geared toward producing future terror attacks on Israel, has been on the rise within the West Bank, and that there has been growing involvement of outside actors like Iran, like others, in trying to foster capacities, smuggle ammunition, and therefore I think the motivation of Israel by doing what it's doing now is to basically prevent any scenario that whatever happened from Gaza in October 7th could happen from the West Bank, and to make sure that the level of Israeli operations that has been undergoing in the West Bank for years does not go down and does not let terror rise up. So it's a short ad hoc operation, but is part of a longer process of activities or military activities of Israel in the West Bank, which already caused quite a bit of tensions in the time before the war in Gaza began.
And I do want to pop up that drone video once again that we were talking about just moments ago. That is actually a look from the Israel Defense Forces that they provided inside of that mosque. Is any of that surprising to hear that you do have these terrorist operations going on inside of a site like a mosque? Again, you can see that drone video that was provided by the IDF.
Yeah, so these claims are not new, and you also hear it when we follow the war in Gaza, the use of civilian population or infrastructure. Of course, on a drone video itself, it's difficult to draw conclusions. We need to know and get from all the sources the full information. It does also reflect how difficult it is to conduct this type of warfare and activities within spaces that are, based on civilian population and infrastructure. And that's something that Israel needs to take into account. I think looks into that as it shapes its activities. It also means that Israel needs to take into account its own citizens that are living in the West Bank. Again, one of the differences between West Bank and Gaza. In Gaza, there are no Israeli civilian centers. In the West Bank, there are the settlements. And we saw more and more settler violence becoming an issue and becoming a source of extremism, tensions, counterattacks going back and forth. We also saw Itamar Ben-Gvir going to Al-Aqsa Mosque. All these things that are part of looking into our side, into the Israeli side, into our coalition, are causing and fueling the tensions, while the government should look into how cool things off, engage with the Palestinian Authority, and find a way to promote peacemaking rather than additional conflict.
We actually heard from Khalid Marshal, a top Hamas official, calling for suicide terror attacks and bombings against Israel in the West Bank. Is that still a tactic that is used overall? Do we see that widely used in the Middle East?
And the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, of course, we remember years in which that was a devastating tool. In the 90s, in the early 2000s, Israel is going on buses in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. We're constantly concerned of that, and many lives have been lost. It shaped a lot of the Israeli military reactions to try and stop that. And eventually it stopped. And for years we didn't have it. We didn't see those. And there was a strategic decision, I think, also on behalf of Hamas not to go there. It also paid a price for doing that. Just a couple of weeks ago, we did see an incident in Tel Aviv in which a suicide bomber detonated itself. And luckily there were not a lot of damage caused. But that raised a lot of flags and a lot of concern in Israel that we are going back to that mode of action, especially when Hamas has now limited capacity to fire rockets at Israel because of the war. That was the tool it was using for 4 years instead of the suicide bombing. So I think part of the Israeli motivation for the activities that we mentioned before is to make sure that these threats are contained. There are also pressure, I think, within the Palestinian society against what Hamas says it wants to do, also from the Palestinian Authority. And of course, the President Abbas of the Palestinians was all the time against these attacks, and I think he said it again. So there's no consensus on that within the Palestinian society, and I hope these statements will not turn into reality, because, again, that will be another deteriorating factor in the already gloomy reality we have in the region.
Let's talk a little bit more about what's going on over in Gaza, because we know earlier on this week, over the course of maybe a little more than 24 hours, you had a hostage who was rescued and is safe. You also had the IDF find the body of an IDF soldier who was killed on October 7th, and then his body dragged over there into Gaza and held hostage. My question is, with these hostage rescues and recoveries, does it appear that maybe Israel has some new information where they might actually know more about the whereabouts of those who are still held hostage by Hamas?
The release of the hostages is the #1 priority for most of the Israeli public these days. And we're talking about 107 people still dead or alive, held in Gaza by Hamas for almost 11 months, almost at the 1-year mark, with growing concern about the fate, about how much longer can they survive. So that's what the Israeli public wants to see the hostages back home. And of course, military operations are a tool that we would like to see more of, bringing back hostages. And the longer Israel's presence within the Gaza Strip, the more control it has, the more intelligence it gets. I sense that there is more ability to at least understand what's the whereabouts of some of the hostages. Not always it's feasible to get to them, but at least there's more information about it. But now military officials say time and time again that Israelis cannot rely on military operations to bring back the vast majority of these 107 people. And therefore, that's why the security establishment, the broader public, and large chunks of the political establishment are looking for a ceasefire and hostage release deal as a way to bring back not one here, one there, but rather dozens of hostages back to their families, back home.
There are still concerns. There are reports that there's the possibility of this imminent attack by Iran, a direct attack on Israel. It's been talked about since the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, but now it seems like really the concerns are heating up once again. So my question for you, with the failed attack that happened with Hezbollah over the weekend, where Israel was able to essentially foil that attack before it happened, does that make Iran think twice before launching a direct attack on Israel, or does Iran care about that?
First, I think Iran thinks twice, because it's already been a month since the assassination, and the expectation in Israel was that the retaliation could be quite immediate. There was a lot of diplomacy actions taken also by the US in terms of deterring Iran, in trying to jumpstart ceasefire negotiations in Gaza, to give some sort of reasoning to postpone. And Iran does seem to have postponed its retaliation, giving the green light to Hezbollah and try to do their thing that didn't end very well from their side. Again, like in April when Iran attacked Israel, this time again, Israel managed to foil the attack. So Iran has committed itself to retaliate, but retaliation can take different forms, different times, in different places. And I think what we see over the last month in the region is that all the sides try to take actions that are below the threshold of a full-fledged regional war. Nobody wants to see this big escalation that I think the region and the international community are afraid of. The consequences will be dire to everybody. So when retaliation is being calculated, it's being done in a way that will be limited, could be contained. And I think eventually Iran will try to retaliate because it's promised to and it's line with their strategy, but not in the way that maybe we expected 2 or 3 weeks ago, of leading to a real battle between Israel and Iran. I think it will be of a different nature. Hopefully it will be contained and foiled as well.
All right. Nimrod Gorin, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today. Anything else you want to add about really any of this before I let you go?
I think just to mention that the ceasefire talks in Gaza are still ongoing, and there are teams going back and forth from Cairo, Americans, Egyptians, Qataris, Israelis are all trying to figure out a formula. And I think that's the way out, not only in terms of the ceasefire or the hostage release, but also in terms of diffusing tensions along the Israel-Lebanese border and containing the tensions in the region as a whole. I think that should be the priority of policymakers in the US, but also in the region, to take these negotiations that have been taking place for 7-8 months and really push them beyond the finish line and get the deal done.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to join us here and provide some insight. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And I do want to take you out to this post here coming in on Twitter or X, depending what you call it, from the Israel War Room with a photo there. They are talking about the elimination of Palestinian Islamic Jihad terror leader Muhammad Yaber, head of operations in Ner Shams and Tulkarm, being hailed as a major achievement there in Israel. We did learn about this just a short time ago, but again, that is a photo of the man who has now been taken out, eliminated there by Israel. As we get more information about all of this, we'll make sure to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 8:19 over on the East Coast and 5:19 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, but a lot more news to get to here in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look outside the Capitol building over in D.C. as we get into some big political news right now. As Vice President Kamala Harris prepares for her first and perhaps only sit-down interview of the election, today new polls show her gaining ground in a number of critical states. Fox's Doug Luzader has more on the battle for the Sun Belt.
Developing in this election, one through the Rust Belt, the other through the Sun Belt. The Harris campaign with an aggressive move into Georgia, with the vice president and her running mate visiting a school, part of a bus tour through rural parts of the state.
You know, you never let any circumstance knock you down or slow you down. You just keep going at it.
And Harris has been going at it in the Sun Belt. New Fox polls give her a slight edge now in Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, with Trump ahead in North Carolina. And while all of these states are well within the margin of error, Harris has clearly closed in on Trump in recent weeks. Later today, she'll sit down for her first interview of the election after a delay that critics charge is due to her reluctance to talk about specific policies. But Harris will only appear with running mate Tim Walz at her side.
They know that Kamala Harris can't get through an interview all by herself. This isn't even a tough interview. This is on CNN. This is one of their media allies.
As for President Biden, we saw him on the beach in Delaware yesterday during the second week of his vacation. But that will come to an end on Monday when he joins Harris out on the campaign trail. Now, Biden is set to appear alongside Harris in Pittsburgh as the campaign shifts its focus from the Sun Belt back to the Rust Belt. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. And we'll have more on that interview all throughout the day. Again, taking place over on CNN. And we should have some of the sound bites there that we can play for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Want to talk a little bit more about the polling, but also Trump and Harris are doing their own campaign moves over in swing states, making stops and speaking at rallies there. Connor Hansen has more on that.
This is truly about building towards the future, and you're that future.
Vice President Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, are on a two-day bus tour through Georgia. On one stop, they spoke to a high school band.
We're so proud of you. We will counting on your generation, all that you guys stand for.
The visit comes as new Fox News polling shows Harris with a tight lead in Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Trump still holds a lead in North Carolina, but the race for the Sun Belt states is much closer since President Biden dropped out. The polling shows more voters trust Harris to unite the country, while Trump leads on the economy. That was the focus for his running mate, J.D. Vance, who spent the day campaigning in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
The little guy can't afford to heat their homes because of Kamala Harris's policies. The little guy can't afford to put groceries on the table because of Kamala Harris's policies.
On his trip to the Rust Belt states, Vance tried to draw a contrast between Trump and Harris.
She is the president of a corrupt leadership in this country. Donald Trump is the president of the people, and that's why we're going to win.
The vice president's trip will end with a rally in Savannah Thursday. Former President Trump plans to speak in Wisconsin and Michigan. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much. And a story that we did report on several months ago involves swatting. There was a situation at several lawmakers' homes over in Georgia as a result of someone making those swatting calls. Well, it turns out an arrest has now been made. Mark Teichner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team has more on that.
I was downstairs watching football. She started, screaming that, police were coming up her steps.
It was Christmas Day 2023 when Georgia State Senator Clint Dixon says the Gwinnett County SWAT team swarmed his Buford home.
I opened the door and met by, I think it was about 6 SWAT team members who alerted me that there had been a call of a domestic dispute that a male had shot a female.
Once Dixon's wife came downstairs, the SWAT team realized the call had been a hoax. Now 2 men face federal charges for swatting Dixon's home and a number of other Georgia politicians. 26-year-old Tomas Zabo of Romania and 21-year-old Nemanja Radovanovic of Serbia are accused of targeting more than 100 Americans with swatting calls and bomb threats going back to December 2020. Other victims include Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones.
I wouldn't say fearful, but uneasy feeling that from someone on the other side of the world, basically could the technology's out there for them to make these threats.
The suspects each face 34 felony counts. Dixon says Secret Service agents who'd been working the case told him about the indictment, bringing a little peace to him and his wife.
Anytime there was a fire truck that came in the neighborhood or a police car, my wife would tense up wondering if it was another call.
And that right there was Mark Teichner with our Fox 5 Atlanta team. Any more updates on that case or any of the swatting cases that are now ongoing? We've seen them nationwide. We'll bring them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 8:27 over on the East Coast and 5:27 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events. Do want to take you out to some of the live images that we do have popping up on our screen right here. One of my favorites, I say it all the time, that is Lady Liberty there in the distance, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is a very large cruise ship that is off to the right side of your screen. We also have this shot that kind of zooms in on the skyline there over New York City. Our Fox 5 New York team covering a lot of stories there, so we'll check in with them throughout the day. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, though, but a lot more coverage coming up in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:31 on the East Coast and 5:31 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I do want to get back into the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at your screen right there. It's a dangerous trend that's happened at least half a dozen times in Florida so far just this year in 2024. The sheriff's office in the Florida Keys saying this package containing 16 bricks of suspected cocaine found on the beach by guests of the islands of Islamorada Resort. The package has since been turned over to U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Now, there have been at least 5 other reported incidents of cocaine found on or near the Florida shores, again, so far this year. That includes earlier this month when Hurricane Debbie washed 25 packages of cocaine onto a beach in the Florida Keys valued at more than $1 million. The big question a lot of people are asking, what is going on? How exactly is this happening? So to help kind of break it down, do want to bring in Brian Townsend, a former special agent with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, now the principal and founder of Eagle 6 Training. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us very early this morning. We appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. Good morning.
All right, so first off, I do want to ask, how exactly is this happening? Do we have a full picture of why and how?
Yeah, so we know that the drug traffickers are using maritime routes to transport drugs into the United States. So they use various vessels like boats, even submarines. And sometimes they encounter problems. Sometimes there's law enforcement. You know, they want to avoid, obviously, seizure and capture. Sometimes they have mechanical failures. Sometimes there's extreme weather. but there's reasons that might force them to jettison the drugs overboard, to throw the drugs in the water. And sometimes smugglers will actually do this intentionally. They put them in the water at predetermined locations, and other smugglers, other traffickers will pick them up later. Regardless of how they got in the water, though, it's not uncommon for these packages to get carried away by the ocean's currents and the tides and storms, especially like Hurricane Debbie. They can be pretty unpredictable, pretty chaotic, and these drugs can often wash ashore miles from their original drop location.
And what you're looking at right there on your screen is an image that was provided by the sheriff's office there, Monroe County, Florida. That is, of course, the Florida Keys. Not really sure what's up with the dune buggy photo on it, but again, you can see the packaging there. As far as your experience with the DEA, did we see drugs like this washing up like this in the past? Is this something new, or is it something we've seen for quite a while?
Yeah, quite a while for sure. And I have seen this during my my time with DEA. I worked in areas, coastal areas, and we would occasionally get phone calls from usually local law enforcement who would be contacted by fishermen or beachgoers who would find these packages, and they'd call their local law enforcement, and we'd get the call and go from there. So it's not uncommon, and definitely not something new.
Is there anything that can really be done to prevent this from happening, from the drugs washing up on shore? I mean, do boats go around and look for this stuff before it does wash up?
Yeah, there's known smuggling routes, and obviously, law enforcement is aware of those, and we're doing, various things, enhanced maritime surveillance, more sophisticated radar and satellite tracking, more patrols, and, obviously we want to intercept these drugs before they're, whether they're thrown overboard or obviously, brought into the United States. So definitely not a new problem, and unfortunately, this probably will happen again and again.
What are some of the concerns when you talk about these drugs washing up? This situation involved them washing up pretty much right next to a resort. So it was the guests who actually came upon it and called authorities there. I would imagine at least part of the concern is really about who is finding these.
Yeah, absolutely. A public safety concern, right? I mean, kids or persons who don't know the potential dangers of the drugs. You might have people that find it that decide to keep them, and whether they consume them themselves or whether they sell it. There's also an environmental concern. That they look at the packaging there. That's going to eventually end up on our shores and potentially even hurt maritime life. So definitely a concern all the way around.
And in this case, we know that it was cocaine, but are we seeing other drugs as well? Have we seen other drugs besides cocaine?
We have, the marijuana, especially in the 70s and 80s, the Florida coast was notorious for marijuana and also cocaine smuggling. We've seen methamphetamine, heroin, even fentanyl. We know the Carte de Sinaloa, the CDS, and the cartel Jalisco New Generation, the CJNG. They're the two primary cartels for bringing fentanyl into the United States. And we know they use various smuggling routes to include our oceans. So any way to get drugs into the United States, so certainly a concern.
Is there any real way to trace where these drugs are originating, where they're coming from, who's responsible, or would that be, I guess, nearly impossible?
No, I mean, we do our best. It's a challenge, obviously, for law enforcement, but we want to look at we want to analyze the drugs and the packaging. I mean, there's obviously something, dune buggy there on this particular packaging. So we're definitely going to analyze that. And in some cases, we might have, an informant or information or some type of criminal intelligence that leads us to the source. So we're going to do our best to track it down.
And does the dune buggy actually mean anything? Is it just a photo there, as far as you know?
I would believe it would mean something to the traffickers, whether it's the source of the drugs or who it's going to. There is definitely a meaning there.
And you kind of already touched on this, but do you see this trend continuing over the years, decades, maybe even getting worse and seeing more of this happen?
Yeah, unfortunately, the demand in the United States for drugs is too high, and the traffickers know this, and so yeah, absolutely, I definitely see this increasing. The methods to smuggle drugs are obviously more sophisticated, but the principles are the same. Get drugs into the United States any way possible, and they're going to continue to use our oceans to do that.
And I imagine it's kind of a learning experience for the DEA and other agencies each time that this happens, because you probably take a closer look at the locations where this is happening. The Florida Keys seems to be one of the main spots where this does keep occurring.
Yeah, absolutely. We're using all resources available to us, intelligence resources, technology resources. We want to obviously prevent these drugs from coming into the U.S. And when they do, unfortunately, we're going to do all we can to investigate and determine the source and go after them.
All right. Brian Townsend, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break all this down. Anything else that you want to add about any of this here before I let you go?
No, I appreciate your time. If someone hearing this or seeing this sees these drugs washed up on our shore, just call your local authorities and let us take care of it.
Do not keep them. That is the best advice.
Right.
All right. Thank you again for being here with us today.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, the time now is 8:39 over on the East Coast, and it is 5:39 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news from across the country and across the world. If you have been watching us throughout the morning, you know there is a lot going on, so we're going to keep you covered on all of these developing stories, but time to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage in a matter of minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:41 on the East Coast and 5:41 on the West Coast. Do want to get back into some of your headlines now, as the FBI is releasing new information for the first time in nearly a month on the attempted assassination of former President Trump. Fox's CB Cotton shows us what we learned from the newest briefing.
After reviewing 5 years of online activity, the FBI says it still can't say why 20-year-old suspected gunman Thomas Crooks tried to kill former President Donald Trump.
A clear idea of mindset, but we are not ready to make any conclusive statements regarding motive at this time.
And Crooks' mindset wasn't consistent, according to investigators.
We've seen no definitive ideology associated with our subject, either left-leaning or right-leaning. It's really been a mixture.
The FBI says it has seen what it called detailed planning for the attack and an apparent focus on political figures and events. Crooks came to the July 13th rally armed with this rifle and carrying this backpack. The newly released evidence photos also showing the homemade explosive devices investigators say they found in Crooks' car. The FBI says the shooter's online history showed searches for both the RNC and DNC. And in the 30 days leading up to the shooting, more than 60 searches were related to Trump and President Biden. As the rally date grew closer, investigators say Crooks zeroed in with searches like,
where will Trump speak from at Butler Farm Show? Quote, Butler Farm Show podium, and quote, Butler Farm Show photos.
The FBI says it continues to look through Crooks' encrypted accounts.
At this time, the FBI has not identified a motive, nor any co-conspirators or associates of Crooks with advanced knowledge of the attack. And I want to be clear, we have not seen any indication to suggest Crooks was directed by a foreign entity to conduct the attack.
The FBI's ongoing investigation could bring criminal charges, but the officials would not say whether the probe is eyeing any of Crooks' family members, who we're told are cooperating. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
CB, thank you so much. And I do want to let you know that coming up here in just a matter of minutes, we will be joined live there by Congressman Glenn Ivey, who is one of the members of that Trump task force. He was there at the rally site a bit earlier on this week. Again, he'll join us live here in just a matter of minutes. In the meantime, do want to get to some of the other big stories that we are covering at this hour here, and the latest on a story we've been tracking for months now. The man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students back in court today. Today's hearing could decide where his trial is actually held. Fox's Kennedy Hayes live at the courthouse in Moscow, Idaho. Kennedy, the defense, it seems, is actually trying to get the case moved, right?
Josh, yeah, that's right. His lawyers sent out a survey to see how much the community here knew about Brian Kohberger's case. Now, Kohberger is charged with stabbing 4 University of Idaho students 2 years ago. His lawyers want his trial moved from Lake County, the county where the killings occurred. The defense argues there is a, quote, mob mentality here, and the trial should be moved to Idaho County. They blame media coverage for making people think he's guilty, and the prosecution objected to the survey, saying it violated previous orders from the court, adding, quote, the court should also decline to relocate itself, the state, and scores of witnesses hundreds of miles only to face another jury pool with similar media exposure. But the defense argues, quote, jurors will be under immeasurable pressure to reach a guilty verdict and then a death verdict. An attorney explained why change of venue decisions can be tough for judges.
A judge will oftentimes do a lot of very creative detail work to try to do everything possible to get a fair and impartial jury in the community where the case is appropriate for jurisdiction without moving it. So I think we see a long road ahead at qualifying an appropriate jury in this case because of the notoriety of the case itself.
The trial is expected to begin last year and could last several months. If convicted, Kohberger could also face the death penalty. Josh.
Kennedy Hayes there with Fox News. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you.
And of course, we'll have coverage of that hearing there as it does get underway. And we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to a quick break now at 8:46 on the East Coast and 5:46 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back into the headlines as we always check in with our different Fox affiliates across the country. And right now, let's head over to Fox 13 Tampa. This is a story out of Central Florida. Specifically, it's over in Hillsboro County in Riverview. We know that a man was arrested after authorities say that he fired 2 shots into a car during a road rage incident, striking a 16-year-old girl. Now, the Hillsboro County Sheriff's Office says Rasul Abdul Hakim, 37 years old, admitted to shooting his gun twice during a road rage incident. This happening earlier this week on Tuesday afternoon. Deputies say 2 vehicles were heading northbound in the area of 4200 Falkenberg Road around 5 p.m. Tuesday when they got into an altercation. That is when the sheriff's office said Hakim fired 2 rounds into the vehicle a 16-year-old girl was in at the time. Now, she was struck by a bullet and taken over to Tampa General Hospital with injuries that were not believed to be life-threatening. Our Fox 13 Tampa team has more.
What happened yesterday at 5 o'clock should never happen.
2 cars were heading north on Falkenberg Road in Riverview Tuesday evening. 37-year-old Rasul Hakim was driving one car, and 18-year-old the other.
I think it had to stem off maybe someone getting cut off.
And that's when the situation escalated.
Our suspect decided to take his firearm out.
Hakim admitted to firing his weapon twice, investigators said. And as shown by these pictures, the Hillsboro County Sheriff's Office used pink sticks to mark one of the bullet's trajectories, as across the front passenger seat where a 16-year-old was sitting.
Miraculously, she just suffered a graze to the chin and a wound to her shoulder and her arm.
After firing the shots, Hakim drove a bit further before pulling over into a nearby shopping center and calling 911.
He alluded that the victim's vehicle rammed his vehicle, which was untrue.
All of this happened very close to Junta Middle School, which is actually where the 2 teenagers were headed to pick up their younger sibling. Investigators say they're thankful the younger sibling wasn't sitting in the back seat, and that the teenager in the front seat is going to be okay.
You're talking about inches. It was her chin. If it was a couple inches higher, it's probably maybe a homicide.
Oof, very disturbing details right there, and a very terrifying situation, I'm sure, for that teenager. Now, we did actually hear, as you heard in the story there, from the Hillsboro County Sheriff's Office in Florida as they provided a very brief update. It was about 5 minutes in length, and I do want to play that for you right now.
Let me just start, and thank you for everyone being here. Let me just start this press conference by saying, we understand that Hillsboro County is a very populated county. But what happened yesterday at 5 o'clock should never happen. Traffic and driving is a privilege. Whatever incident or issues happen on the road, particularly violence, there is no precedent for that, and it will not be tolerated here in Hillsboro County. Sheriff Chronister and teammates CSO strive to keep this community safe, and we do that each and every day. But we need that help from each and every one of you. So what happened yesterday? At approximately 5 o'clock, we had 2 vehicles traveling northbound on Falkenberg Road. They were heading northbound. Some accusations or driving behavior by one vehicle caused the other vehicle to get upset. And instead of handling it in a mature, adult fashion, our suspect decided to take his firearm out and fire 2 rounds, 2 shots at that vehicle. That vehicle that he fired at was driven by an 18-year-old. In the passenger seat was his sister, a 16-year-old. I was just told now that they were on their way to pick up their younger sister at Junta Middle. So if this may have transpired maybe minutes later, maybe there would be more victims. Let's talk about the suspect. He's 37 years old. Rasul Hakim, 37 years old. He took his firearm out and fired it at an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old. So the person he had issue with was the driver, who was 18. The person who was struck by fire was the passenger, Was she driving the vehicle? No. She was in the car on their way to pick up their younger sister. Now, what injuries did she sustain? Miraculously, she just suffered a graze to the chin and a wound to her shoulder and her arm. Non-life-threatening injuries. But, ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake about it. You're talking about inches. It was her chin. If it was a couple inches higher, it's probably maybe a homicide. Based on traffic, that is an absolute non-issue here. Every day, millions of cars are on the roadways in Hillsboro County. Your family members are there. My family members are there. I have children, and if someone had an issue with the way my family was driving and displayed a firearm, that would be an extreme issue here, and this is an extreme issue here. I just want to say how fortunate we are that that young girl was not seriously injured, and I really want everyone to take a moment and pause. Everyone here in this community needs to be safe. There is no right or reason to be violent in your behavior when you're driving. Are you saving 30 seconds because you want to go a little bit faster? Did someone inadvertently cut you off? That happens. Violence is not the answer. And if it's so egregious and that person is following you or you feel in jeopardy for your life, you pick up your phone and you call 911 and the Hillsboro County Sheriff's Office will handle it. So I just want to say thank you, and our prayers are with that family, and we are so thankful that no one was seriously injured. But just think of the traumatic memory that that family has to deal with for something as so senseless as a traffic issue. Thank you. Any questions?
Chief, at this time, how is the family holding up, and is the victim here still in the hospital?
I'm not sure if the victim is still there. I know she's hopefully going to go back to school tomorrow. We have victim specialists dealing with the family. We have victim specialists that help and assist families in post-traumatic situations. So they are dealing with the family, making sure they have everything they need to go through that, whether that's counseling, therapy, whatever they need. Great question.
You said this all started off with some accusations. Any idea somebody got cut off or just the basis?
Without getting into any of the details, I think it had to stem off maybe someone getting cut off, and there were some accusations that the shooter felt it was a self-defense, but there was no claims to that.
Yesterday, the crime scene was sort of in a parking lot of the shopping center. Did the cars just pull over there, or how?
So there were three crime scenes. There was the incident scene where the shots were fired. There was the incident scene where the suspect allegedly first started to flee, and then he pulled over and called 911. And then there was June to middle, where they ended up ending up getting other 911 calls as well.
Were they picked more other scene at the middle school, where they were just after they got shot at, went to go pick up their sisters?
I think they were in the process of going there, and since it was in such close proximation to Junta, initial calls to us were they thought it was a school shooting, and clearly it was not. But how close it was to school, if it were an hour earlier, would it have been during dismissal? I mean, just think of those things. It kind of gives me chills, just based on traffic.
I know you're still in a preliminary investigation, but you said the suspect called 911 himself.
He did.
Do we know what he may have?
He alluded to, without getting into details of the investigation, he alluded that the victim's vehicle rammed his vehicle, which was untrue.
Off the top of your head, does Mr. Hakeem have any prior criminal histories before?
From what I've known, he has a previous arrest in 2014 for domestic violence battery.
And that was the news conference right there with the Hillsboro County Sheriff's Office over in the Tampa, Florida area. Again, an arrest made after that shooting, and the 16-year-old is expected to survive her injuries. Do want to get back into some of the other big headlines that we are covering now as we approach the 9 o'clock hour on the East Coast and 6 o'clock hour on the West Coast. Take a look at your screen. This is video that you have probably seen a lot over the past month, as we do have the latest on the assassination attempt on former President Trump last month at his rally over in Butler, Pennsylvania. We saw that the FBI did release some images of the rifle that was used in the attack, as well as the shooter's backpack and improvised explosive devices found in his car. The photos came as the FBI also revealed the gunman, Thomas Matthew Crooks, had searched online for events featuring Trump or President Biden. And over the last 5 years, Crooks looked up information about explosives and became, quote, hyper-focused on the Trump rally, viewing it as, quote, a target of opportunity. In the days leading up to the rally, investigators say Crooks made online searches like, quote, where will Trump speak from at Butler Farm Show, Butler Farm Show podium, and Butler Farm Show photos. And a week before the shooting, Crooks reportedly searched how far away was Oswald from Kennedy, referring, of course, to the assassination of President Kennedy. Earlier this week, the bipartisan congressional task force that was formed to investigate the shooting actually visited the rally site there in Butler as part of its probe into exactly what happened. Congressman Glenn Ivey, a member of the task force there, the Maryland Democrat, also serving on the House Judiciary, Homeland Security, and Ethics Committee, so very busy, taking the time to join us now to break down that visit and more on the investigation. Congressman, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to talk to you about really the significance of the task force overall. Can you break down why it is so important to have this task force there formed?
Well, I think immediately after the assassination attempt, members of Congress recognized what a frightening event this was and what a catastrophe the country almost suffered. And we did lose a life that day, and two other people who were in attendance were injured that day, as well as the former president. So we thought we should put together a task force. We didn't want to have multiple committees doing multiple investigations because that's inefficient and can be less effective. And so we voted by a unanimous amount of 416-0 to create the task force and move forward in a unified way. And since then, we've been off to a fast start, reaching out to the FBI, the Secret Service, state and local law enforcement authorities to try and pull the information together that they have. And we started doing interviews as well so that we can move the investigation forward quickly.
What does it mean to you overall to be a part of this task force? Why is it so important to you?
Well, I thought it was a real honor to be named to the task force. The speaker picked 7 Republicans. The Democratic leader on my side picked 6, and I thought it was an honor to be among those chosen. I've got background in previous congressional investigations from when I was a staffer, and I'm a former federal prosecutor as well. So I thought my background sort of, was a good fit for this. And on the Homeland Security and Judiciary committees, there had already been a hearing each on this matter, and Homeland Security had actually gone up to the Butler site already as well. So, I was able to hit the ground running along with other members who were on those committees too.
And you go out to the rally site earlier this week, and we know that, tours were done of that area. What did you see, and why was it so important to actually physically go there?
Well, I think there's nothing like seeing it in person. You can look at the photos and the aerials and the like and get some sense of it. But when you actually go out there, I think it's important to get that kind of impression as well. And the first thing I noticed was how many rooftops there were surrounding where the stage was, and how I thought this was probably the last type of place you'd want to pick to have this kind of rally, where, we've got figures like the former president or the vice president or other key officials who are running for office, and exposing them to possible attacks like this one. When you look on, the shots came from the former president's right side, and there was a couple of buildings over there as well as a water tower. But on the other side of the field, there were, 8 to 10 other rooftops. And I know that there was an effort to try and cover all of those, but obviously that wasn't effective. So I think we need to be careful moving forward about site selection. One of the things we're trying to figure out as we go forward is who made the decision about picking this place and whether there was an effort to sort of rethink it and move it someplace that might be safer.
And you did kind of touch on this already, but as far as questions that you still have, what sort of questions do you still have about what happened that day back on July 13th?
Well, what went wrong? It's an obvious failure on its face. And so part of what we're trying to do is pick apart what the specific aspects of it were. There seemed to be lack of communication, for example. There seemed to be a lack of coordination between the Secret Service and state and local law enforcement officials. I think there are obvious questions about, well, to the extent you knew that there was some sort of issue where there was a potential threat out there, why did you let the former president go out on the stage or leave him out there after he'd gotten out there? And then what efforts were made prior to that day to make sure that everybody was going to be on the same page, everybody would be able to coordinate, communicate in real time. So if you had an emergency, you'd be able to act quickly. And, none of that was in place. So we have to figure out why that happened, and more importantly, how to make sure it doesn't happen going forward in the future. And then lastly, there's the accountability issue. There are people at the Secret Service. I think the person who was the director at the time has already resigned, and I think 5 have been suspended. But there may be other folks that need to be held accountable for what went wrong that day. So that we send a message to everyone that, these are critical positions. We need them to be executed in the appropriate way. And if you don't, we're going to have to move you out and find somebody who can.
So this week, as we mentioned, the task force did go over there to the rally site. What is next for this task force overall? What is the next step here?
Well, I think we're going through, the FBI has already done, I think it's like around 800 interviews of people that were there that day and leading up to it and related aspects of it. Secret Service is conducting internal investigations as well. The one that I care most about is the one that's looking at what went wrong that day and how to fix it. So, during the campaign now, they're making corrections to make sure we don't have that happen immediately again. And then, with respect to doing our own interviews, I don't know that we're trying to, reinvent the wheel and just duplicate what's been done. But to the extent there are holes that need to be filled or answers that we need to try and seek out for ourselves, we want to do investigative work to answer those kinds of questions. And that's going to entail other interviews, reviewing emails, reviewing radio communications, reviewing text communications. Whatever information is out there, I think it's important for us to take a look at it so that we have everything, in our grasp and have full information when we make our decisions about recommendations going forward.
All right, Congressman Glenn Ivey, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. As I mentioned, you're on just about every committee ever, so I appreciate you being here with us. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Well, I appreciate you all covering this closely. I know there's some, concerns out there among the public, and there's some conspiracy theories floating around. We want to make sure we address all of those and make sure the American people have the right information, the right conclusions in front of them at the end of this investigation.
For sure. Thank you again for taking the time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, the time now 9:06 on the East Coast, and it is 6:06 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories and breaking news from across the country and across the world. Do want to take you out to some of the live images that we do have. I say it all the time, but this is one of my favorites. That is a beautiful shot of Lady Liberty there in the distance, and I said this earlier, but off to the right side, I believe that is a very large cruise ship. I wish I was on there right now. Also have this shot showing the skyline over in New York City, a close-up look. We always check in with our different Fox affiliates, and we'll be checking in with Fox 5 New York a bit later to look at some of the stories that they are working on. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:10 on the East Coast and 6:10 on the West Coast. Moments ago, this feed just popping up, sadly, right after the launch happened, but I can tell you right now, they're only about a minute in. Not sure if there is any narration, so I do want to pop this up in a second, but this is actually the Blue Origin saying that the New Shepard is going to lift off from West Texas in its 8th human flight, NS-26. Looks like it has taken off. Let's pop up the audio to see if we can hear anything.
We are witnessing the 8th human space flight of New Shepard. We have astronauts 38 through 43 on the vehicle on its way to space. Our next milestone here is main engine cutoff. And what we'll witness is the speed will start to come down, but the altitude will continue to go up. When the speed hits 0, it means we have hit apogee. And Jackie, I think one of the other cool part of this program is that we you see that kind of slight little hot dog roll we got going on of the rocket. We just want to give, well, it really is just to give the astronauts each a 360-degree view as they're going up, which is so cool. All right, main engine cutoff and separation have been confirmed. And Jackie, this is when our astronauts are feeling 0G. Dr. Rob Furl is going to start his experiments up there in the cabin.
Hopefully after a little time to look out the window.
Yeah,
pre-experimentation.
I would totally steal at least a couple of looks out of the big, gorgeous windows. And again, we're coming up on apogee. You see that the speed is reducing. When it hits 0, that's when we've hit. That is when we've hit apogee. At this point, we are well over the Kármán line, about 328,000 or 328,000 feet or 100 kilometers up. And there it is, apogee. About 340,000 feet. Jackie, can you imagine the view?
I was talking about being jealous of your astronaut training, but I'm more jealous of them right now.
No, they're unbuckled at the moment. They are turning their somersaults. They are soaking it in. They are, we're witnessing 6 people having their minds blown right now as we speak. But the booster is heading on down, and it will beat the capsule back to Earth. The booster, of course, has a controlled landing on a landing pad just 2 miles north of where it's taken off from. The capsule, less aerodynamically shaped, will land second under 3 parachutes in our landing zone in our valley in West Texas. So far, a nominal flight of our 26th mission to space and back of the New Shepard vehicle, plus our 8th human space flight.
Congratulations truly to all 6 of our astronauts today. Oh, I'm sorry, our crew who officially have become astronauts.
That's right.
Massive congratulations.
Over the Kármán line.
Phoenix, report status is Phoenix, report status.
Phoenix, 4, 5, and 6 are in.
To all all 6 astronauts are back in their seat, and the booster is screaming on home.
Yeah, as we mentioned, that booster is going to return to Earth a lot faster than the capsule because of the aerodynamic nature of the crew capsule.
Look at this coming back through the clouds.
That's a sweet view of the booster as it's coming back through the atmosphere here.
So we see the drag brakes have been deployed.
There's the relight of that BE-3 engine. That gorgeous hover above the landing pad. And booster touchdown, a successful touchdown of the booster for the NS-26 mission. Always a sight to see.
Always a sight to see. I mean, it's been going thousands of miles per hour, and then it comes in landing. You see it just kind of hovers there at 5 miles an hour. It's such a smooth descent, and landing. And as a reminder to people, this is so critical to the reusability, because the smoother the landing, the less you jostle the rocket, the less you have to refurbish the rocket, the more uses you can get out of the rocket.
Absolutely. And some really cool things here, right? Like those fins you were talking about earlier, our lessons learned with guiding this vehicle back are going to be applied to our next big vehicle, New Glenn. So again, just so many lessons learned from this booster every single mission.
Every single mission. Now, the crew capsule is obviously also coming back down to land here. We are going to have first the drogue parachutes that come out. Those are kind of like the guide parachutes. Then we're going to see the mains. They will reef, so they're going to kind of go out just a little bit, and then they fully inflate. And talk about cutting speed. You can already see the speed on the screen there. It comes in at just like 15, 16 miles an hour for nice. There she is.
And again, these parachutes, both the drogues and the mains, are essential in providing a gentle touchdown for the capsule. But as we get closer to the ground here, you're going to see a retro thrust system on the base of the capsule, which does kick up a bit of West Texas dust, but it makes for an even smoother touchdown than, again, you know, like you said, the already slow speed that the capsule is descending at now. We're just 400 feet away from touchdown. Again, stay tuned for that retro thrust system here. And crew capsule touchdown. Welcome home to the newest 6 astronauts, the Blue Steel team. Once more, what appears to be a completely smooth flight for New Shepard. Our booster touching down at the landing pad, and a soft landing for our latest crew.
Just a beautiful flight, up and back. I mean, that is just one of the cleanest flights I've seen from this rocket. But behind every rocket is an extraordinary team. So a big shout out to the entire New Shepard program. What a beautiful flight today. And another congratulations to the 6 newest astronauts. What a day it has been. Now, our capsule recovery team is currently going to be driving out to the convoy to meet the capsule. They're going to safe the capsule and get ready to open the hatch and welcome our astronauts back home.
And that convoy includes, obviously, you know, the vehicle team, the New Shepard professionals, but also the family members of our crew who, without a doubt, are excited to reunite with their loved ones. They're newly minted astronauts. You know, we saw it earlier in one of the videos, but some of those hugs when their astronauts come back to Earth are probably some of the most memorable, biggest hugs in a lifetime.
There's some mean hugs.
Those are some mean hugs.
We've captured some mean hugs on these webcasts. Well, so talking about friends and family, you know, we talk. These people have dreamed of going to space for a long time, but with those sorts of dreams come friends and family that support in so many ways, emotional and otherwise. And on that note, while we're waiting for the recovery crew to make it out to the capsule, we were able a couple of days ago to have a chat with a very special former astronaut and someone who's got a tight connection with one of today's crew. Let's hear what NS-20 astronaut Jim Kitchen had to say about what this experience is like for astronauts, as well as what his daughter, Carson Kitchen, may be experiencing right now. All right, we've got a very special guest with us today from our NS-20 crew, Jim Kitchen. Welcome back. How's it feel to be down in West Texas once again?
It's exciting to be here to watch another space launch, and here at the iconic El Capitan Hotel in lovely Van Horn, Texas.
Well, this isn't just any, you know, space launch. There's somebody very special going up. Tell me about her.
This is a special launch. When she was a little girl, my daughter Carson, she told me definitively that she's going to be an astronaut. And here we are 15 years later, and she's actually going to be an astronaut in going to space in a couple of days.
How you must, obviously you're a very proud dad. There's got to be a lot of contradicting thoughts going through your head right now. What are you feeling?
Yeah, well put. It's emotional. Her mom and I are here. Her family's coming. Her friends are coming. It's emotional to see someone that's wanted to go to space and is actually, you know, a dream come true. And, you know, to be able to have that dream and to have it fulfilled is amazing. But, you know, I think about Alan Shepard in 1961 going to space, and then his daughter Laura Shepard doing that after. It's surreal to think that she and I are going to be, you know, have that in common. But it's such mixed feelings on this, because it's exciting, but, you know, we're also, you know, watching this with anticipation.
Yeah, that's your baby.
It's my baby.
So, have you spoken to Carson since she started her training? What's going through her head these days at this moment? It's one thing to be thinking about it when you're back at home. It's another thing once you get to Van Horn, you know, it's real.
Yeah, I saw her last night, and she's really excited. She's a very positive person. She looked at me and said, "Dad, of all of the people that have ever lived on this planet," and we talked about that number, it was 110 billion people, that she gets an opportunity to go to space. And she's dumbfounded by that. We were looking at the stars last night at the astronaut village, and she said, you know, people since the dawn of humanity have wanted to go to space, and to actually be able to do that, be one of the first 700. There's only been 100 or so women that have done that. And so for her to be one of the youngest women, and the youngest woman to go past the Kármán line is surreal. But, you know, she's all business. She can't wait till launch day. And, but she's just having the time of her life. She hugged me a couple times, and it's just like, I can't believe this is happening. But she's excited and very confident.
Amazing. Well, talking about all business, your daughter, Carson, has found an amazing organization called Orbitel. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about the organization and its mission?
In general, what she wants to do is just encourage young women to pursue
All right, so it does seem like we lost the audio on that feed, but again, that was over in West Texas and was courtesy Blue Origin. A great flight, they say, successful there. You heard some of the cheering in the background as they were just calling it a success, and you were also hearing from one of those folks who was on board. The time now, 9:25 on the East Coast, 6:25 on the West Coast. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll have more live coverage of your top stories and breaking news on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:27 on the East Coast and 6:27 on the West Coast. Do want to get back into your top stories right now. Take a look at your screen there. French authorities handing preliminary charges to Telegram CEO Pavel Durov on Wednesday for allowing alleged criminal activity on his messaging app and barring him from leaving France pending any further investigation here. Both free speech advocates and authoritarian governments have spoken out in Durov's defense since that arrest over the weekend. Durov was detained Saturday at an airport outside Paris as part of an investigation that was opened earlier this year and released earlier Wednesday after 4 days of questioning. Investigative judges filed those preliminary charges Wednesday night, ordering him to pay 5 million euros bail and to report to a police station twice a week. That is according to a statement from the Paris prosecutor's office. Allegations against him, he's also a French citizen, include that his platform is being used for child sexual abuse material and drug trafficking, and that Telegram refused to share information or documents with investigators when required by law. To help break down exactly what happened here and what it all means, I do want to bring in a guest. Juan Ortiz-Frailer is a researcher and advocate affiliated with the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard Law, joining us live. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I do want to ask you kind of questions from the beginning, because a lot of us have heard of Telegram, but can you kind of break down for us what it really is?
Of course. So it's an app that, although it's not that known in the US, it's massive in places like Ukraine and Russia, and it's also growing in popularity globally. So at this point, it has around 1 billion users. So this is about 3 times the size of X, for example, formerly known as Twitter. So it's an app that was founded by Pavel Durov, as you were saying, who is a Russian national. It was founded in 2013 with money that he made from his previous company that was called VKontakte. VKontakte was similar to Facebook, and he had to sell it under a lot of pressure from the Russian government that wanted access to user data. And after refusing several times and under a lot of pressure, sold that company, moved to Dubai, and launched this new app called Telegram, which is mostly focused on messaging. And so it has 3 main features. The first one is, of course, person-to-person messaging. And so it's similar to sending an SMS, for example. One of the characteristics it has is you can switch on end-to-end encryption. This means that if anyone wants to access the communications between 2 people, they cannot see the content, right? They would get a scrambled set of letters. The other 2 features that it manages are channels, which work pretty much like mainstream media in the sense that it's one user distributing a lot of information to a massive audience who can only react with emojis. And the third characteristic or feature is groups. And this is the one that is under the spotlight because this is many-to-many communication. It's unencrypted, meaning the activity is accessible to the authorities who might be trying to spy on it. And it's where a lot of this activity that you were mentioning in terms of illegalities are taking place.
I want to talk about the size of Telegram because, as you mentioned, it's a very large audience because it's much larger, as you said, than even Twitter by a lot.
Yeah, so this is 3 times the size of Twitter. It's half the size of a company like WhatsApp, for example, that provides similar services. One of the characteristics it has as well within these groups is that it allows people to communicate with 200,000 people at a time, right? Whereas in WhatsApp, for example, within their groups, they can only talk to 1,000 people at a time. And so these are some of the features that are creating a challenge. As you were saying, Telegram is a massive platform, and it's also being used amongst political elites in Europe. For example, Macron, the president of France, is known to be an avid user of Telegram. It's also being used it's one of the main apps used by politicians in Spain. So it has a growing audience. It had about 100 million users in 2016, 400 million users by 2020, and it's reaching 1 billion at this point. So we're talking about 1/8 of the world population, right? These are enormous figures, and that's why there's a lot of concerns and a lot of surprise with the fact that he was detained. I don't think any other CEO of a company of this size and this impact has been under similar circumstances.
And it's what I use to get information coming in from the Israel Defense Forces, for instance, as they release information. They do it through Telegram. So a lot of people using it worldwide. Now, can you explain to me the basis there for Pavel's arrest? A lot of questions surrounding what he's actually charged with.
Of course. So he landed on Saturday in Paris, coming from Azerbaijan, and was escorted by authorities and detained. Was released yesterday under bail, cannot leave France. And there's 3 main charges that are that have been levied against him. So the first one is how content moderation operates on Telegram, right? And so what they're saying is you're not moderating this platform. You have almost 1 billion users, a lot of illegal activities happening there. French authorities have requested that you take action against some of these users, and you are not. And so that is the first charge. The second one is around encryption, and this is one that is creating a lot of concern around privacy experts, because what they're saying is you're operating an encrypted service without the requisite licenses. And so they're using old French law and claiming that to operate encrypted services, you need to acquire a license from the French government. And so this is comes as a bit of a surprise, since on the internet, a lot of services are encrypted at this point. It's likely that someone accessing Fox website is accessing an encrypted service, because Fox probably has a website that offers encryption. And so this has created a lot of questions. And the third one is just there's apparently an unnamed person that is under investigation by the French authorities. And so they're putting Pavel under questioning to understand what this user was doing. And so that's also creating a lot of questions, because, as I was mentioning, these are end-to-end encrypted services. Some experts are concerned that he could be pressured to provide the keys to the French authorities so that they can access information that they would otherwise not be able to. And that would compromise a lot of other chats.
Why is this such a divisive situation? You're hearing from people who say he should have been arrested. There's others who say he shouldn't. The tech industry kind of split on it. Why is that the case?
I think there's most agreement around the encryption issue, that this is a threat to encryption and to privacy, more broadly speaking. And I think most experts agree that that's very problematic, the way the French are approaching this. I think there's a bit more debate around the content moderation aspect. And so what we have is, for many years now, there's been some consensus that platforms are not responsible for the content that is posted on them by their users, right? In the US, this is referred to as Section 230 of the Telecommunications Act, but it's somewhat of a standard globally. So they're not responsible for what is posted on their platforms, but they're expected to have some moderation practices. And what we're seeing, or what is said by the French authorities, is Telegram does not have up-to-date content moderation practices, and they're not complying with French authorities when French authorities are pointing out specific accounts or specific pieces of content that do not comply with French law. And so this is the main thrust. And so I think there's a couple of positions around this. So some people, like the Telegram CEO, claim that they're not willing to do this because they shouldn't have that power. So they claim that this is some form of censorship, and that, you know, they're handling the communications of 1/8 of the world, that they're not in a position to decide what should be said or not. And so they don't want to have a say in that. A similar position is espoused by people like Elon Musk, who runs X. There's other people like Lina Khan in the FTC that are saying, well, it might be true you shouldn't have that power, but you have. The fact that you're not exercising that power doesn't mean that you don't have it. You could shut down a lot of users. And so what we should be doing is cutting these companies to size. So we shouldn't have one company that is managing the communications of 1/8 of the world. We should have many companies and many CEOs, each of which might have a different position, and none of which has this type of power. And then I guess there's a third position that is, you know, perhaps more similar to what Zuckerberg used to be saying. Now he seems to have changed, but he used to call for legislation. He used to say, it's true, I shouldn't have this amount of power. There should be government legislation defining what the rules of the road are, and those decisions should not be in my hands. And so I think what it comes to is this question of power, and that's where the debate lies. How are we going to manage platforms that have unprecedented reach? This is, you know, at no point in humanity did we have these types of companies and these types of communication platforms.
Is there concern that other CEOs and founders of tech companies could actually be arrested and charged? Because as we know, Telegram is not from the U.S. He's not from the U.S. You have people like Elon Musk and others who obviously, as you mentioned, is the head of Twitter. Are there any concerns about other arrests here?
I mean, I would bet that none of these CEOs are going to be traveling to France anytime soon. I think they're surely concerned. And I think there's most likely concern about the employees these companies have in France, because although these other companies often collaborate more with authorities than Telegram, I am sure that there are many, many cases, because of the scale at which they operate, that there's a lot of, you know, illegal trafficking of people, of drugs, of illicit material, of sexualized images this is not a problem that is specific to Telegram. I think this is something that is happening all over the internet, and different companies, put more resources than others to solve it. But all of them are struggling with this challenge. So I'm sure that the French authorities, if they wanted, could make the case that all of these other platforms are also failing to comply with the highest standard. So the question, I guess, is where are they going to put that standard? And I think that's something that these companies are going to be looking forward to through the trial.
Right. Juan Ortiz-Frailer, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break it down. There's a lot of developments that we've seen over the past several days, and I can imagine we're going to see a lot over the next several days here. Anything else you want to add about really any of this before I let you go?
Well, I think that, as you were saying, this is the only non-US platform that has kind of this scale. The other one is TikTok, right? And the TikTok has come under a lot of scrutiny in the US. In the US, TikTok stores its data in Oracle servers. Oracle is a company that has a CEO called Ellison. Ellison was known, for example, for arguing that the espionage that Edward Snowden revealed was correct. And so he's kind of an outlier amongst the tech community in being very candid about his alignment with intelligence services. And so the fact that TikTok had to store its data with a company like Oracle says a bit about the concern that governments across the world have with companies like TikTok, like Telegram, when they cannot access certain information and when they cannot manage the positions of their CEOs. And so I think this is going to create a lot of concern across the world about how we're going to manage this other broad set of platforms.
And like you said, TikTok coming under a lot of fire as well. Juan, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and help break it all down. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right, time now 9:41 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:41 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple minutes to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more headlines to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:44 on the East Coast and 6:44 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. You're taking a look at some of the video there on your screen, so I do want to get to the next story as potential gang activity caught on surveillance camera in a Colorado apartment building after what one former resident calls, quote, no accountability kept law enforcement from assisting. Do want to bring in Alicia Acuna with Fox News to break down a little bit more about the video and the situation in general. Good morning, Alicia. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Good morning, Josh. This happened in Aurora, Colorado, and Aurora police tell me that they are in possession of this video and they have seized evidence. And we actually have two pieces to show you, so take a look. Again, first, this doorbell video shared with Fox showing a group of men walking up a stairwell at an apartment building in Aurora, Colorado. One has a long gun and guns. And then there's this. So you have two men forcing their way into that same apartment. Edward and Cindy Romero moved out of the building yesterday, they say, because it felt too dangerous to stay after this incident and a shootout earlier this month that left their car with bullet holes. The Romeros say things changed in the building when migrants started moving in. Aurora City Council member Danielle Jurinsky says this building and others have been taken over by the Venezuelan gang Tren de Araguas. Last month, the U.S. Treasury Department designated TDA a transnational criminal organization. And folks who live in a handful of apartment buildings say they are scared and believe it's a problem. However, Aurora police are not confirming this incident is connected to TDA. In a statement, quote, we are aware that components of TDA are operating in Aurora. APD has been increasingly collecting evidence to show the gang is connected to crimes in the area. However, it would be improper at this time for the city and APD to make any conclusory statements about specific incidents or provide details about law enforcement strategy and operation. So a couple of things, Josh. The Denver Police Department actually yesterday also came out with a statement acknowledging the presence of TDA in neighboring Aurora. Aurora is a suburb of the city of Colorado. Aurora Police, for its part, has also said that reports of incidents connected to TDA actually may be isolated. But the bottom line right now is we cannot confirm if any of these men have been arrested or where they are. Josh?
All right. Alicia Acuna, obviously going to keep an eye on that story and bring us the latest as we do get it. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. We appreciate it.
You bet.
All right. Do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, 9:47 on the East Coast and 6:47 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:49 on the East Coast, 6:49 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. I do want to get back into some political headlines right now as we talk about the latest Fox poll that does show that Harris and Trump are essentially neck and neck in a lot of states. Doug Luzader with Fox News breaks down all of the numbers.
Ways developing in this election, one through the Rust Belt, the other through the Sun Belt. The Harris campaign with an aggressive move into Georgia, with the vice president and her running mate visiting a school, part of a bus tour through rural parts of the state.
You know, you never let any circumstance knock you down or slow you down. You just keep going at it.
And Harris has been going at it in the Sun Belt. New Fox polls give her a slight edge now in Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, with Trump ahead in North Carolina. And while all of these states are well within the margin of error, Harris has clearly closed in on Trump in recent weeks. Later today, she'll sit down for her first interview of the election after a delay that critics charge is due to her reluctance to talk about specific policies. But Harris will only appear with running mate Tim Walz at her side.
They know that Kamala Harris can't get through an interview all by herself. This isn't even a tough interview. This is on CNN. This is one of their media allies.
As for President Biden, we saw him on the beach in Delaware yesterday during the second week of his vacation. But that will come to an end on Monday, joins Harris out on the campaign trail. Now, Biden is set to appear alongside Harris in Pittsburgh as the campaign shifts its focus from the Sun Belt back to the Rust Belt. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. And sticking with politics right now, we are going to talk a little bit more about that poll, but also what the candidates were doing just yesterday. We brought you their speeches live, raw, and unfiltered as they did get underway, but Connor Hansen breaks down a little bit more about it.
This is truly about building towards the future, and you're that future.
Vice President Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, are on a two-day bus tour through Georgia. On one stop, they spoke to a high school band.
We're so proud of you. We will counting on your generation, all that you guys stand for.
The visit comes as new Fox News polling shows Harris with a tight lead in Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Trump still holds a lead in North Carolina, but the race for the Sun Belt states is much closer since President Biden dropped out. The polling shows more voters trust Harris to unite the country, while Trump leads on the economy. That was the focus for his running mate, J.D. Vance, who spent the day campaigning in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
The little guy can't afford to heat their homes because of Kamala Harris's policies. The little guy can't afford to put groceries on the table because of Kamala Harris's policies.
On his trip to the Rust Belt states, Vance tried to draw a contrast between Trump and Harris.
She is the president of a corrupt leadership in this country. Donald Trump is the president of the people, and that's why we're going to win.
The vice president's trip will end with a rally in Savannah Thursday. Former President Trump plans to speak in Wisconsin and Michigan. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much. And as we do here on Live Now from Fox, we'll bring you those campaign speeches in full and commercial-free. A bit earlier on this morning, we did hear from Georgia Governor Brian Kemp. We know that he is going to hold a fundraiser for former President Trump today. That, of course, happening after the two had a little bit of a spat. Governor Kemp spoke with Fox and Friends earlier. I do want to play that for you right now.
Fundraiser tonight, and he joins us now. Governor, thanks so much for getting up this morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning. So, Governor, you're familiar with sugar highs in the Democratic Party. The last one was Stacey Abrams, and you defeated her. How did you do that in Georgia, and how will you be able to do the same when it comes to Trump versus Harris in Georgia?
Yeah, great point, Lawrence. I think we saw a preview of that last night. Poetic justice, momentum, happenstance, whatever you want to call it, but the Atlanta Braves swept the Minnesota Twins, so that's how we're welcoming Governor Walz to the state of Georgia. I think that's what's going to happen the rest of the way here in our state. But I agree with you. Look, the Democrat convention, no doubt they got a sugar high off of that. I think the Republicans did the same, but you're starting to see all that settle out now. But the other thing I'm seeing here and hear from people every day in Georgia is the sugar high on this economy is wearing off. All the money that Biden and Harris have doled out to really buy votes in a lot of different ways is starting to wear out. Unemployment's going up. The people that are getting laid off, even if they're in a state like Georgia or other red states where there's job opportunities, the wages might not be as high as the one that they just lost. When people go to the grocery store, the gas pump, their rent and other things, the affordability and cost, I mean, the joy of buying a Happy Meal at McDonald's has worn off because people are getting hit in their wallet every single day. And that's what this race needs to be about. It needs to be about the economy, cost, the 40-year high inflation that really Joe Biden and Kamala Harris created. They're taking credit now for inflation going down. Hell, they created it to start with. You can't take credit for that. And the point is, costs are staying up even though inflation's going down. And when you let you know, almost 10 million people or whatever the number is now into our country illegally. I've been watching your reports this morning in California. I mean, what do you think is going to happen to housing cost? You know, these people that are here are getting free health care. You know, they're competing for living spaces, which is driving rents up, and it's screwing the American people.
Sure. Governor, let me ask you this. You know, as recently as a couple of weeks ago, it seemed like Donald Trump was having a feud with you. And now he's thanking you for helping he and the Republicans win in Georgia. What happened?
Well, look, there was a little distraction, obviously, on their side when it came to Georgia. But to me, that's in the past. I've been saying that, guys, literally for over a year now, that I was going to support our nominee, that we had to win Georgia. The road to the White House runs through Georgia. And I still believe today we could not afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. It's not about me. And as former President Trump says a lot, it's not about him. It's about our country. It's about the American people. You know, I'm going to be with Mike Pompeo tonight. I'm reading his book right now. And if you look at foreign policy, you know, under President Trump with people like Mike Pompeo and a lot of other folks that were serving in his administration, completely different than the Biden-Harris administration and what we're seeing in the Mideast and in Europe right now and over in Ukraine. And so those are the things that really matter to people. The economy here matters. Standing up to China matters. Our standing in the world. You look at the anniversary, 3-year anniversary of Afghanistan. We cannot let people forget what their real record is. They are trying to rewrite history right now. You know, they're on this so-called historic bus tour in Georgia. I've been to hundreds of counties on a bus tour, and after every one of them, I did a media gaggle. Have they done that here? No. This campaign is all scripted because they don't want to talk about their record. They want to talk about, you know, trying to convince people that they're going to be different if they win this time. And the fact is they won't. They'll revert back to the same policies of old in the first days of the Biden-Harris administration where you had open borders. They immediately spent too much money at the wrong time and created 40-year high inflation. And we got high rent, high groceries, high gas, and high mortgage costs because of it.
I want to give you some numbers here. This is how much the Harris campaign is investing in the Peach State. 400,000 volunteers. They have 174 staffers. They have 24 campaign offices. Can you tell us what the Trump team has in Georgia in comparison? Because sometimes these things matter when you have a close race.
Ground game. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, it's going to matter. I can tell you that we have our team on the ground working hard. I spoke to Ralph Reed, Faith and Freedom, yesterday. I know they're spending a lot of money getting voters of faith out to the polls, and other groups are doing that. But it's imperative that we're combating them on the ground. I don't, you know, I can't verify, you know, what the Trump campaign is doing or the Harris campaign is doing. They're saying a lot of things. But I would say that operation here that they once had back in 2018, I don't think is as intact as it was. But they definitely have a lot of momentum coming out of the convention. And we got to fight through that, get the race to stabilize, which I think you're seeing now in the national polls. And after Labor Day, going into the debate, the race is going to reset. And we need to be laser focused on her record and what Donald Trump did when he was in president, let people decide, do they want 4 more years of this high cost, or they want a different direction in our country?
You know, it's interesting is one thing President Trump was doing is going into the cities. He's going into Philadelphia. He's going into went to New York. He goes into Chicago to try to win the state. Would you recommend that he go into Atlanta and see what he can get from the urban vote rather than just maximize the suburbs and rural vote?
No, I mean, I think that has been very effective from what I've seen around the country. I think what he's done in the last few days and what the campaign's been doing, talking about specific messages like he did with our veterans, with the National Guard, honoring heroes that we have lost, specific things on the economy, his visit to the border. I mean, those all draw a direct contrast with the Kamala Harris record, and that is what I think we need to do. This isn't about personalities and, to me, who's more likable. It's about who's going to be better for our wallet, who's going to secure our border.
Governor Kemp, I think what Brian's saying is, so Donald Trump, President Trump went into the Bronx, for example, and he was very well received. You know Atlanta better than anybody. Will Donald Trump, President Trump, be well received in Atlanta if he does a rally or some sort of event there? And should he go?
No, I think he would. And look, even if he's not well received, those things are good to do. I mean, I was the only Republican that went to a forum with, you know, black radio in our campaign. And it's just, you know, you got to go places you're not comfortable and show people you're going to be a leader for all the people, not just your party.
Yeah, but part of the reason that you were successful, though, Governor, is because you tapped into the black business folks, and they supported you because they knew you were better for their pocketbooks. Do you think they're going to have the same reception to Donald Trump as well? Because you mobilize. You have people, even people like Killer Mike, who is, you know, progressive, but he said, listen, Brian Kemp is there. He's talking with us.
Well, that's the thing I think former President Trump has been doing, and he can continue to do. Whether you're, you know, black, Asian, Hispanic, Indian, white, whatever, the money in your pocket's green, and you got less of it now than you had 4 years ago, and that's what the race is going to be about.
And lastly, real quick, do you think he'll make appearances with President Trump? Do you think that's coming up?
Well, we'll see how that plays out. I know they got a busy schedule. We're going to continue to work hard for the whole ticket here in Georgia. I mean, we got to win. Yeah. We got to win. That's the bottom line.
All right, Governor Governor Kemp from the great Peach State. When is peach season? We're getting close, right?
We're in it.
It's already started.
Come on, future farmer of America.
Man, oh, man. Time for a pie. Thank you, Governor Brian Kemp.
Thanks, Governor.
That was Governor Brian Kemp on Fox and Friends there, giving us an update this morning as we talk about all things politics. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. I'm going to be with you here for the next several hours or so. Your time right now is 10:02 on the East Coast, 7:02 on the West Coast, and we did want to continue to talk about politics as there is a lot to talk about here. We are under 70 days away until the election, and the Harris-Walz bus tour is back on the road again today in Georgia, as it is set to wrap up tonight. On Wednesday, VP Harris and Governor Tim Walz took their bus around Southeast Georgia. Now today, here's what we can expect. Walz is going to leave Harris for North Carolina, where he is set to host a political event and campaign reception. Harris is going to speak later tonight at a rally in Savannah, Georgia. Both Walz and Harris are also scheduled to tape a joint television interview for a CNN special tonight. It's the first sit-down media appearance for Harris since she became the party's nominee 40 days ago. And it might feel like the election is still a long way off, right? But in reality, some of the first votes are going to be cast in just a few days. Historically, Democrats are more likely to vote early over Republicans, but Donald Trump's campaign is trying to change this, even as the former president continues to criticize the mail-in ballot process. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor has more on the race for the White House.
Next week, North Carolina will be the first state to send out its mail-in ballots. That means some voters could cast their vote before Donald Trump and Kamala Harris even debate.
We expect this race to be close until the last day, but we're built for it and we're ready to go.
You must vote in this election, and we want people actually to start the very first day of early voting.
Several other states will also see early voting begin in September, including battleground Pennsylvania.
Laura Trump and I have been in every single battleground state. We're traveling all around the country, recruiting and training volunteers to serve as ballot observers, ballot workers.
Republicans are focusing heavily on Election Day, but they're also embracing early voting. Their candidate, though, isn't helping squash the stigma.
Anytime you have a mail-in ballot, there's going to be massive fraud.
In a sit-down interview with Dr. Phil, the former president suggested mail-in ballots could be no more if he's back in the White House.
What we have to do is get control, and then we have to change it. And it's a very simple change. Same-day voting, even if you declare a holiday, a voting holiday, which would be fine.
During the 2020 election, in the midst of COVID, more than 43% of Americans voted by mail. And when you look at votes cast for just President Joe Biden, 58% of his votes came from mail-in ballots. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Thank you, Rebecca. And the race for the White House could come down to just a handful of crucial swing states. Both campaigns are focusing their time and money there as Election Day inches closer. We are going to turn to Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen as he helps break this down for us.
I just learned 1 in 15 jobs in the state of Pennsylvania relies on the trucking industry.
Pennsylvania could be key to winning the presidential election this year. Vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance stopped there during a Rust Belt campaign swing. Vance blamed the Biden-Harris White House for problems impacting workers there.
Under Kamala Harris's policies, in Pennsylvania, the average worker's wages have gone down by 6%.
A series of swing states are in both campaign sights this week. Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz are starting a 2-day bus tour through Georgia.
We know that when unions are strong, America's strong.
Walz spoke to firefighters in Boston before he left for Georgia, arguing Trump would hurt union jobs.
The only thing these guys know about working people is how to take advantage of them, how to not pay them. Every single chance they've gotten, they've waged a war on workers and the ability to collectively bargain.
Georgia, with its 16 electoral votes, has only voted for a Democratic presidential nominee twice in the past 40 years. The most recent was President Biden, who beat Trump by a thin margin.
Well, I think it's good for the Sun Belt states, Georgia, North Carolina included, to have both candidates, both parties, thinking about these states and focusing on these states in a serious way, sending the candidates there, spending resources.
Tomorrow, Vice President Harris will speak in Georgia and appear in her first sit-down interview since the start of her campaign. Former President Trump will appear in Michigan and Wisconsin. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
We do thank our Fox News correspondents there for those updates as we do get closer to the election. You can count on us here at Live Now from Fox to bring you those speeches from candidates live, raw, and unfiltered. One of the other things we do here at Live Now, we show you live events, and we did want to give you this live look as we are awaiting Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to hold a press conference. This is going to be in Crystal River. This is supposed to start momentarily here. We do have a shot up. Not a whole lot of information as of yet as to what exactly DeSantis will be speaking about, but of course, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox when we see someone step up to the podium. We are going to go away for a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we will have more live events and coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Your time now 10:10 on the East Coast, 7:10 on the West Coast. We are still waiting for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to step up to the podium there. So in the meantime, we are going to pivot to some other stories here today as we continue to follow the latest out of the Middle East. The Israeli military said it killed 5 more militants, including a local commander, early this morning in the West Bank as it pressed ahead with what appeared to be the deadliest military operation in the occupied territory since the start of the war in Gaza. Israel says the simultaneous raids across the northern West Bank, which have killed a total of 16 people, nearly all militants since late Tuesday, are aimed at preventing attacks. The Palestinians see them as a widening of the Israel-Hamas war aimed at perpetuating Israel's decades-long military rule over the territory. My colleague Josh Breslow breaks this down for us in great detail, and I did want to turn to his interview really quickly as we do await DeSantis to step up there. He's going to break this down for us a little bit more.
Israel releasing drone video showing some of what the military says has been found during its operation in the West Bank. The Israel Defense Force is saying this is a mosque that was being used for terrorist operations with, as you see there, photos of fallen fighters hanging on the walls. The Israeli military began its large-scale operation in the West Bank Wednesday, targeting the Hamas terror group, saying troops found plenty of weapons, ammo, and roadside bombs. Popping up this live image right here, you can actually see a live image over the West Bank. Yesterday, around this time, you can actually see tanks there in the distance. Right now, not seeing much there in the West Bank. Do want to talk more about all of this here and break it all down. Let's bring in Nimrod Gorin, the Senior Fellow for Israeli Affairs at the Middle East Institute. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to be here with us today.
Thank you.
All right, so first off, I do want to talk about this operation going on there in the West Bank. Can you explain what Israel's overall goal and really the operations there, what they do aim to do?
Sure. And first, we need to remember that the situation in the West Bank is very different than the situation in the Gaza Strip, because in the Gaza Strip, Hamas has been controlling since 2007, and the West Bank is under the control of the Palestinian Authority, which is actually a rival fraction in Palestinian politics to Hamas. So the situation is different. I think what Israel has been concerned over the last months, when the attention of the Israeli military has been given to Gaza, to Lebanon, is that the terror level coming out of the West Bank, or the infrastructure that is geared toward producing future terror attacks on Israel, has been on the rise within the West Bank, and that there has been growing involvement of outside actors like Iran, like others, in trying to foster capacities, smuggle ammunition, and therefore I think the motivation of Israel by doing what it's doing now is to basically prevent any scenario that whatever happened from Gaza in October 7th could happen from the West Bank, and to make sure that the level of Israeli operations that has been undergoing in the West Bank for years does not go down, does not let terror rise up. So it's a short ad hoc operation, but is part of a longer process of activities or military activities of Israel in the West Bank, which already caused quite a bit of tensions in the time before the war in Gaza began.
And I do want to pop up that drone video once again that we were talking about just moments ago. That is actually a look from the Israel Defense Forces that they provided inside of that mosque. Is any of that surprising to hear that you do have these terrorist operations going on inside of a site like a mosque? Again, you can see that drone video that was provided by the IDF.
Yeah, so these claims are not new, and you also hear it when we follow the war in Gaza, the use of civilian population or infrastructure. Of course, on a drone video itself, it's difficult to draw conclusions. We need to know and get from all the sources the full information. It does also reflect how difficult it is to conduct this type of warfare and activities within spaces that are, based on civilian population and infrastructure. And that's something that Israel needs to take into account. I think looks into that as it shapes its activities. It also means that Israel needs to take into account its own citizens that are living in the West Bank. Again, one of the differences between West Bank and Gaza. In Gaza, there are no Israeli civilian centers. In the West Bank, there are the settlements. And we saw more and more settler violence becoming an issue and becoming a source of extremism, tensions, counterattacks going back and forth. We also saw Itamar Ben-Gvir going to Al-Aqsa Mosque. All of these things that are part of looking into our side, into the Israeli side, into our coalition, are causing and fueling the tensions, while the government should look into how cool things off, engage with the Palestinian Authority, and find a way to promote peacemaking rather than additional conflict.
We actually heard from Khalid Marshal, a top Hamas official, calling for suicide terror attacks and bombings against Israel in the West Bank. Is that still a tactic that is used overall? Do we see that widely used in the Middle East?
And the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, of course, we remember years in which that was a devastating tool. In the 90s, in the early 2000s, Israel is going on buses in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. We're constantly concerned of that, and many lives have been lost. It shaped a lot of the Israeli military reactions to try and stop that, and eventually it stopped. And for years we didn't have it, we didn't see those, and there was a strategic decision, I think, also on behalf of Hamas not to go there. It also paid a price for doing that. Just a couple of weeks ago, we did see an incident in Tel Aviv in which a suicide bomber detonated itself, and luckily there were not a lot of damage caused, but that raised a lot of flags and a lot of concern in Israel that we are going back to that mode of action, especially when Hamas has now limited capacity to fire rockets at Israel because of the war. That was the tool it was using for years instead of the suicide bombing. So I think part of the Israeli motivation for the activities that you mentioned before is to make sure that these threats are contained. There are also pressure, I think, within the Palestinian society against what Hamas says it wants to do, also from the Palestinian Authority. And of course, the President Abbas of the Palestinians was all the time against these attacks, and I think he said it again. So there's no consensus on that within the Palestinian society, and I hope these statements will not turn into reality, because, again, that will be another deteriorating factor in the already gloomy reality we have in the region.
Let's talk a little bit more about what's going on over in Gaza, because we know earlier on this week, over the course of maybe a little more than 24 hours, you had a hostage who was rescued and is safe. You also had the IDF find the body of an IDF soldier who was killed on October 7th, and then his body dragged over there into Gaza and held hostage. My question is, with these hostage rescues and recoveries, does it appear that maybe Israel has some new information where they might actually know more about the whereabouts of those who are still held hostage by Hamas?
The release of the hostages is the #1 priority for most of the Israeli public these days. And we're talking about 107 people still dead or alive, held in Gaza by Hamas for almost 11 months, almost at the 1-year mark, with growing concern about the fate, about how much longer can they survive. So that's what the Israeli public wants to see the hostages back home. And of course, military operations are a tool that we would like to see more of, bringing back hostages. And the longer Israel's presence within the Gaza Strip, the more control it has, the more intelligence it gets. I sense that there is more ability to at least understand what's the whereabouts of some of the hostages. Not always it's feasible to get to them, but at least there's more information about it. But now military officials say time and time again that Israelis cannot rely on military operation to bring back the vast majority of these 107 people. And therefore, that's why the security establishment, the broader public, and large chunks of the political establishment are looking for a ceasefire and hostage release deal as a way to bring back not one here, one there, but rather dozens of hostages back to their families, back home.
There are still concerns. There are reports that there's the possibility of this imminent attack by Iran, a direct attack on Israel. It's been talked about since the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, but now it seems like really the concerns are heating up once again. So my question for you, with the failed attack that happened with Hezbollah over the weekend, where Israel was able to essentially foil that attack before it happened, does that make Iran think twice before launching a direct attack on Israel, or does Iran care about that?
First, I think Iran thinks twice, because it's already been a month since the assassination, and the expectation in Israel was that the retaliation could be quite immediate. There was a lot of diplomacy actions taken also by the US in terms of deterring Iran, in trying to jumpstart ceasefire negotiations in Gaza, to give some sort of reasoning to postpone. And Iran does seem to have postponed its retaliation, giving the green light to Hezbollah and try to do their thing. That didn't end very well from their side. Again, like in April when Iran attacked Israel, this time again, Israel managed to foil the attack. So Iran has committed itself to retaliate. but retaliation can take different forms, different times, in different places. And I think what we see over the last month in the region is that all the sides try to take actions that are below the threshold of a full-fledged regional war. Nobody wants to see this big escalation that I think the region and the international community are afraid of. The consequences will be dire to everybody. So when retaliation is being calculated, it's being done in a way that will be limited, could be contained. And I think eventually Iran will try to retaliate because it's promised to and it's aligned with their strategy, but not in the way that maybe we expected 2 or 3 weeks ago of leading to a real battle between Israel and Iran. I think it will be of a different nature. Hopefully it will be contained and foiled as well.
All right, Nimrod Gorin, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today. Anything else you want to add about really any of this before I let you go?
I think just to mention that the ceasefire talks in Gaza are still ongoing, and there are teams going back and forth from Cairo, Americans, Egyptians, Qataris, Israelis are all trying to figure out a formula. And I think that's the way out, not only in terms of the ceasefire or the hostage release, but also in terms of diffusing tensions along the Israel-Lebanese border and containing the tensions in the region as a whole. I think that should be the priority of policymakers in the U.S., but also in the region, to take these negotiations that have been taking place for 7-8 months and really push them beyond the finish line and get the deal done.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to join us here and provide some insight. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to my colleague Josh Breslow there, as he so well broke down for us what exactly is going down in the Middle East there, as there are a lot of developments here by the day, and we do try to bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break as Governor DeSantis has stepped up to the podium. We'll bring that to you in full in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do have a live event starting out of Crystal River, Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking now. We are going to pivot over there and listen in.
We're excited to be back in Citrus County. Normally, well, I take that back. I mean, we were in the area after Hurricane Idalia, helping out. You had a lot of local folks that did a great response on that, and we did provide help there. But normally, when we come to town, we're not coming empty-handed, and so that's today is another example of that. So we've got a good announcement to help the county continue to move forward. I think we have some great potential here. I'm happy to be joined here in Citrus County by the Florida Secretary of Commerce, Alex Kelly. We also have Citrus County Commission Chair Holly Davis, Citrus County Commissioner Rebecca Bays, other officials from across Citrus County, and I'm taking a huge risk.
Okay, it looks like that shot did just go out, but I do think we have another shot that is going on right now here. Let's see if we can pivot over there and listen in.
It is because we get the policies right. You know, people like Blaze and the legislature have done a great job. We have, I mentioned the debt. You know, since I've been governor, all Florida history from the 1840s till I became governor, if you take the amount of debt the state accumulated, we've paid off 36% of that just since I've been in office. And we're going to continue to do more. The legislature provided funds for accelerated debt repayment. We can pay this down at cheaper prices a lot of times using different operations we can do on the open market and retire some of this. So the federal government isn't paying off any debt. They're adding debt. They're adding a lot of debt. And then in this budget, I get the budget. I had to do some line item vetoes to reduce, but we actually spent less in this current year's budget than we did last year's budget. Who is reducing spending anywhere in this country? Certainly not in Washington. They're not going to do that. But yet, even though we had a reduction in the top line spending, we had record investment in education, record increases in teacher salaries, record support for transportation and road building and infrastructure, record support for conservation and Everglades restoration and supporting natural resources. So all of that stuff is getting done that really is meaningful for a lot of people. Oh, no, by the way, we cut taxes by $1.5 billion, which is the second most in history because we did a little bit more the year before. And look, we don't have an income tax, which is great, and we never will as long as I have anything to say about it. But it's harder to cut taxes when you don't have an income tax. You just cut that top rate. We have to find, right now we're in the disaster preparedness tax season where you can go get the disaster supplies for tax-free. We did the Freedom Summer in July where you could have concert tickets, all the different events and outdoor stuff, recreation that was tax-free. And of course, we do the back-to-school holiday every year. So we do a lot of different things. So we've stood by taxpayers. We've made sure that we are fiscally responsible and we are built for the long haul. Look, I don't know what's going to happen with this election. I don't know what's going to happen with the national economy going forward. I can tell you, if you have somebody like Harris actually try to do something like tax unrealized gains, that will tank this economy. We will feel that in Florida big time. You will have capital flee from this country. And here's the thing. First of all, an unrealized gain, it's not even a gain until you realize it. I mean, you know, values fluctuate. And so maybe you buy a stock and in 2 years it goes up by 30%, but 2 weeks later it could be down 15% from that high. It's just, this is not something, until you sell it, you know, you don't have on the open market. You don't. So the whole thing is ridiculous. But just think about, you have something. You have a home, and there's people in Florida that had, you know, nice homes, middle-class homes that maybe 5 years ago were worth $400,000, $450,000. Now some of those are worth $700,000, $800,000 have been sold. Some of them have doubled in value. People then sell the home. Okay, that's a gain, but just staying in your home, what taxing unrealized gains would be, it'd be like, okay, your neighbor's house just sold for 25% more than what it was valued at last year. Therefore, your house is worth that much more. So you have to cut a check to the government for the amount of the gain, 25% of the gain. It is absolutely insane that would happen. Now, what like Harris and the media say, oh, well, she only wants to do this for people that are making they're worth $100 million or something. It's not for normal people. Well, first of all, what I would say, they said the same thing when they introduced the income tax 100 years ago. They said it was just for Rockefeller and Carnegie and all these people. And now How many people that are middle class pay income tax? They pay income tax. It hits you. So I don't think that that's necessarily comfort. I think once you try to introduce a concept like taxing unrealized gains, you're really opening Pandora's box. It's a massive increase in government power to be able to basically demand tribute just for you doing nothing, just simply holding an asset. If that fluctuates up, you have to pay. If it fluctuates down, the government ain't going to pay you a check, right? So it's heads they win, tails you lose. So the whole thing's ridiculous. But let's just entertain that this would only be confined to, like, people that are worth a really lot of money. If you have somebody that's like a massive billionaire and they own billions of dollars, say, worth of stock for a company. Well, if the stock goes up, then they're going to get hit for 25%. So what are they going to have to do? They're going to have to sell the stock in order to pay the tax, or some of the stock. What's that going to do to the market? That will absolutely destabilize the market. So you could be a retired cop, a retired teacher that has a 401k. If you have that stock, that is going to affect you because the value will go down. It's going to create huge volatility in the marketplace to be able to do that. So it's a horrible idea. And oh, by the way, it is also unconstitutional. The founders, when they created the Constitution, you could only do indirect taxes. So things like tariffs and impose on duties, things like that. The 16th Amendment created an income tax, but that is only for income that's actually derived income. It's not for potential gains. So there is no source of constitutional authority for Harris to try to tax unrealized gains. And so, look, I'd hope to say that the Supreme Court would nix it, but these judges, you just don't know. I mean, sometimes they're good, but then sometimes they don't do what's right. So the whole thing, I think, is a huge problem. But that's just one piece. They also want to do capital gains rate at 44.6%, which, again, this is people selling homes. I mean, if you have a home for 20 years and you sell it, the gain is a capital gain. So why should you have to pay half of that to the federal government? It makes no sense. And all this stuff, you've been paying property taxes on that the whole time anyways. So things that have already been taxed to then go and do a huge capital gain tax that's even higher than the income tax, then they'll say, oh, it's only going to be for the wealthy. But again, I don't think that that's true, because I think once government gets its hooks in things, the reality is there's some people that are very, very wealthy. But if you look at where the real money is, like if you taxed 100% every billionaire, you wouldn't even come close to making a dent in the federal budget. I mean, you're talking about you'd be able to get, a couple $100 billion. We're trillions, 34 trillion in debt. The real money for these guys that want is to just take some out of the whole broad middle section of the country, middle class. That's what they would want to do. So I do think it would end up hitting middle class people, but still, it's just really, really bad. And then how much money are they going to spend going forward? Fact of the matter is the inflation was accelerated by Biden stimulus. What Harris voted for at the tie-breaking vote in 2021, and then the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which was not about reducing inflation. It was about pursuing an agenda regarding climate ideology and kneecapping domestic energy production, which is also very bad. So that's that vision. And so there's a lot of uncertainty out there is the point. But Florida, we have protected ourselves so that if you do have some rough waters, what we have to do, we have this big surplus. If we have revenues go down, because our revenue goes up even while we cut taxes, because Florida's got a lot of economic activity. But if some respects the national economy did bad, if they did policies that hurt us, and say we had some revenue decline, and then you're like, well, what about education? What about roads? What about, environmental stewardship? All you do is you move some money from the big surplus and you plug it in and you're fine. Like, that's literally all you would have to do. No tax increases. You wouldn't even have to do any real spending. I mean, I'm always looking to cut spending because I think there's ways you can find more and more efficiency. But Florida, we have the lowest per capita number of government bureaucrats at the state level of any state in the United States, the smallest government of any state in the United States based on the number of employees that are. So we do a good job on that. But all you do is just plug and play and you're going to be in good shape. And I think that's something that's really important. And we vetoed billions of dollars in spending since I've been governor. And not that some of it was not good, some of it was fine, but it's like, okay, you got to prioritize. And I want to make sure that we are built for the long haul, that we're able to withstand whatever may be thrown our way that are beyond our control. Heck, even the natural disasters, you know, we put aside $500 million every year for disaster response. Would you rather have Florida leading the charge for you, or do you want to rely on the federal government leading the charge for you? The fact of the matter is we've pioneered a lot of ways to be more effective at disaster recovery and response. And so we have housing programs, we have home improvement programs that we've been able to do. It goes much quicker, much less red tape. Sometimes we get reimbursed for it, but if you don't, that's fine. We have the ability to do that and to get people back on their feet. So all of those things I think are really, really important, that the state is in really good fiscal shape. There's other states that are functionally bankrupt. They have all these massive unfunded liabilities, massive gaps in their pension system. Some of them are like 40% funded, 45% funded in their whole pension thing. And the thing that gets me is a lot of those areas, you know, they will have like someone be a police officer in like New York City, and a lot of times when they retire and start getting their pension, they move to Florida and spend the money here. So they're not even getting the bang for the buck. We end up getting the bang for the buck as a result of that. So we're in really good situation. Now, we've also had, since I've become governor, we've been #1 in new business formations across the United States every single year since 2019. So Florida's a place where people want to start businesses, and it's not easy to do businesses. Most new businesses don't succeed, but I think we've made it so that it's an inviting environment for people. Of course, we have the highest credit rating you could have, AAA, which is not always true with the federal government, and I think people really in almost every part of Florida understands intuitively, without even me telling you, we are #1 in domestic in-migration. People fleeing from some of these other states. Florida's the place where people are looking for brighter horizons. I always tell people, I'm not asking for people to move to the state. There are other governors that will beg people to move to their states like they need. I'm not doing that. We've got a lot of great people. We've got a lot of great stuff. You know, businesses that move here, a lot of times they're doing it organically. It used to be we'd have to go around the country years ago and try to persuade. Now, people are persuaded already and they're doing it. So, you know, we have a lot of folks that want to move here. Now, there's challenges with that too, but I do think it is a testament to the fact that in a free country, people that can vote with their feet, they're choosing Florida over any other state in terms of the net in migration. We also are, if you look at our economic growth, 2019 when I became governor till the present, the whole U.S. economy has grown at 11% total. Our GDP has grown 22% here in the state of Florida. We've almost doubled economic growth throughout the rest of the country. We have also added jobs in 49 of the last 51 months since May of 2020, obviously with the COVID interruption that we had briefly. And our private sector job growth rate has exceeded the nation as a whole for 40 consecutive months. So we're out kicking our coverage. We're doing better than the nation as a whole. We still feel the effects of these policies that we've seen out of Washington, but we've worked really hard to be able to mitigate. I mean, for example, our budget is $115 billion, $116 billion, somewhere in there. To put that in perspective, New York State has fewer people than we do now, and their budget's twice the size of Florida's budget. But what are they spending it on? Are their roads better than ours? No way. Are their schools better? No. Are their services more efficient? I don't know. If you needed a driver's license, would you rather do it in New York, or would you rather try to get your license in Florida? I mean, Florida would be better. Unless you're an illegal alien, then you're better off in New York getting it, because we won't give you one, and they probably would put you up in a hotel and give you a bunch of benefits. But that's neither here nor there. So we have a really lean, mean ship. But, you know, that is, in the overall scheme of the economy, 116 billion, that is a drop in the bucket. So in things like inflation, whether we cut spending a little bit like we did, which was right, or even if we would have increased, that is not moving the needle on inflation when the federal government is borrowing and printing trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars every year. So our philosophy has been the last few years is, okay, let's provide relief to Floridians and make sure that we're doing whatever we can. So one thing we did, and Blaze was helpful with this, we now in the state of Florida, for families who have, for baby care, no baby items are taxed anymore in the state of Florida. Diapers, wipes, cribs, strollers, anything involving baby, you get tax-free. So if you think about that over the period of how many years where they're in diapers, where they're doing this, all this stuff adds up. I mean, I can tell you, I mean, we're 7, 6, and 4 now. We've been through a lot of diapers. It's expensive. And so that, just on that, you're saving. You know, when I became governor, we had our daughter had just turned 2 right after the election in 2018, and our son was 9 months when we took the oath of office. We didn't even have our 3rd yet, and so as we worked through, they got bigger. And so when we did the tax-free baby items, our youngest was basically just getting out of diapers. And I remember when we did the bill signing, I signed it. Everyone was happy. When I went home, you know, I told the First Lady, yeah, you know, we just did tax-free for all baby items to help families, you know, navigate the cost. And she just looked at me and said, why didn't you do that the first year you were governor? Well, we didn't have Biden inflation then, but nevertheless, people are saving. So we're working really hard to be able to do that, and I think it's something that's really important. Final thing I'll say before I get to the announcement is on education. We have the most affordable state university system in America for Florida residents. You know how much tuition has increased in the state of Florida at our state university since I've been governor? 0. Not 1 penny of increase for tuition for Florida residents. Are you able to say that about universities in other parts of the country? I don't think so. Certainly there's no private universities you'd be able to say that. So you're going, the average tuition is about $6,300 for Florida residents. Our top students who have good scores, they get 100% of tuition paid for with Bright Futures. And then one rung below that, we have the 75% scholarships that you do that. And we fully funded that in the budget again. We had some people in the legislature a few years ago. We're going after Bright Future, something that we're going to keep that. It's important. People utilize it. It's also important to keep good students in Florida. We're competing with some of these. They just did a ranking. University of Florida ranked really high. Did you see that one, number 4? And then Wall Street Journal did one last year. They ranked University of Florida the top public university in America, which is a huge thing. So having, and we're also been very clear about what the missions of our universities are. The missions of the universities should not be indoctrination of students. It should not be imposing ideology. It should be pursuing truth, teaching our students to be able to think for themselves, and ultimately preparing all of our students to be citizens of our republic. So we embrace the Western tradition. We think that's been a lost art across higher education around the country. And so we have things like at the University of Florida, we have this Hamilton Center where you have all these scholars that have been recruited, and this is going to end up being the premier center for the study of the Western tradition anywhere in the country. And it may already be, but it will be very soon if it's not. And so, you know, as a parent, our mission at the university is not to undo what you've done for 18 years in terms of the values and what you've done with your kids, you know, but to give them a good foundation for them to be able to be productive citizens and to think for themselves. And that has a lot of attractiveness to folks nowadays, because we're really putting a premium on academic rigor rather than ideological fads. And so many of these other universities have gone in this direction. And that's why you see things like Columbia University with what has happened at these campuses. Like, I don't know if it's going to flare up again now that, I mean, the northern schools aren't back in school yet. They usually get in back after Labor Day. But are you going to have more Hamas protests going around? Are they going to take the janitor hostage like they did at Columbia? Are they going to burn things down? Are they going to deface buildings? Are they going to do that? If they do it, I don't think any of those universities hold them accountable. In Florida, if you do that, you will be held accountable. You know, we're making sure of that. The inmates don't get to run the asylum. I mean, honestly, it's a privilege to be a student at one of these universities. You know, you don't have a right to just conduct yourself in ways that are violating the rules of the community. And for too long, there was never any accountability. I think a sense of entitlement developed among so many students. So we have that.
We are just listening in there to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as he is speaking about infrastructure. He was also just speaking about universities. He said he does have an announcement coming up. So we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox and bring that to you. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you back out to that live event where Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is discussing infrastructure in the Sunshine State.
Never any accountability. I think a sense of entitlement developed among so many students. So we have that. It's affordable, and you're able to do, which I think is just something that's really, really big. So I'm very proud of that. But, and I always say this, as proud as you are, some of these rankings, as proud as you are seeing more people wanting to apply out of state, and you do know that we do have for good students out of state, if they have certain test scores, they can qualify for in-state tuition based on their grandparents' residency in Florida. So we've done that, and we've helped a lot of students out of state who have roots in Florida. And I think our goal is, if you're a really good student, we'll entice you to come, and then we'll keep you in Florida. So you do that. But I always say a 4-year brick and ivy university is not the only way to be successful in this country. It's not even the best way for many people. So we've worked really hard at workforce education. We set a goal in 2019 to be the #1 state in workforce education by 2030. We're getting there. We're getting there. And we've done a huge increase in apprenticeships, huge increase in really tangible programs at our state college, throughout our state college system, but even working with the high schools. And we now, in this most recent budget, we actually have programs in middle school for vocational education. It used to be everybody would do vocational. Then they said, no, everyone's got to go to college. And that was kind of what people were saying for 20, 25 years. Well, what that's led to is that led to a lot of people go deep into debt at some of these universities, not even end up graduating. But then if they do graduate, the degree's in something like zombie studies. And so what does that end up doing? It's not, and then they end up working a job they could have at high school. So we want that pathway for people. I mean, look, if you want to be a doctor, if you want to do certain, yes, do that. But there are a lot of great pathways where you can do very well financially if you have some of these concrete skills. So we've done everything from artificial intelligence. We've done things with aircraft mechanics. We've done things with commercial drivers, like the truck drivers, to produce more truck drivers, and it's really, really good. So one of the things we've utilized is this governor's job growth grant fund for workforce education, because I think that you can attract more investment in the state when people know that the state is committed to providing students with the types of tools needed to be able to perform in whatever industry comes our way. And so you have in the Space Coast of Florida, we have high school seniors that will get certified in aviation mechanics, and they can get hired right by Elon Musk's company, right out of high school. That's happened. Make pretty good money doing that. So we're going to continue to do workforce education with Job Growth Grant Fund. Now, today, we're bringing the Job Growth Grant Fund to Citrus County because I think the workforce is important, but there is a need to have the infrastructure that can produce growth in industry. And some places have it, some places may not. And there's a whole host of things you could do. I mean, we just did a road in the Space Coast on the other coast of Florida, to help connect the airport to this industrial center that is going to do really, really big things, but you needed that logistical piece to be able to do it. So we put in, what was it, $5 million, $5.5 million? So we put that in, build it, and do it. So this is a great fund. It's very nimble, and we're able to go and make good adjustments. And so Citrus County applied for an award under this because you have the Holder Industrial Park, which is trying to attract more and more investment. And so I'm proud to be able to say, I mean, this, first of all, Holder Industrial Park is designed, it's planned, it's shovel ready. This can be something that could make a really big impact. So we were requested to award $2.8 million through the Job Growth Grant Fund to Citrus County to help with the infrastructure in and around Holder Industrial Park. And I'm pleased to say I am here delivering that $2.8 million for Holder Industrial Park. So this has an opportunity, has the potential to help facilitate some significant return on the investment. And we want to be able to empower communities to do that. It's a beautiful part of the world right here. I think that'd be attractive for a lot of people to want to work here and want to invest here. So we're going to do that. I'm also here because we're not too far away. So last year I was down in Citrus County after Hurricane Idalia. And you had a lot, people, they focus on where the storm actually makes landfall, which was in the Big Bend section of Florida. And we actually had Debbie do the same thing this year, almost the same exact track 1 year after that. Not as powerful, but still. But, with Debbie, we had flooding in Sarasota and Bradenton, far from where the eye of the storm crossed land. And it was similar when you had the flooding in this area. The eye of the storm did not hit this area. It was 100 to 150 miles, however much north of where it ended up hit, probably about 100 miles. And but yet you had it. And so we were down helping. You had a great response. We provided support. But that Idalia, and we've been doing things to help with Idalia ever since. Well, one of the areas that was kind of ground zero, just to the right of the eye of the storm, was up in Cedar Key. And so we have something called the Rural Infrastructure Grant Program. We are going to be able to award $2.5 million through our Rural Infrastructure Fund to Cedar Key to rehab 6 sewer lift stations within the city limits, which were damaged with Hurricane Idalia. And we're also going to kick in $620,000 to the town of Cross City to perform infrastructure and water quality improvements. And again, that grows out of what's happened in the aftermath of Hurricane Idalia. I think it was, is it tomorrow, the 1-year anniversary? Yeah, so that'll be a year that they've done that. So I think this is exciting what's going to happen in Citrus County. I know we've been helpful on some things in the past. We want to continue to work together at the local and state level to provide infrastructure, workforce training. Look, we're not, I tell people, it's like the state, we're not the ones actually creating the jobs. We're creating an environment so that you can have more manufacturing and more industry. And that ultimately develops. And when you have the infrastructure, you have the workforce, then it's something that you can do very well. And so why don't we present the check? So whoever from Citrus County would like to come up and accept this, we can.
We were just listening in there to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as he was awarding infrastructure funding to Citrus County. We also did want to give you a live look right now as we are awaiting an event. U.S. Secretary of State Lloyd Austin will be welcoming the Polish defense minister to the Pentagon. That is a live look. You can see the media all set up there, and we will bring that to you as soon as we see that happen. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, lots more live events and breaking news. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We did have some breaking news that we did want to take you out to that is developing right now here. This is from Chattanooga State Community College. They are on a lockdown right now, and here's a tweet from them. As the situation continues to unfold, please remain in your lockdown status until further notice. If anyone is experiencing a medical emergency or a personal crisis, please notify campus security immediately, and we will continue to keep you updated. We do also have a live look in here right now. This is a shot, and this is information coming in from our Fox 17 Nashville affiliate from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Law enforcement, again, responding to a credible threat on the campus of the Chattanooga State Community College on Thursday. I'm going to put up this live for you here so you can see that too. That's according to school officials. The campus is, quote, on lockdown until further notice. That's according to the Chattanooga State spokeswoman, Nancy Patterson. Again, we don't have a lot on this right now. This is a developing story. Fox affiliate has reached out to law enforcement to learn more details, and there is a crew on the way to the scene. So we are just giving you a live look. Again, if you are just tuning in here to Live Now from Fox about that Chattanooga State College appears to be on a lockdown as police are responding to a credible threat. So we are going to continue to monitor that here for you on Live Now from Fox. And if we do get any other information, we will bring it to you. In the meantime, we did have another event that we are expecting to start here, and we want to pivot to that really quickly to just give you a live look as we do continue to monitor this other situation. This is out of Arlington, Virginia, where U.S. Secretary of State Lloyd Austin is going to be welcoming the Polish defense minister to the Pentagon. That is set to start here momentarily. And we are going to bring that to you. You can see we don't have a lot happening at this current moment, but as soon as we see more happening, we will bring this live image back to you. Again, lots of live events going on here today on Live Now from Fox, and we will continue to bring you them as soon as we learn more. In the meantime, we did have a press conference that did happen over in Houston, Texas, surrounding voter registration. Over the last few weeks, it's been reported that more than 2 million Texans, that's nearly 13% of all registered voters in the state, have had their voter registration placed on the suspense list. We are going to head over to that presser and listen in. As soon as we see anything else happen with those two breaking news stories, we will bring them to you.
Las minorías son la mayoría. Juntas, las personas de color pueden determinar quién lidera nuestro estado. Eso es la verdad. Ajá. Aseguramos de que aquellos a quienes elegimos realmente nos representen a nosotros y nuestros valores. Debemos de votar como si nuestras vidas dependieran a ello, porque así es. Votemos porque el futuro de nuestros hijos depende de ello, porque es cierto, nuestros hijos. Los republicanos han lanzado investigaciones sobre el fraude electoral en todo nuestro estado y en nuestra nación. Siguen sin encontrar evidencia porque no la hay. No podemos permitir que estas tácticas de intimidación electoral silencian a las voces de los tejanos en nuestras elecciones. Si usted está en la lista, por favor, llame a nuestras oficinas, pero también pueden ir a Vote Texas.
Okay, it appears that part is in Spanish, so we are going to jump to a different portion of that and listen in.
Plus, you can still vote. I'm going to say that again. If you're on the suspense list, you can still vote. You need to, though, get online and check your registration. Go ahead and update it. You can still show up to vote. If you don't update it online, you are still allowed to vote, and they will ask you to complete a statement of residency, but you are still allowed to vote.
Can all of this be repeated to us in Spanish for what we need to see on
If I had
suspense list and remove. The ones that were removed. If you're on the suspense list versus if you've been removed.
Okay. Tenemos que clarificar si ya fueron suspendidos o ya les quitaron de la lista de votantes. Es muy diferente. Si ya te quitaron de la lista de votantes, tienes que apelar por otro proceso. Pues si estás en la lista de suspendidos, suspense, como se dice, se tienen que registrar de nuevo en la oficina. Mi pregunta es a Neri y la oficina, Departamento de Elecciones, que si ya les notificaron, si ya les dieron un aviso que tienes que aplicar de nuevo. Y esa es la pregunta para ellos. Okay. Es como tu licencia, ¿verdad? Cuando se está inválida, te mandan un recordatorio para ir a aplicar de nuevo. Entonces, could you answer that? Do they have a chance to reapply? Or are they giving notification that it's been suspended?
Yes.
Okay. Bueno.
So when the voter registrar receives a suspense list, they are required to send a letter and reach out to each of those voters. It's called a letter of notification. And they have 30 days to respond to that letter to prove their residency. If they don't respond to that letter, they still remain on the suspense list. They actually remain on the suspense list for 2 general election cycles, so 4 years. So they can still show up and vote and complete your statement of residency at the voting location.
And I'm assuming a lot of the people who show up to vote on the day of the election that are on the suspense list and have no idea, that's a surprise for them that day.
Correct. And so that's a concern of ours, right? That they show up and then it's a barrier and they're intimidated and they're scared, and so they leave rather than completing the statement of residency, which all it is confirming where you live. So we are encouraging people to make sure that they, if they receive those letters of notification in the mail, that they don't ignore it, that they read it, that they check their voter registration status online, and that they also return it to the voter registrar's office.
Has it already been sent?
It should have, if they're on the suspense list, the letter should have already been sent.
Más quiero decirlo en español, si recibieron una carta notificando las personas que ya fueron suspendidos o en la lista de suspense, que por favor abren esa carta y la llenen para verificar y confirmar su domicilio. Solamente es para confirmarlo de nuevo. Además, por favor, no tengan miedo si dice el estado de Texas y todo y creen que son los impuestos. No es otra cosa.
That does appear to be in Spanish. So we did want to pivot to another live event that is going on right now as we are turning back to Arlington, Virginia. As U.S. Secretary of State Lloyd Austin is welcoming the Polish defense minister. You did see they were just taking some photos there. He is welcoming him to the Pentagon. We are awaiting here to see if anything else is going to happen, but it does look like they are heading inside right now. But we did want to bring you that live look as he does welcome him to the Pentagon there in Arlington, Virginia. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, more live events. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Chinese leader Xi Jinping met with U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on Thursday as the latter wound up a 3-day visit with the stated aim of keeping communications open in a relationship that has become increasingly tense in recent years. Sullivan, on his trip to China as the main advisor to President Joe Biden on national security issues, earlier met with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and a top general from the Central Military Commission. We did have him speaking a bit earlier this morning, and we did want to play out what Sullivan had to say. Let's turn over there and listen in as we await for more live events.
Good evening. As I said at the very start of these meetings, President Biden has been clear that he is committed to managing this important relationship responsibly. Our aim in every engagement with China is to deliver for the American people. Under President Biden's leadership, the United States has and will continue to advance its interests and values, look out for its friends. And as we do, we believe that competition with China does not have to lead to conflict or confrontation. The key is responsible management through diplomacy. Beginning in May of last year, that diplomacy has been an all-hands-on-deck effort across the U.S. government and the cabinet, which has included 4 meetings between myself and Director Wang Yi, as well as engagements between Secretary Blinken, Secretary Yellen, Secretary Raimondo, and their counterparts, and many other cabinet secretaries and their counterparts. Those discussions helped lay the foundation for a productive summit between President Biden and President Xi in San Francisco at the end of last year. There, our leaders agreed on concrete steps on issues that matter to the American people, and for that matter to the world. This week, I traveled to China for the first time as National Security Advisor to take stock of where we have made progress and what work there still remains to be done, and also how we can responsibly manage the difficult issues and the differences that we have in this relationship. That's been the focus of my meetings with President Xi, with Director and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, and with CMC Vice Chairman Zhang Youxia. This was a true working visit. Over the course of 14 hours of meetings, we discussed progress and next steps on implementation of the Woodside commitments, including our work on counter-narcotics and efforts to reduce the flow of illicit synthetic drugs into the United States. Military-to-military communications, including an upcoming engagement between our theater commanders, as well as work towards another round of AI safety and risk talks. Among other issues of global concern, we discussed the recent efforts to reach a ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza. These meetings were also about managing tough issues, as I said, in areas of disagreement, and I was direct on these issues as well. The United States will continue to take necessary action to prevent advanced U.S. technologies from being used to undermine our national security without unduly limiting trade or investment. We have continued concerns about China's unfair trade policies and non-market economic practices. We remain deeply concerned about China's support for Russia's defense industrial base and its impact on both European and transatlantic security, not to mention on Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine. It is a top priority for this administration to resolve the cases of American citizens who are wrongfully detained or subject to exit bans in China. And this was another opportunity for me to raise those cases, as I have done in my prior engagements. I also underscored the longstanding U.S. commitment to universal human rights and fundamental freedoms. In all of my meetings, I stressed the importance of maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, emphasized the United States' commitment to complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and I reaffirmed the United States' commitment to our Indo-Pacific allies, including our concerns about destabilizing actions against lawful Philippine maritime operations in the South China Sea. These were constructive, candid, substantive conversations. We believe that keeping lines of communication open is critical, and to that end, we began planning towards a leader-level call in the coming weeks, where I expect these discussions to continue. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yep.
Throughout your meetings with Chinese officials, including Xi Jinping, did you get a sense of how the Chinese leadership is feeling about the race for the White House? Obviously, the election would be a looming issue for them.
I didn't really get a feeling for that. We didn't discuss the American election. That's obviously something for the American people to decide and not for any other country to get involved in. Neither in my meetings with Director Wang nor in the meeting with the President, or for that matter with the CMC Vice Chair, did we specifically talk about the American election. Yeah.
Hi there, Mark Stewart from CNN. As you mentioned, you talked about some of the maritime issues. I don't have to tell you, but obviously things are very tense right now in the South China Sea, especially with the Philippines and some of these reef issues. Reading the readout, it said that you discussed some of this with Xi Jinping himself. Other than diplomatic speak, is there a reasonable roadmap or blueprint for the future? Because I think that the level of tension is reaching an extremely high level.
So first, we believe that the order of the day should be de-escalation, and we support direct discussions between the Philippines and the PRC to that end. We also have made very clear that our mutual defense treaty applies to public vessels, including Coast Guard vessels that are operating in the South China Sea and in other waters. It also applies to aircraft, for that matter. So the PRC well understands the longstanding commitment the United States has under its mutual defense treaty to the Philippines, and the Philippines well understands that we have an ironclad commitment to support them in their lawful exercise of their rights, their maritime rights. At the same time, nobody is looking for a crisis, not the Philippines, not the United States, and we hope not the PRC. But I did raise our concerns about some of the destabilizing actions that have taken place, including the ramming of Coast Guard vessels and unsafe intercepts near Scarborough Shoal. It's something we'll continue to discuss with our Chinese counterparts. It's something we will continue to consult closely with our Filipino counterparts on. And in fact, before I came here, I had the opportunity to call my Filipino counterpart, the National Security Advisor, Secretary Año, and I will stay in close touch with him, as will other members of the U.S. government. So we will do our best to try to contribute to managing this issue in a responsible way so that de-escalation is the order of the day. Yeah.
Hello, this is Ray from the paper. So I wonder, since the San Francisco summit, more than 20 communication mechanisms have been established or resumed, maintaining the momentum of ongoing dialogue between the two countries. So following this visit, what will be the key focus of the U.S. diplomacy towards China through next January? And what specific interim achievement does the Biden administration hope to secure during this period? Thank you.
Well, first, at a macro level, the most important thing and a core part of my extended engagement with Director Wong, not just here, but in multiple meetings dating back to the beginning of last year, is overall responsible management of this relationship so that competition doesn't veer into confrontation or conflict. That is ongoing work. And being able to reach the end of President Biden's administration with the relationship on a stable basis, even though we have areas of difference and areas of difficulty, this is something we will work towards. More specifically, we're going to look for further progress on counter-narcotics and reducing the flow of illicit synthetic drugs into the United States. We are going to look for a deepening of the military-to-military communication so that we can pass that on to President Biden's successor. And in fact, a very positive outcome of the sessions here is that there will be a call between the theater commanders, the Indo-PACOM commander and the Southern theater commander for the PLA. Having the opportunity today to sit down with the CMC vice chairman, something that has not happened for a U.S. official in 8 years, is itself significant because it allows us to give impetus and momentum to those military-to-military lines of communication, and that will be an important priority for us as we go forward. There are other issues as well, of course, that we'll deal with, and we'll have to manage the risks and flashpoints too, cross-strait relations, the South China Sea, the Chinese support for the Russian defense industrial base, and we'll continue to work on all of those in the months ahead. Yeah.
Welcome to Beijing. My name is Laura Bicker. I'm from BBC News. I'd like to ask you talk about a call between the two leaders within the coming weeks. Will there be a last meeting between President Biden and President Xi? And also back to those talks with General Zhang, how important is it for you to have those talks with a leading general, and what was the tone of those talks?
It is likely that both President Biden and President Xi will be at APEC and the G20 later this year. I don't have any announcements to make on either President Biden's travel or a potential meeting, but the likelihood is they'll both be there, and if they are, it would only be natural for them to have the chance to sit down with one another. So we'll have to await any confirmation or any announcements, but I think things pointing in that direction seem logical and reasonable. I think the meeting with Vice Chairman Zhang was very important. There is no substitute for actually being able to sit across the table, not just with the Vice Chairman, but with his whole team, and be able to hear from them their perspective on critical issues, and them be able to hear from us our perspective on those same issues, whether it's cross-strait relations or the South China Sea or cyber issues, and being able to have that exchange, which is rare, I think allows us to clarify our intentions and our concerns and hear theirs and try to use that in service of responsible management of the relationship going forward. Yeah.
We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, as we do see a live event about Hurricane Harvey popping up here. We'll be right back. $62 million affordable housing development. This ceremony comes after Hurricane Harvey rendered the original site uninhabitable and displaced residents in 2017, leading to its demolition in 2021. That is going on live right now, and we are going to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Be very excited in terms of living in a quality Class A property, but also having one of the most amazing views in this city. Before we continue, I would like to recognize a few people that's here today. First, I want to recognize our board chair, Jody Poehler. Another one of our board members, Kenneth Lee. Councilwoman Tiffany Thomas. Councilmember Mario Castillo. Carmen Chug. Clarissa Perez from the Intergovernmental Relations Manager for Disaster Recovery from Texas General Land Office. Adam Horowitz, Vice President of Citibank. And I apologize I didn't miss it. Ms. Chubb, she's President of Columbia Residential, our development partner. Jason Alrich, Vice President of the National Equity Fund. Eric Cobb, Director of the Houston Field Office Department of Housing and Urban Development. Mike Nichols, Director of the Houston Housing and Community Development Department. And of course, our amazing clients and residents that we serve. Could you all please stand up, put your hand up so people can recognize you? And if I miss anyone, blame it on my head, not my heart. So the journey to rebuild 2100 Memorial started back in 2017 when Harvey devastated this property. A promise was made. The city and the Houston Housing Authority said we will rebuild, and we will rebuild in this area. It was a lot of struggles and battles as we dealt with the devastation in order to have clients move. Those clients band together to ensure not only will this property be rebuilt in this area, but they will have the opportunity to have input in terms of bringing it back to fruition, and they did. Resilient, like Houstonians who weathered that storm. Resilient, this project against the damage and flooding and hurricanes. 2100 Memorial includes elevated foundations to protect against future floods and advanced water retention system to ensure sustainability. This building stands as a symbol of resilience, renewal, and progress. The importance of this project cannot be overstated. The reconstruction initiative funded by the Harvey Multifamily Program through HUD ensures that our seniors have a safe place to call home. More importantly, this underscores our commitment in tackling housing needs throughout this city. Citizens of this city, some of the communities most vulnerable, is in dire need of housing, and we continually band together to make that possible. Today, I welcome back dozens of original residents who were displaced during Harvey. To those returning residents, welcome home. Your resilience and determination to return is duly noted. Our new residents, I extend you a warm welcome, because if we tour these halls, we see the beauty and the hard work that was put in and the care for the residents that's returning and the new residents that we have. Now I want to take the time to just acknowledge again the hard work that the city put in, the hard work that the Housing Authority put in, the hard work that our development partners and our contractors and everyone banded together to make this happen. The federal government, HUD, the disaster funding, that's collaboration. And that collaboration has us here today to provide this great property to our citizens of Houston. Now we'll get a little further and deeper into our program. And I would like to call up one of our returning residents, Connie Castillo.
Good morning. My name is Connie Castillo. I am a returning resident at 2100 Memorial. It is an honor to be here today. I want to thank the Houston Housing Authority and their employees, especially Rakisha Thomas and Ms. Cheney, who have helped guide me through the last 4.5 years through this journey to return. And I want to thank everyone who's made this happen. I remember when I was where I was when Harvey flooded our beautiful city. My unit overlooked Buffalo Bayou, which had turned into a rushing river, actually a huge lake that covered everything at ground level. Whoops. It was going to ground level. Saying goodbye to my home of 5 years and the people who were part of my residential community were hard. The sense of community here was always strong and supportive. I used to host spaghetti dinners, if any of your former residents remember that, and huge Greek salads. We had the dinners in the common area to be sure that everyone was fed and happy. Even after each of us had to leave, we checked in with one another. I was the lead plaintiff in the lawsuit, and people remember the Senior Stand United committee that we developed so we could come back, and housing, Mr. Northern and the other staff now have helped make this happen. I know we have faced challenges that put our world on pause. During that time, we lost some of the original 2100 Memorial family. At this time, I would like you to join me in a moment of silence for those residents who are no longer here with us. It goes without saying that we are Houston strong and are a true testament to the word resilience. Seeing the new building with updated features brings me joy. I hope to see many more familiar faces once I move in. I'm looking forward to hosting communal dinners. If we have the space, I'll be happy to do it again. Returning to my view of the city lights and using the shiny new fitness center we have. This is more than just a building. It's my shelter, just like the former building was. It's my community and my home. Thank you again to everyone involved in the project. And I want to say a thank you to my fellow committee members from Senior Stand United. They're not here today. Sheila Henderson and Miss Edna. Oh, God, I forgot Miss Edna's last name. And we're neighbors where I live now, but Miss Edna as well. Thank you again to everyone involved in the project and to the Houston Housing Authority for making my move-in process easier and my new home feel safe and special.
Thank you so much. Before we move to the next speaker, I want to recognize Leo Vasquez, who's the president of the board for TDCHA. He's in the room with us today. Now I ask Carmen Chubb, president of Columbia Residential, come up and say a few words, please.
Thank you, David, and good morning, everybody. It is so wonderful to see you here today on such a beautiful day to celebrate the opening of 2100 Memorial. Thank you, Pastor Rudy, for your prayer. Ms. Castillo, I can see your resilience because you were unfazed by everything that was happening with the wind blowing, and thank you for sharing your remarks this morning. On behalf of Columbia Residential, our entire family, and our development partner with Creekstone, Stephen Keller, and Lance Gillum, I bring you greetings. I want to acknowledge the Housing Authority, the CEO, David Northern, Board Chair, Jody Proler, and the entire board. You have been phenomenal working through this process. Councilmember Maria Castillo and Councilmember Tiffany Thomas, thank you for your support and all of our partners and guests. Several years ago, we joined the Houston Housing Authority and the City of Houston to embark upon a shared vision to provide seniors at 2100 Memorial with a beautiful, high-quality, resilient community. A community designed to withstand the forces of nature and provide a safe haven for the residents during a storm. At a time when this vision was set in motion, I had not yet joined Columbia Residential. As a matter of fact, David and I were here together at the groundbreaking, and many of the people have changed. But I will say one thing for certain. The fact that the Housing Authority, the city, and the development partners are committed to this property and committed to the residents, that has not changed. 2100 Memorial is designed with the highest standards of safety and sustainability. It is built to National Green Building Certification standards and offers a variety of amenities to enhance the lives of the seniors who live here. From the fitness center and yoga room to the community room, the catering kitchen, the business center, every aspect of this community was designed with the residents in mind. Not to mention the stunning skyline views, which we had nothing to do with, but they are certainly a benefit to the people who get to live here. We believe it is important to celebrate moments like this that signify our commitment to the residents and the delivery of the promises made. Getting to this point was the result of the hard work of many partners, and I'm going to acknowledge some today. I may miss some, and again, it is not because what you did was not important. The Houston Housing Authority and the City of Houston for your unwavering support and collaboration. The Office of Community Housing and Community Development, Mike Nichols, thank you for your leadership. I want to extend a sincere note of gratitude to Waterman Steele for always amplifying the voice of the residents and the community and working with us to make sure we continue to do that. A special thanks to JHP Architecture and Urban Design. We have several people here, John, Davey, and Maria. Kimley Horn is our engineer, and Block Builders, our general contractor. They are responsible for the design and delivery of this absolutely beautiful community. SK Collaborative had made sure we focused on the green building practices and Hue Designs for their exceptional interior design work, and I hope you get a chance to see it inside the building. We wouldn't be here without our funding partners. Nothing happens without the money to pay for it, so I want to recognize again the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the City of Houston for the disaster recovery funds that enabled the implementation of the cutting-edge flood management and mitigation strategies implemented on the site, and the Texas General Land Office. We have our lenders and tax credit equity partners, Mike Mera with Wells Fargo, our construction lender, Adam Hurwitz and Mahesh Iyer with Citibank, our permanent lender, Jason Aldridge with National Equity Fund, our tax credit investor, and you'll hear from many of them in just a moment. Your financial support is really what made us, gave us the ability to deliver on the promises. And I want to express my gratitude to our Columbia Residential Development and Construction team. If you'll raise your hand, Ray Kuniansky, Robert Barfield, and Kenny Hughes. I would say Kenny is the unsung hero of Columbia, making sure everything was going as planned on site. We certainly appreciate that. Our property management team is growing, but I'll recognize Bria Craig, who is our property manager. She's been here from the start working with the residents, and Rhonda Brown, our vice president of property management, and all the members of our on-site team. If you all will raise your hand, they'll give you a tour of the community when we're done. And since we talked about the changes that have transpired during this time of development, I want to acknowledge Columbia's founder, Noel Khalil, who was instrumental in executing the vision of 2100 Memorial, and just know that we carry that with us in all that we do. To our residents, we are grateful for your patience and acknowledge the sacrifices you made during the development process. And we thank you for being here and welcome you home. Thank you.
Next, I'll ask Housing Authority's Board Chair Jody Pohl to come up, please. Say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Thank you, David. On behalf of the entire new board of the Houston Housing Authority, today we celebrate a very significant achievement in our mission to serve the Houston senior community. This project is a testament to Houston's resilience and our dedication to our seniors' well-being. As a third-generation Houstonian and someone who has flooded 3 times in 3 different areas of the city, I am very sensitive to people who have struggled with flood disasters. This project has 197 homes, and over $67 million of capital was invested. 2100 Memorial sets a new standard for what we can achieve. It challenges us to continue innovating, to forge stronger partnerships, and to envision a future where every senior in Houston has a safe, comfortable place to call home. To our returning residents, your patience and perseverance have been inspiring. Thank you to the City of Houston, our development partners, and all the dedicated individuals who work tirelessly to turn this vision into reality. Thank you.
Thank you for that, sir. Next, I'll ask Eric Cobb, Field Officer Director, Department of Housing and Urban Development, Houston.
Good morning, everyone. First, I just want to thank David for allowing me a moment to get up and share with you. As the HUD Houston Field Office Director, I just want to let every one of you know how proud I am to be a part of the work that you do. Building affordable housing is no small task. It's tough. It's hard to put these deals together. And I know that HUD is a very important partner in this work, in this task. I think many times when folks think about HUD, they think about we're off in Washington, D.C., or we're out in the, up in the sky somewhere, and they don't realize that you have a field office right here in the Houston area, and that's who we are. We are here. We take hundreds of calls from everyone, from the public, each and every week, sometimes hundreds of calls a day at a field office. We have walk-ins. They come to us. We feel the need. We understand the need at HUD. So I just want you to know that, at the Houston field office, we're a part of you. We're not separated. We're a part of you. We know the need, and that's why this is so important, and this is why we're so excited when this happens. This project is so wonderful, as many others are around the Houston area, and we're just so happy to be a part of you. At HUD, we house America, and our goal is to ensure everyone has affordable, healthy, a place to call home, a place to lay their head, and the partnership with all of you, again, that's what makes it happen. And that's, again, why we're so excited. So once again, I want to say thank you. And again, we're right down, I just want to let you know, we're right down 1331 Lamar Street. Come visit us, come say hello, and we're right here with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, I will ask Clarissa Perez from Intergovernmental Relations Manager, Disaster Recovery, GLO, to come up and say a few words.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today on behalf of the Texas General Land Office. My name is Clarissa Perez. I am the Intergovernmental Relations Manager for the Texas General Land Office's Disaster Recovery Division. It's a lot of words just to say that we work with disaster recovery, mitigation, infrastructure, everything in between there.
We were just listening into a live event there as 197 new homes are being unveiled for seniors after Hurricane Harvey damaged that property back in 2017. We did want to give you a live look right now as we are looking into Boston, Massachusetts there, as Senator J.D. Vance is set to speak at the International Association of the Firefighters Convention. That is set to begin here very shortly. As you can see, someone is standing up at the podium. Vance expected to speak around 12:30, but as we know, this can come earlier or later. Either way, we will continue to monitor it for you here on Live Now from Fox and bring it to you. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, more live events and coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are going to head back to that live briefing out of Houston, Texas, as homes are being unveiled for seniors after Hurricane Harvey destroyed their homes back in 2017. Let's pivot back and listen in.
That we are the agency that rolls up our sleeves and gets to work for the people of Texas. Simply put, our goal is to serve the people we are supposed to serve and do it well. As the administrator of more than $14 billion in disaster recovery and mitigation funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, the GLO has proven our team is one of the most efficient and effective administrators of federal funding in the nation. But we also know we can't achieve a safer, more resilient Texas without collaboration from our partners. With our partners at the City of Houston, we are working together to utilize these disaster recovery funds both efficiently and effectively, while also knowing it is up to us to prove to Houstonians that these funds are in good hands. I can proudly say that today's grand opening of 2100 Memorial and a funding contribution of $25 million in disaster recovery funds by the GLO proves we're doing just that. On behalf of the GLO and Commissioner Buckingham, congratulations to all partners, stakeholders, and future residents that will be served by this new community. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next, I will ask the Honorable Councilwoman Tiffany Thomas to come and say a few words.
Keep clapping. I like that. Thank you. Good. Good morning. Councilmember Castillo, thank you for hosting me in District H. You can't say Houston without District H. Look, I just gave you a tagline. Now you got to quote me. My name is Tiffany Thomas. Many people who know me know I rarely leave the Beltway. I rarely leave the west side of town unless it's something really important, and today is incredibly important because we are opening, finally, 2100 Memorial. David Northern, congratulations. You mentioned us remembering the devastation of Hurricane Harvey. It's 7 years. Pastor Rudy, you know this. There's something about the number 7. The number 7 in the Bible talks about perfection, completeness. The number 7, to some people, they call it lucky. I don't call the residents lucky. I want you to know that today symbolizes perfection for you and all of the residents, perfection for the work of the Houston Housing Authority, perfection for the advocacy of the Houston Housing Department. None of this could have been possible. It has been an incredible 7 years. C.O. Bradford's one of my favorite public servants because he once said that public service is difficult. And it's difficult because it means all of us have to work together to get it right. We have to ask hard questions about who do we need to have in the table in order to make this deal work. 2100 Memorial is an example of how public service gets it right. We have different government agencies from the General Land Office, HUD, the city, the state. We have volunteer leadership. Lorenz Snowden. I can tell you that when I became a council member, one of the first calls was from Lorenz Snowden. He had to talk to me about 2100 Memorial. And I see Ryan Bibbs in the audience, and I can tell you that 2100 Memorial wasn't the easiest deal. We can celebrate now and look at the skylines, and we can talk about, oh, this is a great facility, but I remember the time that we were having difficult conversations about the investment of 2100 Memorial. And as chair of housing under the Whitmire administration and the Turner administration, I get a front row seat on the fight against affordable housing and the future of housing. This is the future of housing. This is the future of housing in the city, and it's the future of housing in America. And when we look at disaster recovery and the obligation the city of Houston, any municipality has, to not just revitalize, but deeply invest, and then also provide a pathway for you to return back home. Listen, we don't have this on the west side, okay? So listen, I'm looking at the Housing Authority. We don't have this on the west side, wink, wink. Okay, Columbia Residential, wink, wink. Councilmember Castillo, congratulations to you. You're coming into office with a bunch of wins, and this is a win. Director Nichols, a bunch of wins. Thank you for y'all's collaboration and working deeply with this. When I first met with Councilmember Castillo, 2100 Memorial was already on his list. It was already a priority, so y'all want you to know that you have a council member that has prioritized this project, but not just the project, but the people in District H. I'm Tiffany Thomas. If my office could ever be of service or support, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Thomas. I can tell you for certain she's a warrior when it comes to affordable housing and a job that we do. At this time, I would like the Honorable Councilmember Mario Castillo to come up, please, and say a few words. And remember, this is his district.
Good morning. It's a great day in District H today. I'm proud to be here as we celebrate the ribbon cutting of 2100 Memorial. I don't want to stand up here and try to take a bunch of credit because I just got into office. And as Councilmember Thomas said, this was years and years and years of work. And she would know because she chaired the Housing Committee for the past 4 years and still chairs the Housing Committee for the City of Houston. But I will come back and watch the fireworks from the patio because that's going to be the best view in the city. But in all seriousness, this is a fantastic moment for the district, for affordable housing, for our senior population. And it's a story of resilience, not just bouncing back from one of the worst disasters the city has faced, but a story of cooperation from every level of government, federal, state, city, housing authority, you name it, private companies getting involved. This is what can happen when the hard work does get put in, when the perseverance can see things through. And it's a great example because we absolutely need more of this throughout District H and throughout the city of Houston. And so I hope this can be an example and an inspiration to others to look at what we can do, look at what we can achieve when we work together, when we push through the difficulties and the hard times and put in the sweat equity to make these projects come to fruition, because the benefit, as you all know, is going to be tremendous. You're going to get a facility that's a lot nicer than anything I ever lived in college. And you're going to be in a great location, and you're going to have access to the city of Houston's most treasured resources. So I will continue to push for projects like this in the district. I look forward to working with Councilmember Thomas, Director Nichols, and all the entities that are here and represented. They've all been thanked so many times, and they've made this project today possible. And this is hopefully the start of many more to come. So I'm very excited, very proud to be here. Thank you all so much.
Again, we were just listening in there to a press conference out of Houston, Texas, as homes are being given, 197 of them actually, to seniors whose homes were destroyed back in Hurricane Harvey back in 2017. We did also just want to give you this reminder, this live look that we are still watching here as we await Senator J.D. Vance to speak in Boston. And we are seeing now that someone else is at the podium there, and that signals to us that maybe this isn't quite ready to start yet, but we will continue to watch it for you. And of course, here on Live Now from Fox, we do bring you the presidential and vice presidential candidate speeches, live, raw, and unfiltered with no commercial breaks. So we do hope that you stay with us to tune in for that. We are going to go away for that quick 2-minute break. When we come back, more live events to bring you out to. We'll be right back. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Your time now is 11:56 on the East Coast, 8:56 on the West Coast. We are going to head back to Houston, Texas, as there are a few minutes remaining in that press conference about giving homes to seniors that were impacted by Hurricane Harvey. We also are still awaiting Senator J.D. Vance to speak in Boston, Massachusetts. We are keeping an eye on that for you. On the other side of this will be my colleague Stephanie Quinue. My name's Christy Matino. Thanks for being with us.
Today marks a special occasion as we unveil 2100 Memorial. It is a remarkable milestone in our ongoing journey toward a more inclusive and affordable Houston. It's a poignant reflection on our shared commitment, particularly as we acknowledge that half of Houston, more than half of Houston residents are cost-burdened and are struggling to find affordable housing. This development is not just a building, it's a beacon of hope, especially for our seniors who deserve to spend their years in comfort and dignity. I want to take a moment to express my gratitude to a number of entities, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the Texas Land Office, my new best friends, the Houston Housing Authority, another of my best friends, Columbia Residential, city officials, and of course, I want to shout out for our incredible HCD multifamily team. Would y'all stand up, because y'all been at this for a long time. Each of you played a major role in transforming this vision into reality. And listen to Pastor Rudy, I always think about prayer. And one of the things that I pray for every morning is that I can build a better way toward building collaboration and capacity. And so echoing Councilman Castillo, I get credit, we get credit for this. That's years and years of hard work. And I don't want it to stop here. I want more units, more affordable units, beautiful units like this, and find ways to do them more quickly and to do them really, truly more affordable and less expensive. And it's going to take some work and creativity. Now, I don't ever leave anywhere without an ask. So Eric Cobb is here. And I'll ask everybody this. We need to continue to put pressure on our congressional delegations to find ways to move money more quickly and more simply to our communities, especially after a disaster. I agree with you, 7 is a magic number, Councilwoman Thomas, but 7 years is a long time. And at 72, 7 years is a really long time. So again, I ask you to think about ways to do that. Let's be more creative. Let's find ways to build more housing more quickly. I want to thank y'all for being here, and thank you for really loving Houston, for being resilient, and for making this the most affordable city in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next, I'll ask Adam Horowitz, Vice President of Citibank, to come up and say a few words.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Horowitz, and I'm with Citi Community Capital, which is the affordable housing lending and investment arm of Citigroup. I just wanted to take a minute or two today to express on behalf of Citi how appreciative we are to have been given the opportunity to be involved with 2100 Memorial and be able to help provide safe, clean, and affordable housing to the residents here. Citi is committed to making a difference in addressing the affordable housing crisis in this country. Last year, Citi Community Capital provided approximately $6.5 billion in financing for affordable housing across 228 projects, consisting of over 35,000 units all throughout the United States, which made Citi Community Capital the largest affordable housing lender in the country for the 14th year in a row. Thank you. Citi's role in 2100 Memorial is as the permanent loan lender, and we have provided a commitment to fund an $11.7 million permanent loan. But there are obviously a lot of other people and groups involved in getting a project like this to this point that we had the pleasure to work with. And so I first wanted to thank the ownership and development teams at Columbia Residential and the Houston Housing Authority. We also want to thank Wells Fargo for providing the construction loan, and NEF for providing the LIHTC equity that has been invested into the deal. And thank you to the City of Houston, HUD, FEMA, the GC, block builders, for all your contributions to and roles in the project. And my apologies if I left anyone out. But I'd just like to conclude my remarks today by wishing everyone I just mentioned, and I'm sure many other people who will contribute to the successful future of this project, good luck, and I hope the residents here enjoy this beautiful new project. Thank you for the time.
Thank you once again for that. I'll ask Michael Mora, Vice President of Wells Fargo, to come up, say a few words, please.
Good morning, everyone. What a great day. Again, I'm Mike Merrill with Wells Fargo and their Community Development Group, and we provided a $32 million construction loan to build 2100 Memorial. You know, I don't have a whole lot to say compared to what was and what is. You know, a 1969 Holiday Inn converted to apartments, destroyed by Hurricane Harvey, and then into what we're seeing now. It's quite impressive. Frankly, I think the actual building is better than the renderings. That doesn't happen all the time. So, you know, I think like everyone said, I think the beauty of the low-income housing tax credit program is the public-private partnership that makes this a reality. I mean, it's a private developer, banks, investors, HUD, City of Houston, GLO, you know, Houston Housing Authority, just so many public and private entities that make this a reality. Without everybody participating, we wouldn't be here today, certainly. I do want to recognize Ray Kuniansky and Block Builder. This property, or this closed in, let's see, 2001. We know what was happening in 2001. Kind of had a global pandemic going on, coming out of the global pandemic, but into material, labor, supply chain issues that, you know, really, you know, Columbia Residential, Block Builders, the Housing Authority really had to navigate through. I will tell you, I've seen, you know, properties half this size, half this complicated, get delayed much longer. So, you know, kudos to Ray, Block, for really, you know, keeping this thing on track and completing on time. I mean, it took a special effort, believe me. So with that, you know, again, I don't want to go through all the partners and public, you know, entities that made today a reality, but, you know, thank you so much. And really today is for the residents and the returning residents, and congratulations to all of you. This is really a day for you. Thank you.
Finally, I'll ask Jason Arich from Vice President of National Equity Fund to come up and say a few words also.
Hey, good morning, everyone. This is truly a fantastic day. National Equity Fund is a very mission-based organization, and we are so proud to be a partner in this project. Projects like this don't come about in our world every day. This is an incredibly unique project in a very high opportunity area with tremendous access to services, healthcare, education. It's really a poster child for the kind of projects that we want to be a part of as a mission-based affordable housing capital provider.
We are listening in to a briefing as a number of officials are talking about the construction of 197 new homes for seniors following the damage left over from Hurricane Harvey. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 12:05 Eastern, 9:05 Pacific. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We do have a live event happening right now as the United Nations is talking about health concerns in Gaza, specifically polio, as well as a number of other issues. We're going to head live to that after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Before the break, I was talking about a live event happening as it involves the United Nations. That is going on, but we also have another live event that just started in our live feeds right now, and I wanted to show you this. This is a live look out of Boston, Massachusetts, as we are expecting Senator J.D. Vance to speak at the Firefighters Union in Boston, the International Association of Firefighters Convention, one of the largest labor unions representing nearly 350,000 firefighters and emergency medical workers. We do see someone talking. Let's raise the audio and listen in.
The IAFF bill to repeal the WEP GPO and put a stop to the government from continuing to steal our rightly earned retirement benefits of so many of our IAFF members. Our friend is there for us at every turn, and we are here for him and always will be. When our friend called and told me he was working to get the Republican candidate for vice president for a trip to Boston, he only had one request. Could we bestow the honor upon him of introducing Senator J.D. Vance to Carlos' IAFF brothers and sisters? My answer was easy. It would be my pleasure. Please welcome Congressman Carlos Jimenez to the 57th IAFF Convention. Brother Carlos.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ed. Thank you so much for those kind words and that kind introduction. You were mistaken on something, though. I was an IAFF member, dues-paying member for 25 years, not 20 years. I was actually also a dues-paying member when I was the fire chief of the city of Miami. Much to the chagrin of the city manager, said, you're what? You're a what? Yeah, I'm a member of the union, and I will continue to be a member of the union until I retire from the fire service. People ask me, and I said this, I guess, last year at your convention, that what's my favorite job? I've been a lot of things. I've been a firefighter, I've been a fire chief, I've been a city manager, I've been a county commissioner, I've been a county mayor, and now I'm a congressman. And when they ask me, what am I? I'm a firefighter.
That's what I am. I'm a firefighter. That's in my core. It will always be in my core. That's what makes me tick. That's how I see the world. And so today, you know, I come to you as a fire. Normally, I don't talk much politics, but today I'm going to talk a little politics. And I felt it was important for our vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, to come and speak in front of you today, because I feel that strongly about it. And so I will be a little partisan today, and if I ruffle some feathers, well, you know, that's just the way it is. I mean, because I just say what I mean. And so, you know, I came here when I was a kid. I was 7 years old. I came from Cuba, fleeing communism, seeking freedom of speech. And my parents, I didn't seek it. My parents were seeking freedom for me because they saw what was going on in that communist island and the misery that communism brings. And there was one of the proudest moments I had was, you know, swearing the oath to become a firefighter. And the great thing about firefighters is that it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what color skin you have, it doesn't matter the gender, it doesn't matter. When that bell hits, we respond. That bell hits, we respond. And what are we responding to? Somebody is in trouble, somebody needs help, and we're there to respond. And again, and when the bell hits, we respond. We don't say, I think it's time for me to retire, okay, because it may be a little dangerous. Yeah, we have a dangerous profession. And we put our lives on the line every single day for our fellow men and women. And so the reason I'm here today is because I'm going to be introducing J.D. Vance, who's our vice presidential candidate for the Republican Party. But I have to say this, that I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to be here in order to express myself and what I feel about this election. This election is the most critical election, I believe, in American history. It's certainly the most critical election during my lifetime. And while we respond every single day when the bell hits because somebody is in trouble, America is in trouble right now. And the presidential candidate from the Democrat Party, Kamala Harris, wants you to believe that somehow the last 4 years did not happen. They went from Trump right to her, and she's going to fix it all. Well, she's been the border czar for a number of years, and immigration is a disaster. Our border is a disaster. Inflation has gone up. Interest rates are up. It's hurting every single man and woman and working family. She tells you that she doesn't want to ban fracking, but that she's told you she did want to ban fracking. The world is aflame today. We have wars in Ukraine. We have wars in the Middle East. Iran is about to get a nuclear weapon. We have communist China is increasingly becoming more and more powerful, becoming a greater threat. And so all of this has happened during the last 4 years. And so, you know, as a firefighter, one of the things that I get is I'm pretty good with a BS meter, because I guess we hear it so much in the firehouse every once in a while, right? We BS with each other. And so do you really believe that Kamala Harris, who's the person who's been in charge of the border, is going to actually control the border? I don't think so. Do you actually think that she's going to stand up to communist China? Do you actually think that she is going to lead America from a position of strength and not of weakness, which we've seen over the last 4 years? I just don't think so. Do you actually believe that she has your best interest at heart? Just yesterday, I was watching CNBC, and her campaign, people from her campaign says they want to institute a capital gains tax, an unrealized capital gains tax, 25%. How many of you all have a pension here? You don't have a pension? How many of you all are with 401ks or 457s? That means that whenever your price or you gain something from that, you're going to have to pay a tax, even though you haven't sold the asset. That's going to hurt every single man, woman, and child in America, because it's going to disincentivize investment in corporations. By the way, corporations that employ the majority of Americans. And so again, Kamala Harris saying she's going to fix it all is like saying that the arsonist who set the fire said, don't worry, I'm going to put the fire out. Today I'm excited to introduce a man whose leadership and dedication to our nation resonates deeply with the values that we uphold as proud Americans. Our next Vice President, Senator J.D. Vance. Senator Vance's story is one of determination. Born in Middleton, Ohio, J.D. grew up in a working-class family. His mother was a nurse, and his stepfather was a factory worker. Senator Vance's journey took him from his hometown to Yale Law School, but he never forgot his roots. Senator J.D. Vance is a patriot who served our country in combat, as a Marine during the Iraq War. Senator Vance is an entrepreneur, a businessman who understands firsthand what it takes to create jobs in America. His best-selling memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, is a testament to his deep understanding of the struggles and aspirations of working people. JD's work has always centered on giving a voice to the voiceless, championing the cause that matter to working families and organized labor. As a senator, J.D. Vance has proven himself to be a steadfast ally of working people. He has fought tirelessly to protect American jobs, support our steelworkers, and advocate for fair trade policies that put American workers first. His legislative efforts to support workers' rights and improve labor conditions reflect his unwavering commitment to those who work hard every day to build our nation. Today, as we gather to discuss the future of our great nation and the issues that matter most to our families, I am confident that the Trump-Vance ticket is what America needs this time. President Trump and Senator Vance's dedication, experience, unwavering support for working people make them the ideal choice for us in this election. I urge you all to consider endorsing President Trump and Senator Vance's ticket, as their leadership has honored the values we cherish as firefighters and more importantly, as Americans. Thank you, and please join me in giving a warm welcome to the next Vice President of the United States of America, Senator J.D. Vance.
There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
And you can see J.D. Vance there walking up to the podium after being introduced right there. And you can see that he's waving to the crowd. This is the International Association of Firefighters Convention, IAFF, one of the largest labor unions representing nearly 350,000 firefighters and emergency workers. Let's listen in.
Well, Semper Fi, guys. We got some, it sounds like we got some fans and some haters. That's okay. Listen to what I have to say here, and I'll make my pitch. I want to first say thank you to Representative Jimenez for the great introduction. It's very kind of you. Thank you for your service to our country. The only career firefighter in the United States Congress. So thrilled to have you on our side and thrilled to have you fighting for America's firefighters. Let's give it up for Representative Jimenez. Now, I also want to thank President Kelly and every single IAFF member for your warm welcome. It is an honor to be here with America's incredible firefighters, and I'm honored to be here. God bless you guys, and thanks for what you do. Now, I do have some news to break this morning. I guess I just heard on the ride over here that the New York City Fire Marshals Benevolent Association has endorsed the Trump-Vance ticket. I, of course, want to thank them for their support, and I want to humbly ask all of you to join them, and I'd like to explain why. Now, the American people respect you. They respect firefighters, and we're eternally grateful for the valiant work you do for our communities and for our neighborhoods. Every day, firefighters risk your lives to save homes, businesses, and the precious lives of our fellow citizens. Now, you're also incredibly kind and patient. As the father of a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old, I have been to firehouses all over this country, in San Diego, Atlanta, and New York City, and of course many in my home state of Ohio. And despite the fact you guys are probably annoyed to have a few young kids drop in, you were always unfailingly kind and patient, and I'm grateful to it. It's one of the reasons we love our firefighters in this country. You all are the embodiment of American spirit. Heroic, determined, selfless, hardworking, and tough. This country was built by people like you. America is great because of people like you, and I believe you deserve a government that is loyal to you. Now, I know Governor Tim Walz was here yesterday, and I'm glad he was able to come. And I respect this union for inviting both sides to take the stage and to make the case to all of our membership. And of course, that's what democracy is about. You listen to both sides, you weigh their records, you weigh their plans, and then you vote. And so today I'm asking you to ignore the campaign rhetoric and look at the record. In 2019, this union endorsed a Democrat for president with high hopes. But sadly, I believe you've been let down. Now let's talk about the issues that affect all Americans, and then let's talk about some of the issues that affect just firefighters. But all Americans are affected by this terrible inflation crisis. And under President Trump, wages were rising, and nobody was really talking about inflation in 2020 in this country. But under the economic mismanagement of this administration, firefighters have had already strained budgets and pensions stretched to the breaking point by this affordability crisis. With President Trump at the helm, our border was secure and drug trafficking was down. And under the open border policies of this administration, America has experienced a massive increase and a massive influx of illegal aliens and deadly drugs. And I know that a lot of you are on the front lines fighting against it. Enough fentanyl has poured into this country under Kamala Harris's leadership to kill every single American, man, woman, and child. And firefighters and EMTs every single day are fighting against this crisis. I know it because I've seen you in my communities, and I admire you for it. Now, when I visit a factory or some other place of business, I always ask the workers there, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And the answer is almost always no. Now, I want to ask the firefighters in this room a slightly different but a related question. Are you administering less Narcan today than you were 4 years ago? My guess is that for almost every person in this room, the answer is unfortunately no, and that was a policy choice of the President administration. Now, you are so often the first to respond when someone is suffering an overdose. You try to help our fellow citizens living with addiction to survive those overdoses and to be able to build a second chance at a better life. And I know, and I've seen it very personally, you try desperately to revive parents who took something they shouldn't, all while comforting the children who are terrified that they might lose their mom or dad. I've spoken to so many firefighters and EMTs over the years who are on the front lines of this drug war, this addiction crisis. They revive people who took fentanyl, they rescue their children, and they even sometimes, as you all know, put out fires that were started by drug addicts. And one of the things they confess to me in private, though I know you would never say this in public, is their fear that they aren't making a difference. Now, there's a hidden trauma among our firefighters. I don't think I'm telling you anything you don't know. A trauma that comes from staring death in the eye every single day and worrying that you are fighting a losing battle. And I just want you to hear it from me that I understand. But I want you to hear a story, a very personal story. When I was 12, my mom was in the middle of a terrible, terrible addiction crisis herself. She struggled with it for most of my early childhood. And I remember during a particularly bad episode, I called 911. Like so many kids who have parents who struggle, I called 911. Now the firefighters, the EMTs, and the police came. They calmed her down, but as you all know, they calmed me down too. They calmed my sister down. They did that public service that only they can do. Now, years later, she took something else that she shouldn't have taken. And the firefighters and the EMTs, they saved her life and took her to the hospital where she lay in a coma before eventually waking up. And I want you to know that for us, we did get a second chance. And so if you're ever worried that you're not making a difference, listen to this from the sad and tearful 12-year-old to a 40-year-old who's now asking to be your vice president. You do make a difference. You make a difference every single day, and I thank you for it. Now, you might not always see it, and you might not hear it, and I know that a lot of the people that you're out there fighting for and saving, sometimes they don't say thank you. But my mom, as much as she struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life, when you saved her life, when you gave her a second chance, she got clean, and she's been clean and sober for now almost 10 years. And God bless her, and God bless all of you for fighting for her. So believe it from me, believe it from a kid who's seen it with his very own eyes. You are making a difference. You are saving lives, and you are giving people an opportunity at a second chance, even if you don't see them take that opportunity every single time. God bless you guys. I love you for it, and I'm so grateful for it. We wouldn't have the second chance with my mom without probably some of the people that are sitting in this room. Now, while overwhelming America's firefighters and EMTs, Kamala Harris's open border policy, it's also depleting our budgets. New York City Mayor Eric Adams, not a fan of mine or President Trump, said that illegal immigration will destroy New York City due to the huge financial strain, which is about $12 billion over the next 3 years, and that's just in New York City. The mayor announced sweeping budget cuts that would slash $300 million from the fire department and cut the number of police officers to the lowest level since the 1990s. And it's the same story all over the United States of America. Illegal immigration cost Chicago taxpayers $361 million last year. Denver is shelling out $180 million. Washington, D.C. is paying $36 million. If we don't secure our border soon, my friends, our cities are going to have to cut vital police, fire, and emergency medical services to the bone. And it's you who's going to suffer, and it's the people you serve who are going to suffer. We shouldn't be forced to spend billions of dollars on people who aren't even supposed to be here. We should be spending that money on schools, police and fire departments, and our citizens. And under President Donald J. Trump's leadership, we will. Now, here's another promise, not just a promise based on some plan that's written on a website, but based on the real record. When Donald Trump is president, we won't sit on our hands while rioters and arsonists burn down American cities like they did to Minneapolis in 2020. Now, I'd ask you to remember the scene back in the summer of 2020, state troopers in full riot gear protecting the firefighters of Minneapolis from the rabid mob that was torching down that city. And we have to ask, why were they doing it? And part of the reason they were doing it is because people like Tim Walz invited those rioters into Minneapolis, and it was people like Donald Trump who were trying to send in the National Guard to protect them, to protect you. And we sure as hell will not bail out the criminals like Kamala Harris did. The criminals, many of whom were going after our firefighters as they tried to keep our cities safe and put out the fires. We're going to put criminals behind bars where they belong, and we will always stand with the courageous firefighters and the first responders who keep this country safe every single day. Now, President Trump and I are proud to be the most pro-worker Republican ticket in history, and I want to talk about why we're fighting for working people, why we're going to fight for unions and non-union alike. Now, our enemies and a lot of Democrats call us populists, like it's something of an insult. But if being a populist means being on the side of working people rather than the powerful elites who hollowed out our middle class and sent us into stupid foreign wars, then sign me up. I am a populist, and I'm proud of it. For decades, unions have given support to Democrat candidates without giving Republicans much consideration, and I'm not here to judge you or to blame you or to criticize you. I am here to tell you that it's a different world now. You may have noticed that Donald Trump is not exactly like Mitt Romney or some of the Republicans of the past. He is a different kind of Republican. And under his leadership, the Republican Party is the party of the American worker. Now just think about the Republican and Democrat conventions we just had. It says a lot who each party chose to put up on that stage. At the Republican convention, we were featuring everyday American workers, and of course, we had Hulk Hogan. And while it's tempting, and I'm sure it would make some big headlines, don't worry, everybody, I'm not going to try to take off my shirt here. But at the Democrat convention, it was a parade of celebrities and billionaires. It felt sometimes like every celebrity except for Hulk Hogan was at the Democratic National Convention. And I don't blame anybody for being famous or for making money, but you cannot be a champagne socialist who supports open borders and pretend that you're a friend of working men and women. It doesn't make an ounce of sense, my friends. It just doesn't. The most profound moment for me at either convention was the American hero who couldn't be there. And I think we're all united in celebrating and remembering Corey Comparatori, a great American, a great fire chief, a great husband, and a great father. But while the assassin in Butler, Pennsylvania barely missed Donald Trump, he took the life of that great firefighter, a selfless patriot, and a respected citizen in his community. Now at the convention, President Trump stood beside Corey's helmet and gear and called for a moment of silence. And I'll tell you, there wasn't a dry eye in the arena in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Our nation wept for Corey, just as our nation weeps for all the firefighters and the first responders who lost their lives in the service of others. Now, of course, I couldn't help but notice this wall beside me with names, I believe, 644 names. Is that right? 644 names of firefighters and emergency medical workers, proud IAFF members who have passed since your last convention. And I just want to tell you, seeing that wall breaks my heart, and it gives me a sense of renewed commitment to everything that you're doing. And I think just as it's fitting to remember the sacrifice of Corey Comparatori, we should also take a moment. Let's take a moment of silence and remember the 644 of your brothers and sisters who have passed. Thank you all. Now, Donald Trump, I will tell you, sometimes even when he has to fight his own party, he cares for working people, and he's been fighting for them for his entire life in public service. He loves our firefighters and our first responders, and he wants to make your lives better. And he wants to make your service easier. It's never going to be easy, but maybe it can be a little bit easier than it is right now. And we have to be honest, my friends, the hard truth is that Kamala Harris is the latest in a long line of Democrats who come by every few years asking unions for money and promising you the moon, but often failing to deliver. And I'd ask you, after supporting Democrats for so long in this union, what has it gotten you? Over the past 70 years, union membership in this country, and this is not a good thing, but it has declined. The influence of unions has declined, and the wages of working people, union and non-union alike, have not kept up with the pace of inflation over the last 3.5 years. So I want to ask you a question that Donald Trump asked America in 2016, what the hell do you have to lose? Now, I know this is a diverse union. Some of you love President Trump and some of you clearly don't. I've heard from both sides just giving this little speech. Now, this may come as a shock to you, but once upon a time, I wasn't a Trump guy either. And trust me, the president never lets me forget it. What you may not know is why I changed my mind. And it was actually in big part because of a firefighter friend from Dayton, Ohio, who persuaded me that I was wrong about Donald Trump and that he was right. And by the way, while we're talking about Dayton, can I give a shout out to Dayton Firefighters Local 136. Where are we, Dayton? God bless you guys, and God bless you for your service in Ohio. Now, my buddy Matt, I won't give his last name because I don't want to embarrass him, but Matt was trying to convince me to trust Donald Trump in 2016. But the truth is, I didn't fully believe in the promises Trump made. I didn't believe in the promises that any politician made, and you shouldn't either. But I didn't change my mind because of Donald Trump's promises. I changed my mind because he did a good job for the American people. He created a booming economy with rising wages and virtually no inflation. He stood up to China and reinvigorated American manufacturing. He kept us out of ridiculous foreign wars. And time after time, I saw that when Donald Trump makes a promise, my friends, he keeps it. Now just look at the promises he kept to our firefighters during his first term. he extended the AFG and SAFER authorizations to make sure firefighters got the funding they need. He signed a $100 million increase for firefighters during the midst of the pandemic. He signed legislation to improve wildfire suppression and forest management. And he signed an executive order to allow unions to create apprenticeship programs, helping you all recruit and train a new generation of firefighters. He tasked his EPA with addressing dangerous chemicals like PFAS to ensure safe firefighter gear. And I'll tell you, I share President Trump's commitment, and I speak for President Trump in saying that we are dedicated to health, to safety, and to the prosperity of our first responders, including our firefighters. Now, a lot of Democrats want to attack Republicans as being anti-union, and sometimes the shoe fits, but not me and not Donald Trump. When I was in the Senate, I voted to pass the Fire Grants and Safety Act, which authorized hundreds of millions of dollars in grant funding to local firefighters. And as Vice President, I will fight to ensure you get the resources you need, especially in some fast-growing places like Phoenix and Las Vegas, where we need more firehouses, not more shelters to house illegal aliens. And after talking extensively with the local volunteer fire department that braved the hazmat to respond to the disastrous East Palestine train derailment, I was proud to work across the aisle to produce the Railway Safety Act. And our bipartisan bill increased funding for communities to prepare for hazardous material spills and mandated that first responders always be notified when hazardous materials are being transported on rail lines in their communities. It's just common sense. You got to tell people what you're bringing into their communities if you're bringing it in the first place. Now, you may remember a lot of businesses didn't like that bill, but the railway union supported it, and President Trump and I fought for it, and we're still fighting for it to this very day. Now, speaking of East Palestine, I learned in talking to the local fire department there that our firefighters experience higher rates of cancer. You all know this, of course. That's why I voted for a 5-year reauthorization to the firefighter cancer registry last year, and I know when President Trump is elected, we're going to prioritize firefighter research and addressing the health risks that every single one of you take upon yourself to fight for our citizens every single day. Now look, when President Trump returns to the White House, and I believe that he will, we are always going to have an open door for the membership of this organization and the leadership of this organization, and that's true whether it's this union or other unions or anybody else. We're going to have an open door for working people because we want to fight for working people every single day. We will respect your right to engage in collective bargaining. And this is important too. We're going to defend your right to free speech, including your right to speak out about unconstitutional COVID vaccine mandates imposed by the current administration. We're going to abolish every single mandate, and we're going to fight to rehire every firefighter who was wrongly terminated with all the back pay that they deserve. We're going to deliver the equipment and the funding, the support and respect you all need to do your job. And we're going to seal that border and stop the flood of fentanyl that is poisoning our citizens and endangering each and every single one of you when you go to work. And here's another promise. We're going to protect your pensions because heroes like you deserve to retire with dignity and to enjoy the blessings of the country that you helped build and help protect. And it's not just words, it's not just promises that I'm making. I am actually a co-sponsor of the Social Security Fairness Act, and I'm proud of it. I think it's ridiculous to penalize our firefighters in retirement for doing the right thing and fighting for our communities. Now look, I know you do a hard and dangerous job. You spend long hours away from your family. the work can leave physical and emotional scars, and I've seen it even in the firefighters that I know. Frankly, you don't get paid what you deserve. But you don't do it for fame and you don't do it for fortune. You do it, and I know this, because you love your communities. And I think you deserve to live in a country where people like you and your children can afford to live the American dream in the cities and towns that all of us love. You deserve to live in a country where you can buy a home, put gas in your car, provide health care and education to your family, and put a nice meal on the table. A country where kids can walk safe streets, go to safe schools, and have the freedom to just be kids. A country where if you work hard and play by the rules, you can live a good life. Now, these aren't Democrat or Republican principles, but they are the principles that President Trump and I are fighting for on this campaign, and we're going to fight for it every single day in the White House. And that's why I want to ask you humbly for your support. President Trump and I want exactly what you want: more jobs, rising wages, a secure border, safe streets, and an affordable country where every child and every family can achieve their dreams. Now, he delivered that during his first 4 years as president. He changed my mind, and he won my vote. And for the skeptics still out there, I hope he has changed your minds too. But I'll tell you, whatever your politics and whatever your preferences, I make this solemn promise: whether you support us or not, whether you ultimately endorse us or not, President Trump and I believe in our firefighters, we believe in our first responders, and we will never stop fighting for you. I am rooting for you. I am proud of you. I am thankful for you. God bless you. I want your support. We're going to fight for you whether we get it or not. God bless you guys, and thank you.
And you were listening to J.D. Vance as he was speaking to the firefighters union there in Boston. You can see that he has now stepped away from the stage. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox and continue to follow all of these live events after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 12:45 Eastern, 9:45 Pacific. And before the break, you were listening to J.D. Vance as he was speaking live in Boston. You are taking a live look at the skyline of Boston on this Thursday, August 29th. J.D. Vance speaking at the International Association of Firefighters Convention, which is one of the largest labor unions representing nearly 350,000 firefighters, emergency medical workers, and rescue workers across the United States and Canada. Now, the IAFF endorsed President Biden back in 2020, but has not yet endorsed either party's candidates this year. And their spokesperson said they do not have a timeline for a potential endorsement at this point. Now, Democratic Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz spoke to the very same group yesterday. Walz, who is a former public school teacher and union member, blasted the Trump-Vance ticket as anti-union and anti-labor. He promises to support union members if he and Vice President Kamala Harris are elected. So we did play you Vance's remarks in their entirety. And as he was speaking live in Boston, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff was speaking to a group in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So what we're going to do, because we do want to play that out in its entirety, is we're going to step away for our final 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. And after that, we're going to play out his remarks in their entirety. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we did want to share the remarks from Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff as he was speaking in Grand Rapids, Michigan a short time ago. At the very same time, J.D. Vance was speaking live in Boston at a firefighters union conference. So we brought you those live, and now we do want to play out Emhoff's remarks in their entirety. Let's take a listen.
But she understands that it's not just enough to believe in these things as concepts, you know, high in the sky concepts of justice and fairness. She's someone who knows it's got to be real. And she understands that she's got to use common sense. She's got to be pragmatic to solve these problems and to use the skill she has as a, I'm sorry, there's a fly. Use the skill she has as a first-rate trial lawyer and problem solver to solve these problems that face our country and face our world. That's how she comes at things. She talked about some of her accomplishments as a prosecutor. Again, this was to put very bad people away who did very horrible things, but it was also to give an opportunity to those who did not commit violent crimes, people who needed a way back into our communities and have a chance to succeed and thrive again, for nonviolent offenders. And she had a program called Back on Track, and it worked. And one of the reasons for that was for the economy. Because if folks had a chance to get back into the communities, they're going to have jobs, they're going to pay taxes, they're going to help you grow your businesses. And that was one of the reasons for doing that. So that's a part of her pragmatic leadership, even when she was back in her prosecutor days. I got to know her as a citizen of California when she was our Attorney General. And she told the story about how she took on the big banks during the mortgage crisis. And she didn't do it only to get from $4 billion to $20 billion, although that was pretty amazing. And she held her ground. But for her, she was really thinking about the families involved. She was thinking about her own mother, who saved for years and years and years to finally be able to buy a home. And she's thinking about just folks like that who have that home and have that lawn that they love and the garden, and they take such pride of ownership that this is something that they work so hard for, big part of the community. And so that is also what drove her in that work, to make sure that there was dignity and that there was fairness, and it wasn't just about getting that money, which again helped mitigate a very horrible situation, but it was also to get people back in those homes that they love and make sure that they could still experience that joy of home ownership and that lawn and that sense of community and belonging that we all have. Because again, it's that empathy. She understands what's actually going on with people, and she turns that into action and policy. So that's Kamala Harris. So this election could not be more clear. I've heard the other speakers. You've heard that. But it's really about who sees and understands voters, who gets it. And it's going to be won by the candidate who will actually make all of our lives better, not just the lives of a select few, right? And it's also going to it's going to represent what most of us want. Most of us in this country want what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are talking about. Very few people want what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are actually talking about. And again, look at Project 2025. Listen to the words that they're saying. This is not anything that most people want. And don't be distracted by all the nonsense and the name calling and all the ridiculous BS, as I call it. Listen to what they're actually saying. Do you want to live in a world dictated by Project 2025 and the Dobbs decision? Well, that's where it would be heading. We don't want that. We want to have a great economy that focuses on all of us. We want to have clean air to breathe. We want less weapons of war on our streets that are killing young people in our schools. It's outrageous. And that's the world that we want, of freedom, a world that's forward-looking, not that's looking backwards. So that's why they are running. That's why they are doing as well as they are, because people are, it's resonating with not just Democrats. This message is resonating with all Americans. And as she said, and as Governor Walz has said, they will be president and vice president for each and every one of us, regardless of what community you're in. Now, being president means you've got to focus on the economy, which is one of the things we're going to talk about today. As I mentioned, Kamala Harris, she's pro-capitalism, pro-business, pro-growth, and pro-innovation. She wants everyone to succeed in this economy. And as Ken Chenault said at the Democratic Convention, we need a president who understands that government has to work in partnership with the business community and that a market-based economy needs a strong government. We got to do it together. And we're seeing this public-private partnership work right here in Michigan. Michigan ranks #1 in the country for investments from the Inflation Reduction Act. That's really awesome. This state has seen more than $26 billion in new federal investments, supporting over 21,000 good-paying jobs. So this is how it's supposed to work. Supporting entrepreneurs, helping manufacturers expand, growing the pie, and investing in the middle class. This is all important, and this is everything that she's talking about. But just as in business, these goals are only practical if they come with trust and character. In this election, and on those measures, there is no contest. Trust and character on one side, Kamala and Tim, not so much on the other. Her plan is to create an opportunity economy, right? Where everyone has an opportunity to succeed and compete. You can have a chance to compete and succeed in this opportunity economy, where she's fighting for everyday Americans and middle-class families, because as was mentioned, that's who she is. That's the background that she came from. Now, in addition, we have to protect very core things that will be under attack. It's right there in Project 2025, such as protecting Social Security, protecting Medicare, and instead of cutting taxes for his billionaire buddies and the largest corporations, we've got to cut taxes for the rest of us, for the middle class. Lower grocery costs and other things, which everyone depends on, price of prescription drugs, and we've got to relieve medical debt. And this is all part of the plan. Now, it's all got to be fair. You know, see my earlier comments and her work as Attorney General and throughout. If it's not fair, there has to be consequence. So if opportunistic companies take advantage of a crisis to rip off customers, she's going to find them and she's going to stop it. That's what she's talking about. And that's what she's always done. Again, this is not ideological. If somebody's ripping us off, it's got to stop, and she's going to stop them. So that is part of her plan as well. It's not ideological, it's practical. Fairness is good for the economy. When she took on the big banks, it was because people were getting ripped off, plain and simple, losing their homes. And there needed to be a solution for that. When veterans and others were getting taken advantage of by for-profit college, she shut them down, plain and simple, because they were not providing an education and they were ripping off people who wanted to get ahead in life. I mean, that's what she did. So again, this common sense, see problem, solve problem. That is Kamala Harris. Hey, that's a pretty good slogan. Put that on a sign. And again, stark contrast to the other side. What is it? Cause problems. Don't solve problems. And what some of the things they're talking about is it's just sick, like monitoring pregnancies and things like that. It is so far beyond the pale. Again, read what they're talking about. Listen. You know, Donald Trump, I want to punish women. I want to appoint justices that will overturn Roe v. Wade. He did it. I don't care what he's trying to say now and get out of it. He did it. And J.D. Vance, no exceptions, even for rape or incest. These are the people that we're talking about here. That's who they are. They can't get out of it. That's what they're trying to do. So again, contrast could not be more stark. Kamala Harris on the world stage. She's been vice president for almost 4 years. She already is a world leader. And let me tell you something, the seriousness, the toughness, the way that she was feared as Attorney General because she got stuff done and took care of major problems. Well, this is Kamala Harris on the world stage as well. Again, our family, we love her so much, and you see the smile and the joy, and yes, the laugh, which I love. But joyful warrior. The joyful part, but she is a warrior. As tough as they come. And I love, they kept playing those clips at the convention of her taking on the witnesses in the Senate Judiciary Committee. I mean, that's Kamala Harris. She never runs from a fight, and she knows the best way to deal with the cowards that she's dealing with is just to take them head on. Take them head on, because she knows cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She will always protect America, maintain the most lethal fighting force in the world, honor our commitments to our troops and our veterans and our allies. She has spent 4 years as vice president, as I mentioned. A lot of that time you're in the Oval Office with the president, helping to make very important decisions. You're in the Situation Room dealing with lots of problems and world issues. She's been there for these 4 years. And literally on the world stage, over 20-plus times, traveling the world, making sure that America's interests are protected out there. Everywhere she goes, she meets with our active duty troops and makes sure that they know that we care about them each and every day. She will always support and honor our veterans every minute as president. And she picked a veteran as her vice presidential candidate. She's ready to do this job. She is ready to be our leader, not just here domestically, but on the world stage. And she is ready. She'll be ready on day one when you elect her as our next president. This last month or so has been kind of head spinning, but think about it. I got to represent our country. President Biden sent me as head of a presidential delegation to Paris for the Olympics. So I was there for the last 4 or 5 days. I got to see our Team USA win several gold medals. Men's basketball, women's soccer. And what did I hear there? USA, USA, USA. And I got back from Paris and regrouped and went, right to the convention. And there I am in Chicago. Thousands of people in the arena, and I'm sure millions around the country, around the world. And what did I hear? USA, USA. So you can say it. And that's, I've been to a few Democratic conventions. That's not normally the soundtrack of a Democratic convention. But it was this year. And it was this year because of Kamala Harris. Because she showed everyone there that it doesn't matter what party you are to love your country, to be a patriot, to put the interests of other citizens before your own interests, to actually take that oath of office and honor it. And that's what she does, and I think she does it, and it comes through, and it gets people fired up because we love our country. And that's why we're doing this, because we love our country. She's going to bring joy to this work, and she's going to bring toughness to this work. She's not going to let anything affect her. It's all focus and discipline, which is a superpower for the next 60-some-odd days, which is the home stretch of this campaign to literally save our country. We haven't won anything yet, okay? So again, every time, the few times I get to talk to her, if I'm like, oh, there you're on TV, or did you see this? She's like, zip it. Get to work. Get out there and do everything you can to help us win. And I've been saying that's why I am out there. I'm crawling over shards of glass. I am knocking through every wall, every door. One, because I love her, but two, because I love my country. And we got to run like we're 10 points behind and keep going until we're 10 points ahead. We got to win, and we got to win big to prove to the country and prove to the world that there's a right way of doing things and a way of doing things that nobody wants. We got to win and win big, and that's what we're going to do. And as Michelle Obama said in her incredible speech, she did say do something, but she also said we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt, because and overwhelm any effort to suppress us, because that's what they're going to do, unfortunately, because they can't win on the merits. So they got to do all this stuff, but we're not going to let them. We are not going to let them do that. So we've got a big old map now, right? We've got Michigan. You've got Wisconsin next door. You've got Pennsylvania nearby. You've got Georgia, where they are right now. We've got North Carolina, and you go back out west. We got Arizona, we got Nevada, and some have even said Florida. And that's why every vote counts. It's all important. And so when people say, well, what more can we do? Well, you're in Michigan, so you got to do a lot. So, I mean, you just got to keep knocking on those doors. You got to keep going to the offices. You got to keep doing everything you've been doing here to make sure that we win this state. We have to win this state. And when you feel good about here, well, then just go to Wisconsin. Like, go out there, too. And it's just make sure people are registered, because I know this sounds so obvious, but you know, we don't have Schoolhouse Rock anymore, so we got to make sure people know that to vote you got to register, and the rules are going to be different in every state. So make sure when people say, what can I do, like the most basic act of democracy is making sure people get registered and that they just go out and vote. You know, of course, we want them to vote for us, but participate in this beautiful democracy. So get everyone to register. There's lots of ways to do it. IWillVote.com has everything out there. You can go to the campaign website, but just make sure people get registered. And with kids going back to school, you know, make sure that they're registered, you know, in the right place so they can cast their vote as well. Come to a campaign office. Like, it is so much fun. You know what I'm talking about. It's just your friends, your neighbors, your community. And I've been to them all over the country, and you just walk in, there's coffee, there's donuts, there's music, there's signs, but it's your friends and neighbors on their phones calling other friends and neighbors to get them to participate in this democracy. So there's so many things that you can do, but most of all, you know, keep supporting us, get the word out. You all have networks, and just make sure everyone understands the stakes. Could not be more stark. This is a truly, you know, the election of our history. I think she said it. It's the election of our lifetimes, but the election of our nation's lifetime. And so let's get out there and do it. We can do it with fun. We can do it with joy. But we've got to do it with toughness. And we've got to do it with resolve. So in other words, let's be like her, and let's just look right in front of us each day, win each day, day by day. And then on, this is the one thing where Tim Walz and I disagree, because he is literally saying, I'll sleep when I'm dead. It's a pretty good Tim Walz. And I was like, I will sleep on November 6th. Because I actually want to enjoy this next administration. Thank you so much. Let's do this. We're going to win this election.
So that was Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff right there talking in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And we also have a number of other live rallies and events happening today. So You Decide 2024, we've outlined all of the upcoming rallies just today alone. Former President Trump is set to speak in Potterville, Michigan at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. So in just over 2 hours from now, then the Harris-Walz campaign, they are going to be in Savannah, Georgia, for a 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time rally. And then Trump set to speak yet again, this time in La Crosse, Wisconsin. That will be at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So we have 3 other major events happening right now as both the Republican and Democratic presidential tickets are crisscrossing the United States. As we do here on Live Now from Fox, we will bring you all of these rallies in their entirety. No commercial breaks. We want you to hear from the candidates themselves without interruption. So stay with Live Now from Fox as we bring you all of this coverage continuing at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 1:11 Eastern, 10:11 Pacific. We have a number of other live events to get to after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn, and we want to turn to another live event happening right now. The United Nations talking about the health situation in Gaza, specifically talking about polio, but also a number of other health-related concerns. And we do want to pivot to that live event right now. Let's listen in.
Distributing emergency assistance. Our humanitarian colleagues warn that the damage to the dam has had serious direct impact that will continue to affect the fresh water supply in Sudan for the months to come. For its part, World Food Program said today it is working around the clock to try to deliver food and other humanitarian goods to people throughout Sudan. WFP's priority is to provide vital aid across 14 areas in the country to people who are either facing famine or at risk of slipping into famine after 500 relentless days of conflict. WFP pointed out that since Chad's Adre border crossing with Sudan was reopened for humanitarian convoys, the food agency trucks carrying over 630 metric tons of food, that's about enough for 55,000 people, have crossed into Darfur region. The latest truck crossing was Tuesday. WFP says that this food assistance is for communities in Kirenek and Sirba, 2 areas that are at risk of famine in West Darfur. Some supplies have already arrived in Mornay town in Kirenek, while other convoys are still en route. WFP says the progress of the convoys has been slowed by damaged bridges as well as flooded and muddy roads, as this is the peak of the rainy season in Sudan approaches. About trucks carrying about 11,134 metric tons of food. That's enough for about 280,000 people. Crossed from Chad into Sudan's Darfur region via other border crossing. That's the Tine crossing. That took place on Wednesday and Thursday last week. Distribution of vital food assistance will start as soon as possible in locations across Darfur for communities facing famine or at risk of slipping into famine. Said the food assistance had been stranded at the border because of flooded seasonal riverbeds linked to heavy rainfall last year. Floodwaters have receded slightly and allowing trucks to move, though progress remains slow because of poor conditions. WFP is also delivering cash assistance to families across Darfur. And just staying in the region. In South Sudan, our peacekeeping colleagues from the mission tell us that the significant rise in the water levels of the Nile has heightened the need for preparedness, especially in high-risk communities near rivers or swampland. Peacekeepers are helping state authorities to mitigate risk in the wake of extreme flood alerts issued for 5 counties in Jonglei. The UN mission visited Lankiem in Jonglei State along with humanitarian colleagues to assess the impact of the flood and the preparedness operations. They also organized a 2-day workshop for community members in a village to help them identify elevated areas to serve as safe zones. The mission peacekeepers also navigated rising waters to evacuate stranded civilians in Kodok and Upper Nile State. Well, has been cut. Going back to the occupied Palestinian territory, and this time focusing on the West Bank. First, you will have seen last night we issued a statement on behalf of the Secretary General in which he said he was deeply concerned by the latest developments in that area, including the launch of large-scale military operations in Jenin, Tulkarm, and Tubas governorate by the Israeli security forces that involved airstrikes, which resulted in casualties and damage to civilian infrastructure. He strongly condemns the loss of lives, including that of children. The Secretary General said these dangerous developments are fueling an already explosive situation in the West Bank, further for the immediate cessation of these operations. Today, our humanitarian colleagues warned that standards for law enforcement are still occurring in the north. The government of Jenin, the governorates of Jenin, Tulkarm, and Tubas, the number of fatalities, according to what OCHA is receiving, is 15 people in less than 2 days, with many others injured. Initial reports suggest that some families have been displaced, particularly in urban areas where Israeli security forces have repurposed homes as military positions. In multiple locations, heavy damage to infrastructure has been caused by military bulldozers. Electricity and telecom outages are also reported. Meanwhile, there continues to be military operations near hospitals, severely impacting those facilities. An UNRWA clinic at Al-Far refugee camp had to suspend operations yesterday, but was able to resume today once the Israeli security forces left the area. OCHA has convened UN agencies and other UN humanitarian partners working in the West Bank. They stand ready to assess the damage and the people's needs and to respond accordingly. Agencies have also warned people of the risk of unexploded ordnances in some areas, and that will be one of the first issues that will need to be addressed. Meanwhile, on the political end, Tor Venislan, the special coordinator for the UN in the region, continues to monitor the ceasefire and hostage release negotiations and to engage regularly with key national and international regional actors. He remains in contact with all relevant parties, reiterating the need to urgently reach a deal and the UN's commitment to support all efforts towards this goal. He's also held high-level talks with Israeli security officials regarding the incident involving the WFP vehicle that we told you about yesterday. In his discussions, he continues to raise his serious concerns about the deteriorating dynamics in the occupied West Bank. And as we said yesterday, Israeli forces must adhere to international law enforcement standards. Moving to Gaza, yesterday our WFP colleagues as you know, decided to temporarily pause the movement of its employees across the Gaza Strip following the shooting of the vehicle. Despite the pause in staff movement, WFP continues its life-saving humanitarian operations in Gaza through cooperating partners and hopes to resume its staff missions as soon as the necessary safety security guarantees from Israeli authorities are received and they feel it is safe to resume the movement of staff. WFP, as you know, is committed to staying and to delivering for the people of Gaza, but the incident is a stark reminder of the rapidly and ever-shrinking humanitarian space for our colleagues. Also, just OCHA is mentioning in Gaza, is telling us in Gaza that Israeli authorities announced that displaced people could return to specific areas in Deir al-Balah. This is the first time where return is officially allowed to an evacuated area. Obviously, the evacuation orders that we've received, that Palestinians have received numerous times since the beginning of August, has work and our ability to work. Also want to flag that Saturday last, UN colleagues assessed the water and sanitation conditions in 2 sites hosting over 1,200 families in Rafah. People there are struggling with drinking water as no trucking is currently available. They report skin diseases being the main morbidity among women and children, with no treatment available when they go to medical points. Also, those residing in the areas near on the beach in Mawasi have had seawater flooding their tents. And just to flag, as you know, this afternoon the Security Council will meet to hear a humanitarian briefing on the area. Joyce Masuya will brief on behalf of OCHA, and Dr. Mike Ryan will also brief on behalf of WHO. I've been asked about the situation in Yemen and the Sunyon oil tanker, and I can tell you that we are encouraged by reports that the salvage operations for the tanker can proceed with tugboats and rescue ships to access the incident areas. This is a necessary step considering the grave risk posed by the fires reported above that tanker, which is, I remind you, carries 150,000 tons of crude oil, and it remains anchored in waters in the Red Sea, and the crew had been evacuated. We commend the ongoing concerted efforts of the international community, including through the work of our special envoy for Yemen, Hans Grunberg, and his engagement to secure the immediate access to the vessel and avert an environmental catastrophe. Once again, we say that Security Council Resolution 2722 and 2739 must be fully respected in their entirety, and we particularly call on the Houthis to immediately cease attacks against all merchant and commercial ships in the Red Sea. Turning to Ukraine, our OCHA colleagues tell us that attacks in the region of Dnipro, Donetsk, and Kharkiv continued yesterday. Local authorities report dozens of casualties, as well as severe damage to homes and civilian infrastructure. Local authorities in the Donetsk region in the east of the country have declared an emergency evacuation as the situation around the town of Pokrovsk becomes increasingly dire due to the continuing fighting. Our humanitarian colleagues say that some 40,000 residents remain in the town. Banks will remain operational until the end of the week, after which only several ATMs will be available. Humanitarian organizations continue to assist people in the frontline communities to provide food, household supplies, and other essential items. They're also doing whatever they can to support people fleeing the fighting in Donetsk and Sumy region. The DRC, our peacekeeping mission there, says that one of their long-range patrols came under fire yesterday by members of the Codeco armed groups. This happened in Bali, which is the northeast of Jugu in the Ituri province of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Peacekeepers repelled the attack, forcing militia members to withdraw. However, we are sad to report that one peacekeeper was wounded. He's now reportedly in stable condition. Later in the day, another patrol deployed to the area to protect civilians, also coming under fire by the same armed group, but no reported casualties. Peacekeepers also deploying in other locations southeast of Jugu to respond to the establishment of 2 new positions by the Codeco armed group in that area. Peacekeepers facilitated the safe passage of local populations. Today is the International Day of Nuclear Test. The UN aims, as you know, to reduce and eventually eliminate nuclear weapons, but until then, the International Day is a chance to remember the legacy and destruction left behind by nuclear tests and to speak up to end this practice once and for all. The Secretary General highlights that the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty is the only prohibition on all nuclear testing and an essential verifiable security tool, but the treaty is sadly not yet in force. He calls on all countries whose ratifications are needed for the treaty to enter into force to do so immediately and without condition. Sorry. Lastly, programming note, we're going to have a little time change tomorrow.
All right, so you're listening in as the United Nations is providing an update on health concerns both in Gaza as well as Sudan. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we're going to take you out to a very special event. The Lake Mary Little League team is having their parade at Disney World. That is set to start in just about 5 minutes. We have a look from our camera right there as the photographer is getting set up. Very exciting as we celebrate that win right there. We're going to be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 1:28 Eastern, 10:28 Pacific. And we do have cameras all around the world and all across the United States. We do have a live look this time out of Disney World in Orlando, Florida. I'm going to pop this up right now as we are expecting just any moment now that the Little League World Championship Parade is going to get underway. You can see Fox 35 Dave Martin there as the live reporter, and you can see a couple of players being interviewed right there as well. So this is a live look inside Magic Kingdom at Orlando, Florida, as the theme park announcing it's celebrating and honoring the Little League World Series Championships right now. It is scheduled to start at 1:30 p.m. So really in just about 1 minute as it is set to get underway. But if you're not familiar with this story, over the weekend, the Little League baseball team defeated Taiwan 2-1 to win the World Championship. If you haven't seen this video, I do invite you to do so because the last play of the game was, I mean, it was just so wonderful to see. Lake Mary was at bat. The player bunted, and the first baseman actually ran up to get the ball. Well, the pitcher caught the ball and threw it to the first baseman who is no longer there. And that is how Lake Mary won the world champion. So tomorrow, there's going to be more celebrations. And then on Saturday, the city of Lake Mary hosting a parade that we are going to air as well right here on Live Now from Fox. We've been hearing from some of these players, as you can imagine, truly a dream come true. And now they are having their own parade there at Disney World. So this is set to get underway any moment now. I did want to share this live look with you. You can see Cinderella's castle there in the background. A beautiful day in Orlando, Florida, at least where Disney World is. It is thunderstorming, just close by. So some good news there for folks attending this parade right there. But we wanted to share this with you as we are expecting the parade to get underway. I'm going to raise the audio. You can see that the photographer's still trying to get into position. But again, just really exciting for not only these Little League players, their families, but really all of Central Florida, as this is the first time that Lake Mary has won this world champion. They have really been close a number of times, but again, just really exciting for them. I'm going to raise the audio, see what we can listen in. If it still looks like it's a short, few minutes away, we're going to pivot to another live event as we stand by, but let's see what we can hear.
He figured out how to fit 15-feet cameraman space.
All right, so it's really just ambient noise right there as it looks like they're still getting set up at Disney World. But we did want to share with you just any moment now, the Little League World Championship Parade at Disney World is set to get underway. You can see that Main Street, as what they call it, is already getting lined up with a lot of folks who are looking there to celebrate. And many folks may not have even realized. I mean, this is, starting the Labor Day holiday weekend. So a lot of folks may have just already bought their tickets, and lo and behold, not only do they get to go to Disney World, they get to celebrate this championship right there with the Little League team. So we're going to pivot as we do anticipate this to get underway any moment now. You can see some of the local media folks having fun. I mean, it's a good time. How can you be unhappy? You're at Disney World. You're celebrating this championship right there. So we're going to continue to monitor this live event. I'm going to pop it up in a box as well as we are expecting this to get underway. It does look like a couple of these media folks, they're just having a good time. They're just chit-chatting. You could see Dave Martin there with our Fox 35 team having a laugh right there with a couple of his colleagues. And so it is a good time. It doesn't look like they are quite just ready. So what we're going to do is we do have another live event happening right now, but we're going to put this up on the screen so you can watch along with us. And as soon as it does get underway, we are going to take it full. What we're actually going to do now is I'm going to step away for a 2-minute break as we do anticipate this getting underway any moment now. And of course, we want to bring you as much as we can without those interruptions. So we're going to step away and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we are awaiting any moment now. There is going to be a championship parade happening at Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida, to celebrate the Little League Championship team from Lake Mary. We're taking a look at the camera shot right there. It is not yet set up, so what we're going to do is as soon as that parade gets underway, we are going to go to it. However, we do have another live event. This time, though, it's going to take place in Brussels, Belgium. And we're going to pivot to that right now. As we do monitor that parade situation, we're going to bring that to you as soon as that gets underway. But this is a live look right here. This is a news conference by Fontels, who is the High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, and the Vice President of the European Commission, talking about a number of issues. Previously, he was talking about the ongoing war in Gaza. Unclear as to what he's talking about now. So let's listen in.
La que el gobierno trata o busca alguna clase de negociación sobre la propuesta de negotiations,
and then on including the two Israeli ministers on the list, there are all sorts of views expressed. But basically, I wasn't entirely successful. But a process has started. The working group will look at this, will look at each case individually, the lawyers will have their say, and then we'll look at the seriousness of their comments and their deeds. You know, I have certain responsibilities and certain powers. I use those to put this matter on the table.
No hay agua, ni siquiera un vaso de agua después de.
Thank you for floor, Dmitry Congressional News Agency of Ukraine. Two short questions, if I may. Had the ministers reached any kind of political agreement around the Ukrainian request to relieve all restrictions on the use of Western weapons on Russian military objects in Russian territory? This is the first question. And the second question, today morning you mentioned that you considering the options to overcome so-called one country's veto on EPF funds. So that could you specify, please, what kind of solutions could be reached? It will be new instrument or changing the rules. Thank you so much.
About the second question, the answer will be quickly and disappointing, because the answer will be no, I cannot tell you. Because these kinds of things cannot be publicized. More than a concrete thing, it's a wish, no? I cannot accept this blockade for months. I cannot accept to have 6 billion euros in my current account. Service, I mean. This money has to go to the member states. They have been providing military support to Ukraine, and they are waiting to be reimbursed. So it has to be one way or another. We look for a way, and we found a way to circumvent the Hungarian opposition to use the revenues from the frozen assets in order to support Ukraine. By the way, we have sent the first more than 1.5 billion to Ukraine in order to support the very Ukrainian industry at home, not to send arms, but to help them to produce arms at home. So if we maybe there is another way for avoiding this blockade. And yes, we discussed about the possibility of lifting the limits for the range of use of the arms provided to Ukraine. At the end, the conclusion is mainly that it is a national decision. Member states want to keep it as a national decision, and each one will take the decision. You know, some member states don't send any kind of arms, not in any case rockets or missiles, so it's not a decision. I will decide what I think in accordance with my internal political decision. So not a decision at the European level.
Lawrence.
Thank you. Nice to be here. Hi, Rep. 2 questions. One on Ukraine. Both you and Minister Kuleba this morning spoke about delays in delivery of weapons. He was clear that that was partly about Patriots and their defense. But it's my understanding that it may be about more than that and may include ammunition and delays in delivery of ammunition. Is that correct? And if so, why is that happening? Second question, you just said that you spoke to Aragchi and have been in touch with him, Minister Aragchi, the Iranian foreign minister, and have been in touch with him. It is now several weeks since Hania was assassinated in Tehran. Iran continues to threaten that they will attack Israel, but they have not done so. Do you believe that there will be an attack, or do you think Iran has decided not to do so for the foreseeable future?
All right, so we're listening in there as the European Commission Vice President is talking about the ongoing war in Gaza. But as promised, I did want to pivot as we are dipping into our Fox 35 Orlando team coverage as we are expecting the Little League World Championship Parade at Disney World to get underway any moment now. That is entertainment reporter David Martin talking. So we're going to raise the audio and listen in.
Left here, we have family and friends of the Lake Mary All-Stars also gathered on the streets sidewalks to welcome the team down the block here as they come and welcome the parade to tens of thousands of parkgoers. And to my photographers right here, media, and lots of it, lots of local media, national bloggers, people who understand that this really is a magical moment for the Lake Mary Little League team and their coach. I'll swap places with Paolo, the cameraman, so he can get you a curbside look at what we're waiting on. We have gotten official word that the parade has begun. It starts in Frontierland, and we're told it can take anywhere between 5 to 10 minutes to get to the hub here, and that's basically because parades are fluid, right? You never know how fast or slow they're going to go. But with a team like the Lake Mary All-Stars in the front, my guess is it's going to go slightly slower than it typically might here on any given day. So we got a lot of Mickey ears, Garrett. We got a lot of Disney fans and baseball fans and Little League fans that have surrounded the hub here, waiting for that moment when the Little League team, those 11 and 12-year-old boys, the ones we've been celebrating since Sunday evening, are going to come here for about, 30, 60 seconds as they make the circle, and off they go down to Main Street. We'll be very lucky to catch them here on a great location for you. Weather is perfect. It's a little warm, a bit toasty out here, but that rainfall dropped the temperature down a little bit for the crowd. Many people using parasols and umbrellas to keep themselves shaded. Smart move. Disney's cast members they're good at keeping that crowd in control and behind the ropes so that everyone can get a great shot of the Lake Mary All-Stars as the champions of the parade here. The Festival of Fantasy Parade. I kind of made a joke earlier. Imagine all the boys playing in the Little League this past week up there in Williamsport, fantasizing about winning the World Series, right? Well, for our team, it's not a festival of fantasy. It's really a festival of reality. They are living that fame, that celebrityhood this week. And it's just been an astounding week for them. Since they landed at OIA on Sunday night, they got that would have been Monday, a ton of crowd and applause, even escorted by the police to their luggage. And they went to their home field up in Seminole County and got a big round of applause and a party celebration there. They've done a ton of media appearances, radio and TV. And they had to go back to school, a lot of them, right? That amidst all of this autographing and picture taking with their fans, I'm hearing an announcement over the loudspeaker. In just a few minutes, the parade is going to be here. I can hear the music starting to cook, Garrett. That's a good sign. The applause is starting to happen. What I'll do is I'll step away. Go ahead, Garrett. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, how many times did you hear the MVP at the end of the Super Bowl say, I'm going to Walt Disney World? Well, that's exactly what's happening. They're following the footsteps of Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, right? And listen, it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing for most people. This team of 11 and 12-year-olds, oh man, it's going to be something to remember forever. So as I'm looking out here at the hub, I can see the parade float is coming. I see the yellow and the black. The uniforms are there. Oh, what a spectacular moment. And I can tell by the speed at which they're moving, we're going to get a little more time than just 30 seconds with them here at the hub, Cinderella's Castle, Magic Kingdom. But you're right, Garrett, this is something that so many people at the end of the Super Bowl look forward to. And they get down here to the park to see their favorite athletes. But I'm so glad today with the technology, we can see it right now live with your streaming platform. Garrett?
Yeah, and it looks like there's a lot of folks out there right now who came out came out there to see them and cheer them on. We see a lot of that yellow and stripes, the little Lake Mary Little League jerseys in the area there.
Absolutely. I'm seeing younger siblings who are most likely going to follow in the footsteps of their older brothers and one day join the team. In fact, we're told by the head coach he's already thinking about next year because his 10-year-old son will be part of the Lake Mary All-Stars when that happens next season. All right, so here comes the first float of the Festival of Fantasy Parade. This is the daily parade that our Little League team from Lake Mary are taking the lead of, right in the front, very first float. Oh, I'm loving what I'm seeing here. And what I'll do is, Garrett, we'll let the audio go natural here as we just breathe in this spectacular moment, special moment for these kids. I'll be back at the interview. What I can tell you is happening right now, there is a fancy jib camera from Walt Disney World front and center on the team. That is for the Walt Disney World streaming platform as well. They're getting the whole parade. They'll send that out to, oh, there it is. It wouldn't be Disney without some fireworks, even in the daytime. The Grand Marshals, the Lake Mary All-Stars, passing by the corner on which the parents and the friends stand, giving them an enormous applause and cheers. Oh, what a special moment indeed. And behind this float, eventually we'll see the rest of the Festival of Fantasy Parade, which is the daily parade here at the Magic Kingdom. What a terrific moment. So what happens now is we get some access to the head coach and a few of the players to get that feeling from them. What was it like to be Grand Marshal of the iconic afternoon parade here at Magic Kingdom? Garrett, what'd you think of that?
Oh man, I was getting chills just watching that, just seeing the fireworks go off there in the background. I mean, that doesn't get any cooler, especially if you're one of those kids. My goodness.
Oh. Or a parent of one of those kids. It got to be. I'm sure we got some tears in that audience right now. There they are, giving each other hugs and high fives. Oh, that's stupendous. What a moment. They'll never, ever forget this day. World champions, best team on planet Earth, Garrett. I mean, that's something to celebrate, no question about it.
That is, and they are getting celebration. What a week! What a few weeks! I'm sure overwhelming for many of them, and I'll be interested to hear what they have to say when you get to talk to them in just a little bit.
We're getting that rap cue now, so Garrett, we're going to send it back to you in the studios in Lake Mary, Florida.
All right. Yeah, David, thanks. We look forward to seeing your reports coming up on Fox 35 News at 5.
See you later.
All right.
All right, so there was that. How exciting, right? There was that parade at Disney. This was for the Little League World Championship parade to really celebrate this incredible feat by the Lake Mary Little League team right there. And what a moment. I mean, we're talking about something that just rarely happens, and you have this team that has worked so hard to get to the World Championships, and then they win. And not only that, but they are in the backyard of Walt Disney World. And so what do? Of course, Walt Disney World throws you a parade right there down on Main Street. We even saw some fireworks coming from Cinderella's castle right there. So exciting. And that's not the only parade, because on Saturday, the city of Lake Mary is also going to be holding its own parade to celebrate these young men who really worked so hard. They defeated Taiwan right there in a score of 2-1. And so we celebrate alongside all of them and, of course, all of their families. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is coming up on 1:53 Eastern, 10:53 Pacific. After this break, Mike Page is going to be your host for a number of hours, continuing our coverage of live events, top stories, and headlines. We'll be right back.
All right, everyone, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look at the Dow here, surging big time, up more than 450 points there in the greens. We'll continue to look at it really throughout the trading day on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as we get you ready for a busy couple of hours here on Live Now. Do want to show you what we have coming up here. Of course, we will be taking you out live when it happens, about 90 minutes, but we already got the shot up here out in Michigan. Donald Trump will be making some remarks on the economy as well as inflation. So we'll be bringing that to you when those remarks do happen. We're also keeping an eye. Pentagon briefing will be happening about 30 minutes. So we will take you there as well while we are waiting for Donald Trump. And coming up also in about 30 minutes, we'll be breaking down the latest Fox News poll on the big Sun Belt swing states there. You could see just how close it is right now between Harris and Trump in those key Sun Belt swing states. So we'll be breaking that down coming up in about 30 minutes. But since we are live now, we try to bring you as many different live feeds as we can. We have one for you out of Texas. This is in Harris County, and you have the Harris County judge there, Lena Hidalgo, doing the delivery State of the County address. Let's listen on Live Now.
Moving here, it happens because of you guys. But we also are working to better prepare for these disasters, to better respond to them. And I want to talk about that just a little bit. Part of what we've done over the past few years is advocate with the federal government so we can have more resources here in Harris County. After Hurricane Harvey, for example, the federal government allocated $1 billion for Harris County, $1 billion for the city of Houston for flood recovery. We learned the money was being held up at the state level. Commissioner Ellis and I traveled to Washington, D.C. We met with Secretary Marcia Fudge, and the $1 billion came to Harris County. So that's a big deal. I do think that deserves a round of applause. We received FEMA aid very quickly during the past disasters. Of course, we had the flood that affected some of the community. We had the derecho, then Hurricane Beryl, and throughout all of that, we were able to be on the phone with our federal partners. I was on the phone directly with the president and vice president. We got FEMA aid in record time, and we were able to interface directly with the director of FEMA, with Deanne Criswell, as well as with her number 2, to be able to fix some of the kinks. I know you guys may know or may have been recipients of some of the FEMA aid, perhaps some of the small business loans, and there's always room for improvement. So part of what we did is really take what we've heard from the community and try to work on some of that, and we're going to keep doing that. To date, we continue to work to receive aid. We've received, at this point, $418 million in direct aid for the people that have been hurting the most after these disasters. Of course, the roofs through their homes, things leaking from the rain, and so on and so forth. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a big deal for the families that have gone through a hard time. So on the topic of preparing for the future, I have something exciting to share, and that is the work we're trying to do on flooding. And I think this microphone moves with me. Okay, yeah. So anyway, so on flooding, you guys know we had the $2.5 billion bond back in 2018. 78% of folks voted for it. So I'm guessing a lot of people here voted for it and participated, and that was great. And that investment has helped us over the years in the bayous that are most vulnerable, Brays, Greens, Halls. They've been able to hold up. For example, with Hurricane Beryl, I remember spending the night at TransStar and chatting with Jeff Lindner, and who was up all night as well, looking at those bayou levels, and his confidence and his joy, really, that the investments we had made had actually improved the resiliency of our bayous and channels. Same thing, if any one of you is from the Meyerland area, Tropical Storm Beta, you might remember, was coming after Brays Bayou. It was supposed to flood, and it didn't, because we finally got that project done, the Project Brays. Is that all we need? No. We have all seen, after Harvey in recent years, the estimates that what we need to make our our region resilient against flooding is much more than that $2.5 billion. And here's another thing that I want you guys to know is the investments we've made in flood control infrastructure obviously over time have gone up, particularly with the bond, they went up a little more. But when you look at the investments in maintenance, that has been totally level for many, many years. And so what happens when you make an investment and you don't maintain it? It falls apart. So what we learned, and our director of the flood control district, Dr. Peterson, shares with me that vision that we can actually turn the page on flooding, and that either way it's worth trying. And so what her team helped us design, and anyone here from flood control, the flood control department, the flood control district, I want to acknowledge, but what she helped us figure out is we now have a ballot item on this November ballot where voters can allow us to invest in maintenance, so that we're maintaining the projects we're building, so that when people complain about there being too much debris in the bayou and being too much grass in the channel, that we actually have the funds to keep that up. And so as opposed to having maintenance every 270 years, which is what we could afford, we're now going to achieve industry standard of 67 years. And that was a unanimous decision by the Commissioner's Court, just happened 2 weeks ago. So I want to acknowledge my colleagues, all my colleagues, the Flood Control District, and now we need to pitch this to the voters. But it's so necessary. It's a big deal. And that's really the thing I'm proudest to share today, because it helps us begin turning that page. So just a big thank you to my colleagues and to the director of the Flood Control District. Flooding, of course, is one of the biggest initiatives I'm focused on right now, but we're also tackling disaster resiliency more broadly. So we worry about flooding. Turns out we also have to worry about keeping the lights on. And I was one of the many people that didn't have power during Beryl. And you know, it felt really uncomfortable and frustrating until we went to see what some other folks in our community had been dealing with, whose own homes and cars had been damaged, even the folks whose loved ones died because of the hurricane winds. So, but either way, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable for us to have that challenge. And that's why we're trying to look towards, number one, what are the policies that we need to advocate for on behalf of Harris County so that we have more resiliency when it comes to the power, but also, what can we do to continue to lead in the area of energy? We talk a big game about being the energy capital, and it's true. But we have to be able to also keep the lights on and to also keep those jobs, to keep that economic viability of the energy jobs. So I know all of us, we either work in oil and gas or we know someone who works in oil and gas, and it's so crucial to our region. And also, we need to make sure that we're leading the energy transition, from my perspective, on behalf of workers, right? The companies have a duty to their shareholders to work on that bottom line. For me, as county judge, I'm trying to look at the fact that there are so many people whose livelihood depends on that industry, the energy industry, and we're going to have to make sure that we're leading in that specifically. So. Solar power is one of the areas that we're looking at. It's quickly becoming a big part of the Texas power supply. ERCOT was able to have enough power over the past high demand time because they had 20% of the power coming from solar. So we received hundreds of millions of dollars, Harris County and several other jurisdictions from the federal government specifically for that. Solar jobs, infrastructure, etc. We're working hard to recognize that we cannot live right now or really soon in a future without oil, without plastics, etc. But the world is moving forward, and whether you look at it from a climate change standpoint or whether you look at it from a job standpoint, we want to make sure in Harris County that we're being proactive and that we're being very open and honest and thoughtful about the conversations that we have. You'll hear later a little bit about the investments we've made on apprenticeship training as well, and it also is looking towards those jobs of the future. Let me turn a little bit towards the good governance area, and I think there may be some slides here to show. I get taller when I go over there. And so, like any organization, and you guys, so many of you lead organizations, is you need to have a clear mission. You want to have a good organization chart. You want to have a salary structure. You want to have systems by which to measure the impact of the work you're doing. We've been able to work on a lot of that over the past few years. As you guys know, that work is not easy. It's not sexy, but it's important, and it's really not easy, especially in a county with 20,000 employees. And so I want to acknowledge our Office of County Administration. We were able to build that structure according to what other counties, other cities, other governmental entities hold as the most basic structure. So what you're seeing here are some guiding principles, some strategic planning that we worked on with the county, and then also just the structure, making sure there's consistency as to what people get paid, cost of living adjustments, that we have organized departments, that the budget department falls where it's supposed to be, that during budget season we can have a clear proposal about exactly what the programs are doing that we are investing taxpayer dollars on. And so if anyone is here from county administration, I want to acknowledge the work you guys are doing, and thank you. I think we have somebody there, Leah Barton. So Leah sat down very quickly, but she's the deputy county administrator.
All right, everyone, you have been watching right here on Live Now from Fox. Harris County Judge they're talking about a range of issues for the Harris County, talking about FEMA efforts when there is a disaster, and so much more, talking a little bit later about crime and ways to reduce violence in Harris County. We are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We have more coverage for you coming up here in moments. We'll take you out to Maine, where we are getting an update on an unfortunate story of an 8-year-old that was found dead in a vehicle of a man killed by police on an I-95 bridge in Maine. We'll have it for you on the other side of the break on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We want to take you out to Maine, where a man was being pursued in the killing of a woman in New Hampshire, was fatally shot by police on a bridge that connects the state to Maine. An 8-year-old child was found shot to death in the man's car. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
That his wife was dead. The New Hampshire State Police responded to the residence in Troy, New Hampshire, and located a deceased female. At approximately 2:30, Kittery Police located the male's vehicle on the Piscataqua River Bridge, parked in the southbound lane in the state of Maine, right in the middle of the bridge. Law enforcement agencies from New Hampshire and Maine responded and tried to negotiate with the male. The bridge was shut down for several hours to protect the public, while the negotiations were attempted and the scene was secured. The Maine state negotiations were ultimately unsuccessful. The male then exited his vehicle, and at that time he raised a firearm. Maine State Trooper Craig Nielsen and 2 New Hampshire State Troopers responded with deadly force. The male subject was located deceased in the water below the bridge and was declared dead on the scene. He fell from the bridge. The male subject was recovered by the Coast Guard at that time, almost immediately after falling into the water. Law enforcement officers on scene located an 8-year-old child fatally shot in the back seat of the vehicle. This death is not associated with the officer's use of deadly force. I want to stress this right now, that the child's death is not associated with the police officer's use of deadly force today. We have information that that is not the case. I just want to make sure that everyone's clear on that moving forward. Maine State Police Major Crimes and the New Hampshire State Police Major Crimes are investigating the deaths of the female and the child. The troopers involved in this incident are on administrative leave pending the Maine Attorney General's investigation into the use of deadly force, which is our standard procedure. Again, the northbound and southbound lanes were closed for a number of hours, and they were reopened just after 9:30 this morning. Traffic had been diverted off the main line in both New Hampshire and Maine, so we were able to move traffic through alternate routes. Again, that was with great assistance from our partners in this. I'm not going to be able to take a lot of questions, but I will field some at this time if you have them. And again, please be patient with this. This is an ongoing investigation. And when we have more information, we'll make sure we get it to you folks.
Colonel, relationship between the victims and the suspect?
The family. Father, husband, wife, and child.
Can you explain where the child was in relation to the suspect who was shot and then fell off the bridge?
All of that is stuff that we're not going to be getting into right now. Those are some of the details of the investigation. We're going to let our major crimes units and the Attorney General's office work through those particulars, but I'm sure that information will be available in the future.
Colonel, how were you able to determine the child was not shot by troopers?
Again, that's part of the investigation. That's ongoing, but based on information we saw, it was very clear that the officers that were involved in the shooting did not fire on that child.
Colonel, did he point the gun at police that were responding? Give us a little bit more information on what happened.
Again, the particulars of that, he had a firearm. He was raising the firearm. Again, I think the investigators are still looking into the particulars of that.
Colonel, at what point did your troopers know that there was a child in the car after they shot and killed the suspect or before?
The child was found after the altercation with the male subject. They were not aware that the child was in the car at the time.
But he never notified York police when he said that he had had a fight with his wife and that he shot and killed her?
Again, I think those details will come out in time. I know everyone wants to know the why. Right now, we're going to be focused on what happened and try and getting that information to you. Again, ongoing investigation, a lot of details that we still need to uncover. A lot of work has been done on this. Again, I want to thank the agencies that were involved. anytime you shut the main line down on Interstate 95, that's a big undertaking. When you add everything else that happened regarding this incident, a lot of people had to come together to make this work. I'm also very proud of the working relationship that we have with the New Hampshire State Police Major Crimes Unit and the respective Attorney General's office. We have had the pleasure of working them on several occasions, and this is no different. Hey, folks, again, we will have more information coming to you as this unravels, and we have more to provide to you. Again, a lot is happening. I think you have enough now. Moving forward, when more information becomes available, we'll get it out to you. Thank you for your patience, and be safe. Thank you very much.
A terrible story there out on the Maine-New Hampshire border right there, and we'll continue to follow it as it looks like there'll be more updates maybe later today or even tomorrow regarding this story here. We are going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we will take you out to Idaho, where Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger wants his trial moved after survey results say the town will burn the courthouse down if he's acquitted. We'll have it for you next on Live Now. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Pacious. We continue to bring you top stories, live feeds, and of course, when breaking news happens, we have you covered as always on Live Now. I do want to take you out to Idaho right now, where a hearing is going on right now to determine whether the trial of Brian Kohberger, the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students back in 2022, will be moved out of the county, a location his attorneys argue would be unable to provide an unbiased jury for the long-awaited trial. Let's listen on Live Now.
Request for a change of venue and looking at the adequacy of voir dire to uncover what jurors knew. So that's kind of reviewing the voir dire transcripts and use of challenges, that sort of thing.
How long have you been doing that work?
That part? Since I think the first one, maybe like 2011, 2012, something like that.
Where do you do that work? What company?
So all over the place. So all over the country in state and federal cases, in Florida, Michigan, Washington, DC, Idaho, California, Texas, New York, a bunch of others. So quite a bit.
How were you educated to do the work then?
So I have a background in social psychology. So I have a PhD in social psychology from the University of Nevada, Reno, which is a program that really focused on psychology and law. That's where the Judicial College is, and something called the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies. Am I going slow, or I do it better? Okay. And while there, I worked at the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies as well, and did research on the death penalty, so on pretrial release programs, and the impact of media coverage, so kind of similar to this. And when I finished that, I went to England and got an LLM in international humanitarian law, and then came back here and started working at a trial consulting firm. I think I started in 2000, I want to say 2004. That sounds about right. 2000, I think. And then started my own or co-founded Trial Innovations, where I am now, with a business partner in 2011.
Do you do any teaching about your
teaching? So I do like CLE classes and things like that for bar associations. I've done it for public defenders, for district attorneys' offices. I've been like a visiting lecturer at like different law schools, at the ASTC, which is the American Society of Trial Consultants. Did classes on like trial consulting and change of venue. I think I've done one at APLS, which is like the American Psychology Association, a legal society. And I'm sure there's some others out there too. ABOTA is one, and that might be more on like jury selection. That's like a legal organization.
Are you a member of any organizations, professional organizations, specific to your work?
Currently, I don't think normally I'm a member of ASTC, which is American Society of Trial Consultants, but I might have forgot to pay my dues this year, so maybe not.
Are you usually a member of that organization?
And same with APLS as well.
What's APLS again?
That's the American Psychology Association, and it's the legal society division. And then I also do for like the ASTC, I've been on like a committee that helps write some of the professional guidelines, particularly around change of venue.
And I understand you do consulting work. Do you testify as an expert?
Yes.
What states? Roughly?
What states?
Roughly.
Okay. Kind of the ones I mentioned earlier. I'm sure there's more. So Florida, Michigan, California, Washington State, Washington, D.C., Texas, Idaho. Wish I had a map in front of me right now. Tennessee, Georgia, Minnesota, and I'm sure there's others, but it's been a long time, so I've done a bunch of them. I've probably done over 100 that I've been retained on in some capacity related to pretrial publicity in both state and federal cases.
I heard you mention Idaho. You've testified as an expert in Idaho, is that right?
I have.
How about in this case? Have you testified before in this case?
In this case, yes. I did.
All right.
Yes.
Last time we were here, we were talking about a survey that was in progress.
Yes.
So have you now completed your survey?
Yes. So I completed the survey in Latah County and then conducted several comparison surveys after that hearing in Ada County, Bannock County, and Canyon County.
Before we get to all of those, I'm going to start a PowerPoint presentation that you've provided for us today, so you can walk me through the process of what you do and how that works. Give me just one moment.
Sure. I'm going to flip this over then.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here as this hearing will be continuing throughout the day. It's expected to go for another couple of hours. We'll be keeping an eye on that for you. As always, on Live Now from Fox, we are going to take another 2-minute break, and then we will get you a preview of Donald Trump remarks coming up in about an hour in Michigan, and so much more coming up in moments on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us. Do want to give you a live look right now out in Michigan. Soon Donald Trump will be speaking, and there's a bunch of speakers ahead of them right now. And we'll just listen for a little bit here, a preview of what to expect a little bit later from Donald Trump. And then we will bring in a political analyst to talk about the tight polls that are in the swing states for Trump and Harris.
Excited to be here with you today. It has been absolutely incredible being able to travel with the president this week across our great state of Michigan. And I can share with you, the excitement is unbelievable, right? So we don't need to listen to anybody. All you need to do is feel the energy. I was at the RNC and everyone was saying, how was it? I said, it was like a revival. I mean, you can feel the energy. Why? Because President Trump connects with you, period. Michiganders are tired of the failed Biden-Harris policies of the past 4 years. We're tired of it. We want to return to prosperity that we had under President Donald J. Trump. Come on. Across America, President Trump's blue-collar, middle-class agenda paid off for American families. Michigan has a rich history in manufacturing, especially steel and automaking. So I think it's very fitting that we're here today at Alroll Steel. So thank you to all the workers who came in early, I think like 2 a.m. this morning, because different than the government, they actually have to produce an outcome, right? Thank you. But let me share this with you, and this is gravely concerning. If Kamala Harris has her way, she'll regulate and run steel manufacturing companies out of business. Let's remember, Kamala Harris sponsored AOC's Green New Deal policy. She supports EV mandates, which Americans do not want. These mandates that are forced down our throats will dismantle Michigan's industry, destroy jobs, and leave us dependent on China, who is not our friend at all. Now, unlike Joe and Kamala's failed record, President Trump brought back jobs. He brought back factories. And President Trump brought back industry to the great old USA.
All right, so we are hearing from speakers ahead of Donald Trump, expected to get on the stage in about an hour. And, of course, we'll play it for you from the beginning all the way until the end right here on Live Now from Fox. That's what we are doing with all of the big names, including Trump, Vance, Harris, and Walz. We bring it to you live, raw, and always direct right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to show you just a look here at the Dow, and we are seeing almost session highs right now at 352 points in the green. So we'll continue to take a look at it for you here on Live Now from Fox. We have a lot of different events happening between Donald Trump and Harris happening today. So we'll be looking forward to all of that. Of course, Harris and Walz in Georgia right now taping a CNN interview that will play out later tonight, and then they are hitting some bus tour stops as well throughout Georgia, going to Savannah a little bit later this evening. So it's going to be very busy, and we'll bring you all of the different events here on Live Now. But I want to bring in our next guest here of this hour to help break down some of the latest Fox News polling in the battleground states, and also a little preview of what we can maybe expect from Harris and Walz doing that joint interview on CNN today. So let's bring in Brian Sobel here on Live Now from Fox, political analyst. Always good to have you, Brian.
Good to see you, and ready to talk politics.
Yeah, so let's talk right about it. First off, let's talk about these tight polls that we are seeing between Donald Trump and Harris. I just want to show our viewers and also show you here. I know that you've seen them before, but this one, the Sun Belt swing states, this one came out yesterday. And just look how close this is. You're looking at 50% to 48% in Arizona in favor of Harris. And then the same thing for Georgia. And then Nevada, the same. North Carolina, Trump has the edge, but only by 1%. And when you look at these numbers, Brian, does this surprise you, or is this something that you were kind of in line with?
Well, I totally predicted this, that the announcement of the Harris-Walz campaign, followed by the Democrat convention, would give her a bump. So what was a 4 to 5 point lead by Trump in a lot of these states, I knew would evaporate. Now, here's the other side of the story. All of these polls are certainly within statistical modeling, so that you don't know really within a point or two of which way they really lean in those states, that is voters. But as the campaign now rolls out a little bit further, I think you're going to see those numbers shift a little bit more, because the Harris-Walz campaign got the expected bump, the one that I thought they would get, and a lot of other people. But now it's game on, as I like to say, starting with the CNN interview that'll be shown later today, and other opportunities, hopefully, for the media to be able to really drill down on where Harris and Walz are on these issues.
Yeah, it's so true. And I wanted to get your take, because there was so much pressure after the DNC for Harris to do some sort of news conference or a sit-down interview. And then as days went by and there was still really nothing scheduled until a couple of days ago when we got the news that it would be on CNN in a taped version here. But I think a lot of people were thinking, okay, it's just going to be a sit-down with Harris. And then when it was announced that it's going to be with Walz as well, what was your take on that? And is it almost not being fair to the voters out there to get a true sense of Harris one-on-one?
I think it's insulting, to be honest, and I've said it in numerous interviews. The fact that she needs a crutch there in the person of Tim Walz, and I don't know what his role will be today, but I suspect when she starts fumbling, his job is to come in and shore her up. But I actually think, Mike, that the pressure is as much on CNN as it is on these candidates. Dana Bash, who's a longtime CNN anchor correspondent, she'll be doing the interview. But I think there's a challenge there. She can either come off like she's just throwing fastballs down the middle for them to hit, or she's going to ask some very, very tough pointed questions. And it's not just the questions; it's always the follow up. Because, the candidate gives the answer and it's, a word salad. And will Dana Bash say, what you just said doesn't really have a lot of punch to it. Let's try this again. Can you answer more specifically what I asked you? We'll see whether she does that job. So I think there's a lot of pressure, frankly, on Bash and CNN as much as there is on Harris and Walz.
And do you think from this time until we have the debate on September 10th, will there be another? Do you think she will do another sit-down one-on-one? Or do you think the really first time that we will hear from Harris really taking questions one-on-one will be on that debate stage in Philadelphia?
Well, from here forward, Mike, I think anything she does will be guarded. The media outlet, whichever one it is, will be very carefully selected. The interviewer would be very carefully selected. And let's face it, if you're in the Harris-Walz camp, you're doing this the way that you need to do to protect a candidate that isn't great off the cuff. She did very, very well when reading from a teleprompter. Her acceptance speech at the DNC was a fine speech, but you're reading the words. Now, when somebody's asking you a tough question and tough follow-ups, where are you then? So I think they're going to kind of guard that. But a lot of the major media outlets in the country are beginning to editorialize around, hey, you got to sit down and talk to the media, and you have to do it in an unfiltered fashion. And having your vice presidential candidate next to you kind of as a life preserver just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we're seeing really two dynamics between Harris and Trump when it comes to doing interviews, and it's a wide, big spectrum right now. We have Trump, who is really doing a lot of interviews, but more, he's doing a lot of podcasts right now, and he's going away from maybe more of the mainstream type of interviews and going more for the podcast route and almost some of these digital influencers to really get the message out. Do you think that makes some sort of crack in and get some votes his way, or is this just more of, just getting his name out there a little bit more?
No, I think whoever's advising him is saying, hey, at this point, you have to do every interview you can do. You have to do every platform that you can get on. And he's doing that to his credit. What he does have to avoid doing, frankly, is stepping on a nail, as he did at Arlington National Cemetery, and with some of his comments around the military and the Medal of Honor and that sort of thing, because one of the groups that he has to have as supporters are veterans and people who believe in a strong military. And he hasn't had a couple of good weeks here with respect to that. I've had veterans reach out to me who are really upset with him for comments that he's made. So he's got some cleanup to do himself. But to your central point, he is available to anybody, and that is in contrast to Kamala Harris in particular, who is available to nobody.
Yeah, very, very true. And speaking about Trump and Arlington there, where even with a couple of the photos that were taken, and a lot of people were talking about, okay, why is he having his thumbs up and, almost having a smile as well? Deep down, will people remember that in November, or does it get lost maybe in the next news cycle in 24, 48 hours?
It probably gets lost, but not among core people. For example, and this is personal, but my mother, my father, and a brother are all buried at Arlington National Cemetery. Arlington National Cemetery means something to people like me and to a lot of military veterans. And when you see something like that going on, you say, hey, that has no place at Arlington National Cemetery, irrespective of whether he was invited there by Gold Star families. There's a decorum that exists at Arlington that is treasured. But setting that aside, these things tend to hit a news cycle. They go for a couple of days, as you suggest, 48 hours, maybe 72 hours, and they move on. But people like veterans and others don't forget some of these things. And that's where Donald Trump has always lacked discipline. I mean, you don't compare the Medal of Honor with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. They're two different animals. The one goes to entertainers and the big donators and all that sort of stuff. The other is something that is awarded based on bravery. So sometimes he kind of he riffs. And when he riffs, he gets himself in trouble.
Yeah, those moments where it's off the teleprompter seem to always make the biggest news splashes, of course.
Absolutely.
And we'll see if he's making any big ones here today in about 45 minutes. So we'll be looking forward to that and taking that in full for everybody. But the last thing I want to touch with you on, Brian, where it seems like at this point, Donald Trump could have some slam dunk moments, but he's not taking it fully. And I want to tell you about the moments here of Harris campaigning feels more like she's not vice president right now, and she hasn't been near Joe Biden these last 3.5 years. Why isn't Donald Trump talking more about that and really saying, look, you want to do all these different things. Why didn't you, or why didn't Biden do these? It seems like those are slam dunk moments.
It's an excellent point. I think for the first few days after the convention, I frankly think the Trump campaign was on its heels a little bit. New candidate, bright, shiny object. A lot of people wanted to hear more about her. But now, as I was saying earlier, game on. I mean, now they have to press the case that You know, she's been in the White House for 3.5 years. They bragged like crazy about how influential she was in the White House and all these things that she was doing, none of which came to fruition, or very little, such that it leaves her open to criticism from the Trump campaign and J.D. Vance saying, hey, you know, in 3.5 years, you were there and you claim to have been at every table and meeting everybody, but you didn't move the ball at all. Why should the American people believe that if you're president, you're going to do anything more than you have done in the last 3.5 years, which is kind of not much?
It'll be interesting to see what the different approaches are, especially when we see this debate coming up, you know, just about 2 weeks away there. So we'll definitely be looking at that, and then looking at Trump and Harris remarks that'll be coming up later today. But Brian, thanks so much again for joining us on Live Now from Fox, giving us some great perspective on these new polls and the way that these two are campaigning. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, Mike. Always great chatting with you.
You too. You take care and have a great one. And what we'll do is we'll take our final break of the hour, everyone. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for being with us. We do have another live event that we want to bring to you. Let's go out to the Pentagon and let's listen here on Live Now.
Charlie.
Going back to the F-16.
Sure.
American trained pilot, American equipped F-16s, including, I think, a new electronics warfare package, American advised, which is still going on. Are you telling we're not tracking? We don't have the reason for what happened when it has consequence for the United States?
I'm just telling you that I cannot confirm the incident. I'd refer you to the Ukrainians to speak to their own operations.
But we, as the United States, are tracking the F-16s that we've
appreciate the question, but I'm just not going to get into any more specifics about the incident.
Changing gears, you
sure.
would say. It seems the Houthis have been acting up again. Do we have a force presence in the Red Sea?
Through Operation Prosperity Guardian, between the U.S. and our allies and partners, we always maintain a presence within the Red Sea. I can't speak to specific ships that are there right now, but we do have, through partners and allies, a presence there. Janie.
Thank you, Sabrina. Two questions. It is reported that North Korea registered 13 submarines with the international maritime organization. This can be seen as an intention to wage war overseas. What do you think of the background to this?
I'm not aware of that report, Janie, so I just don't have anything to offer on that one.
Can I?
Yeah, sure. You have a follow-up? Yeah.
North Korean Kim Jong-un declared support for Putin's war in Ukraine. And could this be seen having international military training in mind, such as with North Korea, Russia, or China?
That's really for North Korea to speak to. It's not a surprise that North Korea has pledged support to Russia. We've spoken about that pretty publicly. We've spoken about the fact that DPRK continues to provide capabilities to Russia that they're using on the battlefield in Ukraine. We can only really speak to what we're doing. And you know what we're doing, Janie, is through the UDCG. The Secretary convenes 50 countries and partners around the world to support Ukraine and its battle on what it needs on the battlefield. There's going to be another meeting next week. That's another opportunity for allies and partners to come together to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs on the battlefield. But I'm just not going to speak for the DPRK. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. There has been domestic criticism that U.S. is spending too much as compared to its allies to protect the interest of allies. Even Donald Trump said that it will insist NATO members to spend at least 3% of their GDP on defense. Do you think so? That is this because of the leading role of the U.S. that Ukraine is able to do such advances and able to resist such attack till now?
You're talking about countries increasing their defense spending?
Yes, Trump said that I will insist NATO members to increase from 2% to 3%. Even NATO members are not spending 2% of their GDP on defense, and U.S. is like spending major.
We actually have seen an increase of NATO members spending more when it comes to committing to meeting defense requirements. That's actually something that this administration has been leading on and urging allies, a part of the NATO alliance, to do just that. You've seen commitments come out of Vilnius. Last year, you saw the NATO summit here in Washington, D.C., where multiple NATO countries announced further commitments to supporting Ukraine. So, again, we're on the right track here. Countries are continuing to deepen their cooperation and knitting together their resources to support Ukraine. It's been incredible to watch, and that's something that you really did see come together at the Washington summit here over the summer.
Just to follow up, Turkey is also a NATO ally of the U.S. So Turkey has some kind of reservation, especially about the situation in Syria, some concerns in Syria. So is this administration able to address the concerns of Turkey?
We have a great partner in Turkey. I can't speak to their criticisms or concerns other than to tell you that we work with Turkey on a regular basis, including with what is happening in the Middle East. I'm just going to leave it at that. Joseph.
Thanks. The Secretary has routine conversations with his Israeli counterpart. Was he or anybody at the department notified ahead of the operations in the West Bank over the last 24 hours?
To my knowledge, we were not notified about operations in the West Bank. We are aware that, Israel or the IDF is conducting some type of operations there. We're trying to get a better understanding of what they're doing, but to my knowledge, we were not notified beforehand.
And then yesterday there was a meeting between Arab military attachés and counterparts here at the Pentagon. Can you say?
Bank, we are aware that, Israel or the IDF is conducting some type of operations there. We're trying to get a better understanding of what they're doing, but to my knowledge, we were not notified beforehand.
And then yesterday there was a meeting between Arab military attachés and counterparts here at the Pentagon. Can you say anything more? Was that just a routine meeting? Was it, obviously with the context of everything and the backdrop of everything going on in the region, it seems to have come at an interesting time.
Yeah, my understanding is this was a working level meeting that happens routinely. I wouldn't read too much into the timing. It's just something that does happen.
General Ryder said that the ship that was attacked by the Houthis recently.
The So Union?
Yes, the So Union appeared to be leaking, The EU said yesterday, and then today they came out and said it's not leaking. So can you tell us anything about why the Pentagon assesses it to be leaking and the EU not?
So there is, so what I will tell you is the tanker is carrying 1 million barrels of crude oil. Those barrels remain intact right now. The vessel itself is leaking some oil from where it was hit. There is still a fire going on, or multiple fires still burning on the ship itself. Those fires have not been able to have been put out by anyone because the Houthis are threatening to attack, any type of, salvage recovery mission right now. So those fires have the potential to spread, which has the potential to get to those oil barrels, which will then obviously leak potentially 1 million barrels of crude oil into the Red Sea, destroying major ecological systems and, creating an environmental, I think catastrophe is the only word to use. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. State Department designated terrorist group Baloch Liberation Army attacked Pakistan's southwestern province on August 26th, killed almost 70 people, including security personnel. So this group is like, it has strong ties with Al-Qaeda, Daesh, and TTP, the band, another outfit that has strong ties with the Afghan Taliban. So it seems like the fault line that US left in Kabul in a chaotic or dramatic withdrawal that are active now. So the question is, US claimed many times it built Pakistani forces capacity to counter these groups. So at this moment, do you have anything for Pakistan, any comments for Pakistan in this specific event?
We strongly condemn any terrorist attack like that. And of course, our thoughts are with those who lost their lives during that attack. But I don't have anything beyond that. I'm not aware of any U.S. involvement or assistance to Pakistan at this time. But if that changes, I can certainly let you know. Yeah.
Secondly, just one more. Chinese Armed Forces commander visited Pakistan and he awarded with a higher military award. So both sides discussed military engagement, specifically the defense productions. As I asked before from the last briefing, that both countries have shared technologies and they're also thinking to expand it. Like I asked regarding the JF-17 Thunder technologies here to Iraq. So the question is, this administration left many loopholes with its Arab allies. We have seen with the Saudi Arabia, you left space over there. China gained there. They got normalization with the Iran and Saudi Arabia. Now Pakistan is going closer with China. Anything on this? Any reservation or any public reservation or private reservations you have?
I'm not aware of that meeting, so I can't comment on it. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Rina, with regard to this Iranian attack in the region that they've been expecting for more than a month now, and that hasn't happened. First of all, would you deem that as a success of the United States, both in terms of diplomacy and military posture in the region, that might have deterred it so far? And are you still expecting it is the threat as real as it was a couple of weeks ago? Are you still alert?
So a few things, as we've said, I don't have the prediction calendar, crystal ball to predict and to forecast an attack. What I can tell you is I think we certainly got into the headspace of Iran and how they're making their calculations. You have two carrier strike groups in the region. We have said both very publicly and privately that we are there to protect our forces and will, of course, always, stand in the defense of Israel should we need to. Whether that's impacted Iran's calculation, I think it has affected their decision making. Will there be an attack? I can't predict the future. I can't answer that. We remain postured, though, to protect our forces. And, of course, if we need to, come to the defense of Israel.
I can one more. Earlier this week, Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff said that since we've seen the Hezbollah attack, now we can say that there's less of a chance of a regional war. Do you share that assessment that Iran could also conduct an attack on a similar level, not something that's going to spark a regional war? Do you think their hands are tied a little bit because of the U.S. military posture? Do you feel like that attack is going to be limited?
Again, I can't predict what an attack would look like. What I can tell you is I don't think anyone wants to see a regional war. We certainly don't, and that's why we've made the decisions, or the Secretary has made the decisions to move different carrier strike groups throughout the region since October 7th, to rotate different and to bolster our force posture and our force presence in the region. You know, we announced like a month ago, we have another squadron of F-22s in the region. So, you know, we're going to continue to take the steps that we need to send a message of deterrence, because that's ultimately what we're sending. And all the capabilities that we're sending, they are there to be defensive in nature. Beyond that, I can't predict what other actors will do, other than to say that we, the United States, do not want to see a broader regional war, and we've said that from the very beginning. Yes.
Thank you. My question is about China. Okay. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Beijing yesterday, and they agreed to have a telephone call of theater commanders in the near future. Yep. So can you give us a little bit more about the schedule of this phone call, and is Secretary himself planning to have a phone call with his counterparts in the near future?
So I don't have any calls to announce or preview today, but we certainly welcome any time that there are high-level mill-to-mill calls between the PRC and the United States. You saw the National Security Advisor say just that in some of his readouts from his meetings. But when we have more calls to announce, we will, but I just don't have more at this time. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Jahan Zebali from Airway News, Pakistan. There were a series of terrorist attacks in Pakistan, and you just spoke about it. How the U.S. can help Pakistan rooting out terrorism from that region?
Look, we always remain willing to work with any nation that wants to root out a terrorist organization. We have good, cooperation with the Pakistani government, but in terms of these attacks, I don't have anything for you other than that. We of course condemn them. And should anything change in our cooperation with the Pakistani government, I'm happy to keep you updated on that, but I just don't have more to provide at this time.
The Defense Minister was here and had meetings in this building, and a few months ago he made a public statement that today's India goes to the safe havens of individuals who challenge India's territorial integrity and kill them. And after that statement, we have seen a killing of Sikh activists in Canada, and there is an assassination attempt on a U.S. citizen, another Sikh activist in New York, Singh Bandhu. So is there any discussion on that matter? Because India said they are still investigating that matter. There is one person arrested by the U.S. authorities, Nikhil Gupta. So any discussion on that?
I don't have anything for you on that specifically. There was a readout that we put out after the meeting. I'm just not going to get beyond that. Yes.
Thank you, Sabrina. Regarding to the West Bank operation for the IDF, the United Nations Secretary Guterres described this military operation as like a dangerous development, and he asked to stop this, and he said that's already explosive the situation. So do you share with him his concerns, and especially when we see all the readout from the Secretary Austin when he called his Israeli counterpart, he'd always ask to de-escalate and don't take any steps that maybe make the escalation higher. So what do you say about that?
Well, that's something that I'll reiterate here is that we certainly don't want to see an escalation. We want to see tensions to de-escalate in the region. We are aware that the IDF is conducting operations in the West Bank, but again, we don't have an understanding of what that exactly is. We're trying to learn more about their operation. The United States supports Israel's right to defend itself against threats to its security, but as always, and as we will continue to say, it has to do so in a way that limits civilian casualties and limits damage to civilian infrastructure, and that's something that will always be imparted. And you've seen that message come through in the Secretary's readouts with his counterpart. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. I have a couple on Ukraine. Today, Ukrainian foreign minister said that the Patriot systems announced for Ukraine previously by the partners have not yet been delivered. Could you speak more to that? What causes a delay here?
A specific system by partners?
Those Patriot systems that were announced for Ukraine previously.
There are Patriot systems operating within Ukraine. I would defer to them.
Most recently during the
I don't have anything to read out or announce on the Patriot system. We've committed to providing them to Ukraine. Look, we continue to work with them when it comes to providing security assistance. The Patriot is quite a big system that we are sourcing different materials and component pieces from other countries to help Ukraine. I'd let Ukraine speak to that more specifically, but what I can tell you is they are getting a regular supply and support of security assistance from the United States and other, partners that are part of the UDCG. So I'm just going to leave it at that. You had other questions?
Expedite those deliveries given the recent massive attacks from Russia, from Iran?
I think we've certainly expedited delivery of not just the Patriot, but other systems and capabilities to Ukraine, including reordering some orders by that were designated for other countries. We've prioritized Ukraine. So I'd actually push back on the fact that we haven't prioritized Ukraine as a country that needs it most. Noah.
I want to follow up on the CMC question. Was there any DoD involvement in that meeting, whether through preparation or actually during the call or the meeting itself?
On the CMC meeting?
Yeah, the vice chair with China.
That was an NSC-led meeting. That was, the National Security Advisor traveled to meet his counterparts. We, of course, engage at our level, but I'm not aware of any DoD participation.
And I know in the past there's been confusion about who the vice chair's counterpart is in the U.S., whether that's Secretary Austin or whether his counterpart is actually the Minister of National Defense there. Is this a sign that you think the Chinese are seeing the National Security Advisor as a more natural counterpart than the Secretary of Defense?
I think it's a side, Noah, that we are having broader and more frequent communications with the PRC, which is a good thing. We want to see that happen. The fact that the National Security Advisor, and again, I don't want to speak on behalf of the White House, but the fact that he was able to travel, engage with his counterpart, other officials, part of the government, that's a good thing that opens up communications lines. Here allows us to maintain those mill-to-mill ties as well. Just going to leave it at that. Yeah.
Just a quick follow-up back on the F-16.
Sure.
Ukraine has acknowledged the loss of the F-16, and former Rep. Adam Kinzinger has acknowledged that the pilot lost on Monday was one known as by his call sign as Moonfish. He was one of 2 Ukrainian pilots that were actually very vocal here in the U.S. pushing for fighter jets, going to training in Arizona. Is there any chance that this F-16 was brought down by friendly fire, by one of the Ukrainian Patriot missiles, for example?
So, again, I can't confirm I've seen the reporting. I just can't confirm it. I don't have that level of fidelity right now. So in terms of if this pilot was killed and it was brought down by friendly fire, that I just can't speak to. That would really be something for the Ukrainians to speak to. The United States has not been asked to participate in any type of investigation to look into this incident. So, our role in this is that we continue to train and equip the Ukrainian pilots that come here for training. But when it comes to this particular incident, and I understand the frustration, but I don't have anything more to offer on it.
But is there a follow-on with the F-16s that have been delivered? Is there any sort of ongoing relationship? Is the U.S. tracking the F-16s? Are you providing ongoing maintenance? Are they,
It's not just the United States. You have to remember that there's an air capability coalition that has been stood up that the U.S. is, of course, a part of. So it's not just the United States providing support. Absolutely, the U.S. military is working with the Ukrainians on what they need, whether it be maintenance or, and that's, telephonic or, remote maintenance support and help. In terms of, tracking the F-16s, I'm not going to get into that level of detail, but we are certainly working with the pilots and the Ukrainian military to make sure that they are able to fly and operate these F-16s in the best way possible, and making sure that they're doing so safely. And, we're providing that support and continuing to train. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Leave it at that.
All right. The Pentagon briefing wraps up there for the day. As you can see, soon we have a Donald Trump rally out in Michigan. And take a look. We're just getting a new feed in from Savannah, Georgia. This is a look here of where Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will speak a little bit later this afternoon. We're expecting it about 6 p.m. Eastern, but the crowd already rocking there as well. So we got competing rallies, one in Georgia and one in Michigan. Both states very pivotal in this race to the White House. We'll be back in just 2 on Live Now. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to Michigan here, awaiting Donald Trump to be speaking on about the next 20 minutes or so. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, Michigan very, very pivotal in the race for the White House. Earlier today, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, was doing a little rally there as well. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox as well.
She's someone who knows it's got to be real. And she understands that she's got to use common sense. She's got to be pragmatic to solve these problems and to use the skill she has as a, I'm sorry, there's a fly. Use the skill she has as a first-rate trial lawyer and problem solver to solve these problems that face our country and face our world. That's how she comes at things. She talked about some of her accomplishments as a prosecutor. Again, this was to put very bad people away who did very horrible things, but it was also to give an opportunity to those who did not commit violent crimes, people who needed a way back into our communities and have a chance to succeed and thrive, again, for nonviolent offenders. And she had a program called Back on Track, and it worked. And one of the reasons for that was for the economy. Because if folks had a chance to get back into the communities, they're going to have jobs, they're going to pay taxes, they're going to help you grow your businesses. And that was one of the reasons for doing that. So that's a part of her pragmatic leadership, even when she was back in her prosecutor days. I got to know her as a citizen of California when she was our Attorney General. And she told the story about how she took on the big banks during the mortgage crisis. And she didn't do it only to get from $4 billion to $20 billion, although that was pretty amazing. And she held her ground. But for her, she was really thinking about the families involved. She was thinking about her own mother, who saved for years and years and years to finally be able to buy a home. And she's thinking about just folks like that who have that home and have that lawn that they love and the garden, and they take such pride of ownership that this is something that they work so hard for, big part of the community. And so that is also what drove her in that work to make sure that there was dignity and that there was fairness, and it wasn't just about getting that money, which again helped mitigate a very horrible situation, but it was also to get people back in those homes that they love and make sure that they could still experience that joy of home ownership and that lawn and that sense of community and belonging that we all have. Because again, it's that empathy. She understands what's actually going on with people, and she turns that into action and policy. So that's Kamala Harris. So this election could not be more clear. I've heard the other speakers. You've heard that. But it's really about who sees and understands voters. Who gets it? And it's going to be won by the candidate who will actually make all of our lives better, not just the lives of a select few, right? And it's also going to it's going to represent what most of us want. Most of us in this country want what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are talking about. Very few people want what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are actually talking about. And again, look at Project 2025. Listen to the words that they're saying. This is not anything that most people want. And don't be distracted by all the nonsense and the name calling and all the ridiculous BS, as I call it. Listen to what they're actually saying. Do you want to live in a world dictated by Project 2025 and the Dobbs decision? Well, that's where it would be heading. We don't want that. We want to have a great economy that focuses on all of us. We want to have clean air to breathe. We want less weapons of war on our streets that are killing young people in our schools. It's outrageous. And that's the world that we want, of freedom, a world that's forward-looking, not that's looking backwards. So that's why they are running. That's why they are doing as well as they are, because people are, it's resonating with not just Democrats. This message is resonating with all Americans. And as she said, and as Governor Walz has said, they will be president and vice president for each and every one of us, regardless of what community you're in. Now, being president means you've got to focus on the economy, which is one of the things we're going to talk about today. As I mentioned, Kamala Harris, she's pro-capitalism, pro-business, pro-growth, and pro-innovation. She wants everyone to succeed in this economy. And as Ken Chenault said at the Democratic Convention, we need a president who understands that government has to work in partnership with the business community and that a market-based economy needs a strong government. We got to do it together. And we're seeing this public-private partnership work right here in Michigan. Michigan ranks #1 in the country for investments from the Inflation Reduction Act. That's really awesome. This state has seen more than $26 billion in new federal investments, supporting over 21,000 good-paying jobs. So this is how it's supposed to work. Supporting entrepreneurs, helping manufacturers expand, growing the pie, and investing in the middle class. This is all important, and this is everything that she's talking about. But just as in business, these goals are only practical if they come with trust and character. In this election, and on those measures, there is no contest. Trust and character on one side, Kamala and Tim, not so much on the other. Her plan is to create an opportunity economy, right? Where everyone has an opportunity to succeed and compete. You can have a chance to compete and succeed in this opportunity economy, where she's fighting for everyday Americans and middle-class families, because as was mentioned, that's who she is. That's the background that she came from. Now, in addition, we have to protect very core things that will be under attack. It's right there in Project 2025, such as protecting Social Security, protecting Medicare, And instead of cutting taxes for his billionaire buddies and the largest corporations, we've got to cut taxes for the rest of us, for the middle class. Lower grocery costs and other things, which everyone depends on, price of prescription drugs, and we've got to relieve medical debt. And this is all part of the plan. Now, it's all got to be fair. You know, see my earlier comments and her work as Attorney General and throughout. If it's not fair, there has to be consequence. So if opportunistic companies take advantage of a crisis to rip off customers, she's going to find them and she's going to stop it. That's what she's talking about. And that's what she's always done. Again, this is not ideological. If somebody's ripping us off, it's got to stop, and she's going to stop them. So that is part of her plan as well. It's not ideological, it's practical. Fairness is good for the economy. When she took on the big banks, it was because people were getting ripped off, plain and simple, losing their homes. And there needed to be a solution for that. When veterans and others were getting taken advantage of by for-profit college, she shut them down, plain and simple, because they were not providing an education and they were ripping off people who wanted to get ahead in life. I mean, that's what she did. So again, this common sense, see problem, solve problem. That is Kamala Harris. Hey, that's a pretty good slogan. Put that on a sign. And again, stark contrast to the other side. What is it? Cause problems. Don't solve problems. And what some of the things they're talking about is it's just sick, like monitoring pregnancies and things like that. It is so far beyond the pale. Again, read what they're talking about. Listen, you know, Donald Trump, I want to punish women. I want to appoint justices that will overturn Roe v. Wade. He did it. I don't care what he's trying to say now and get out of it. He did it. And J.D. Vance, no exceptions, even for rape or incest. These are the people that we're talking about here. That's who they are. They can't get out of it. That's what they're trying to do. So again, contrast could not be more stark. Kamala Harris on the world stage. She's been vice president for almost 4 years. She already is a world leader. And let me tell you something, the seriousness, the toughness, the way that she was feared as Attorney General because she got stuff done and took care of major problems. Well, this is Kamala Harris on the world stage as well. Again, our family, we love her so much, and you see the smile and the joy, and yes, the laugh, which I love. But joyful warrior. The joyful part, but she is a warrior. As tough as they come. And I love, they kept playing those clips at the convention of her taking on the witnesses in the Senate Judiciary Committee. I mean, that's Kamala Harris. She never runs from a fight, and she knows the best way to deal with the cowards that she's dealing with is just to take them head on. Take them head on, because she knows cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She will always protect America, maintain the most lethal fighting force in the world, honor our commitments to our troops and our veterans and our allies. She has spent 4 years as vice president, as I mentioned. A lot of that time, you're in the Oval Office with the president, helping to make very important decisions. You're in the Situation Room dealing with lots of problems and world issues. She's been there for these 4 years and literally on the world stage over 20 plus times, traveling the world, making sure that America's interests are protected out there. Everywhere she goes, she meets with our activists.
That is Doug Emhoff speaking earlier in Michigan. I do want to go because we are getting a live feed right now. This is Kamala Harris out in Georgia speaking to supporters right now. She just wrapped her CNN interview that was taped. will be airing later tonight here, and this is all ahead of her rally that will be happening in Savannah, Georgia as well. But here at this diner right now, speaking to supporters as media taking their pictures and video right now. And of course, this is a big moment here where we will see a little bit later Kamala Harris, Tim Walz doing their first sit-down interview together here. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. If any news is made, we'll bring it to your attention here on Live Now from Fox, as always. But let's use this opportunity to take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We'll keep an eye on here. If we get any sound from Kamala, we'll bring it to you on the other side of the break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are still getting some video and a little bit of audio. It's hard to hear. The mic is not on Kamala Harris out in Georgia. But speaking to some supporters, let's listen to what we can hear on Live Now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's a lifer for over 30 years. So we really also wanted this to be a market environment. So we're carrying lots of items made in the South, made in the Low Country.
What is that cake?
Chocolate caramel. That's Chef Jay's.
I want a slice of that caramel.
Yes,
It's like
done.
my favorite. Okay, chocolate and caramel? Fantastic.
This is our pastry chef, Chef Jay Newby.
Hi.
Also a veteran.
And a veteran?
Yes, ma'am.
In which branch?
I was in the Army.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. So you're just giving of yourself in every way. Of course.
Chocolate chip cookies.
You are?
I'm Dottie 2.0. Dottie was my
Hi.
Oh, I'm so happy to meet you. I was great to meet you because when you were in Chicago, I'm from Chicago. You went to the 95th Street Fishery.
Yes.
And you got smoked fish.
Yes.
And I was screaming and saying,
I love
saying,
don't.
Next time. God. I was like, she didn't get to see it.
I needed to see you before that trip.
Oh my God.
But now
I didn't know you were going there.
But like scallops, smoked scallops?
No,
Just fry. Oh yeah.
It's working.
Yeah.
Whatever
okay.
you have to break, rule you have to break.
Better than
in your
fried
diet,
oysters?
Better than anything you have
Really?
to in your life. They are prepared.
Well, she also called me this morning. And said,
Don't forget your chucks
or your pearls.
Oh, wait.
And your pearls.
Because I'm with you.
I know that's one. Oh, yeah. You got the fancy. I ain't playing. No, you are not. Serious. No, you are not. You got like the hybrid duck shoot chop. She bought those for me, though.
I want to show you some. Okay. Here as well.
Thank you. Congratulations. I'm getting excited.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. You making this all safe? Everything in-house. All the bread, sandwiches, all the pastries.
You talking about double cheese? I was like, I got it. Yes. Because my son loves it tomorrow. And I am.
She's right in front of this case.
I'll be able to tell you.
3 days. I spent 3 days. I tried to my wife was like, MVP's coming. You can't take the gum off.
Okay, that was a real conversation. Yeah.
Do you want to spend time?
Right, just a roving camera there right now in Savannah, Georgia, for Kamala Harris, speaking with some supporters also at this business right now, taking a look at all the goods that they have and some goodies as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on this shot. Do want to show you a look here inside of her upcoming rally, expected at 6 p.m. Eastern. You can see the crowd already there. So we'll be keeping an eye on this one, bringing that to you a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But the next rally that we will have for you at any moment, we take you out to Michigan, getting ready for Donald Trump. He is already on the ground right now. And this is the video of his motorcade coming to the venue where Donald Trump will be speaking in just a little bit. Let's take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to bring you some of the big top stories, headlines, and, of course, when breaking news happens, we have you covered. Well, we have an update to the Taylor Swift concert terror plot that was thankfully never happened. But now we are getting new information, and the CIA is now taking they are taking a victory lap, saying that they were able to help other authorities foil this terrible, terrible terror plot. Rebecca Castor, Fox News, has the latest right here on Live Now.
Taylor Swift wrapped the European leg of her Eras tour last week, but not before narrowly avoiding tragedy after authorities foiled a planned terror attack against her shows in Vienna earlier this month.
They were plotting to kill a huge number, tens of thousands of people at this concert, including, I'm sure, many Americans.
Speaking at an intelligence summit Wednesday, the deputy director of the CIA revealed new details about the terror plot, including it was his agency that warned Austrian authorities.
I can tell you within my agency, I'm sure in others, there were people who thought that was, a really good day. Not just the Swifties in my workforce.
3 suspects are in custody, and authorities say the mastermind, a 19-year-old Austrian man, was inspired by the Islamic State. They believe he was planning to attack outside the stadium with knives or homemade explosives.
It's actually really sad that this is actually the world we live in. This concert used to be a safe space for everyone, and now it's just a threat.
All 3 of Swift's Vienna concerts were canceled after the plot was discovered. On Instagram, the pop star said, "The reason for the cancellations filled me with a new sense of fear and a tremendous amount of guilt because so many people had planned on coming to those shows. But I was also so grateful to the authorities because thanks to them, we were grieving concerts and not lives." Around 65,000 fans were expected inside the stadium for Taylor Swift's Vienna shows, with another 30,000 expected to gather outside. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, we'll continue to follow that one there. Thanks, Rebecca. All right, we want to take our final break, everyone, of the hour. We'll get them all out of the way here for you. So, of course, we will be showing you without commercial interruption when Donald Trump gets to the stage there in Michigan. Final break right here on Live Now.